Dungeon Battle Royale. Since I became a Demon King, I will aim for world domination. Volume 6 by Gachasora. Translated by Infinite Novel Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Arc 9, Chapter 208. Color, Honey, and Hohet. 3 people are lining up in front of me 3 days after the ceremony. Color, Honey, Hohet. The mission given to you guys is of utmost importance. Yes, Master. I understand. The 3 dampiers I've created for a diversionary maneuver reply respectfully. The ones I've gotten ready for the diversion this time are the 3 bloodkin in front of me, who will bear the full brunt, and 200 bloodkin who I've sent out to deploy my subordinates. An army of more than 2,000 ghouls. I've ordered the bloodkin other than Color, Honey and Hohet to not fight at the front line, no matter what happens. Bloodkin are precious. Since this new world has the specification that only bloodkin and their subordinates can step outside a domain, the number of bloodkin equals the military forces a demon king can field against humans. For creating a single bloodkin, you need to save your CP to the cap, and spend all of it. Theoretically it's possible to create 2 bloodkin per day, but realistically, 1 per day is the limit. Therefore it'd be like putting the cart before the horse if I were to lose my bloodkin during a diversionary maneuver carried out for the sake of lowering the losses. Having said that, it'd be next to impossible to launch a diversion without losing a single bloodkin. The noble sacrifices chosen for this task are Color, Honey, and Hohet. I've ordered the leaders around Rena to stand by at the first domain, the front line of the Asta Empire which faces the humans, together with 3,000 of my finest subordinates. I've also ordered Kay to watch the situation over at Kaoru's front line, the southern part of Hokkaido City. I carefully check the deployment of my subordinates and the plan I've drawn up while wondering whether I overlooked something or if something got leaked. Currently it's 7 p.m. The humans are going to go to sleep soon. It's the perfect time for me to declare war as a vampire. The destination where I led my subordinates is around 1 kilometer away from Ishikawa University, the humans' frontline base in their battle against the Asta Empire. It's located in a place close to 3 kilometers away from the first domain. We're going to start the operation from now on, I tell all my subordinates telepathically as I pick up my megaphone. Humans of Kainzawa City, I'm the Demon King of the Asta Empire, who unified all of the prefectures north. With this I announce the Asta Empire's invasion into Kainzawa. We do not like senseless slaughter. We will grant those wishing to surrender safety, and those wishing to resist, death. Many humans already live peacefully in our Asta Empire. Those wishing to surrender are to disarm and come to my domain. You have 3 hours. We will start our invasion after those 3 hours. I hope that many of you humans choose wisely. I recommend surrender in one go, without any pauses. Color, Honey, Hohet, you're up. Yes, Master. I leave the front line to those 3 and withdraw. Section. Welcome back. Kanan greets me after I return to the domain. Is everything ready? Yes, it's all perfect except for Takaharu-san having tried to level as he got too bored. I smile wryly after listening to Kanan's reply. The wait for my leaders will be long. Even if they've already prepared for battle, their turn will actually come after Kaoru starts his reign. Since I've given the humans 3 hours, they'll be forced to remain on standby for at least 4 hours, as long as the humans don't suddenly go nuts, attacking from their side. Takaharu probably wants to cultivate his sacred treasure. I can fully understand that feeling. Ever since this world broke, weird concepts such as leveling have been introduced, but what you can actually experience with your body comes from spending BP and ranking up on stats. In reality one might get stronger bit by bit, but you can only sense that at the beginning. In contrast to that, the sacred treasures are still at the beginning of their growth. You can feel how they get stronger every day, and the moment they change their appearance after a rank up is also quite touching. If I could live by my instincts without needing to think about anything, I'd want to focus my attention on nurturing my sacred treasures. Having said that, the world isn't nice enough to allow me to survive by merely following my own instincts and desires. Shin-san, this time you've invested 3 bloodkin and 2,000 ghouls, right? Yes. Are those going to work as a diversion? You think they lack numbers? No. It's the other way around. In the eyes of the humans, that many monsters should look like a fairly threatening force. Don't you think? Really? Canon hasn't witnessed me struggling overly often. She also has a stance of regarding the humans, who invade my domain, as experience points. I think it'll be hard for them to win, but I feel like they'll put up quite a good fight. Isn't it even possible that the humans won't have the leeway to send their main force to Kaoru, as they'll have their hands full with our forces? Assuming you're right, it'd just mean that Kanazawa's humans aren't worthy of any attention. I think I'd just give the leaders a go sign to charge and slaughter the humans in one swoop. If it's as Canon said, Kanazawa's humans would have a military strength equal to that of 2,000 ghouls. Could they really stand in Kaoru's way with such a lacking power? If they can, it'd actually show Kaoru's weakness. I'd be able to conquer the entire Ishikawa prefecture in no time by stopping with the ingenious strategies and overrun both parties with a brute force approach. I'm worried about the opposite, wondering whether 2,000 ghouls will be enough to act as a diversion. It won't be much of a diversion if they quickly get slaughtered. I need them to at least hold out until Kaoru starts a reign. After judging this to be a good opportunity, the ghouls' best trait is their durability. They only lose out to living males when it comes to durability, but since living males also require me to create equipment for them, their cost performance is bad. On the other hand, ghouls can't use any items. Seemingly not feeling any pain, they'll also continue attacking without a care about injuries, making them troublesome opponents to take on. Just in case, I've parked another 3,000 ghouls as spare force in the first domain. Depending on the circumstances, I plan to send those out to the front line as reinforcements. How are things over there right now? Using my smartphone, I confirm the state of the front through Color's eyes. All I can hear from the vicinity are the eerie groans of the ghouls. There seems to be absolutely no response from the humans. Next I use my smartphone to call Tusk. What's the situation on your end? Oh, thanks for your efforts, Sue. Since it'll be deleted if I use the name Asta Empire, I've been spreading the information about the declaration of war in Kanazawa under the tag of the prefecture's northern member of the 13 Evil Stars. How are the reactions? Some of the humans are making a racket out of it, Sue. Right now it's pretty obvious that they're moving about to check the credibility of the news, Sue. I see. Focus on scattering the information without any breaks. I see. The die is cast. All that's left now is to wait for the enemies to make their moves. Chapter 209 Invasion of Kanazawa. 1 hour after the declaration of war against Kanazawa's humans. 27 humans have surrendered. We received them courteously, and showed them live videos of the current lifestyle of my residents. Under the surveillance of my subordinates, we urged them to recommend a surrender to their friends as well. 3 hours after the declaration of war against Kanazawa's humans, our steady information manipulation has borne fruit. The number of humans with a wish to surrender has swelled up to 1,087 in total. Now then, it's time. Color, Honey, Patet, begin the invasion. I order my subordinates at the front line. My smartphone shows how my subordinates begin to advance, accompanied by groans of joy by the ghouls. My task in this is to ascertain the combat power of Kanazawa's humans. In preparation for the real deal following this diversionary tactic, I must pinpoint the individual strengths, and their skill in group combat. If there's any human among them strong enough that I could pass them a sacred treasure, it'll be a good idea to add them to my list of objectives. The sword god of Suzu, Yamakatetsu, was a formidable enemy, but I wonder how much strength the heroes of Kanazawa possess. I concentrate on the live stream of the front line displayed on my smartphone. Section 4 hours after the declaration of war against Kanazawa's humans. The sounds audible from the smartphone are eerie groans and the shuffling of the ghouls as they trudge onwards, and the clamoring of the humans which is washed over by the wind. I can see on my phone's display how a group of probably more than 10,000 armed humans has lined up in front of Ishikawa University's main gate. What do you think? How many humans are there? Let's see. The number of Asta Empire's residents amounts to approximately 120,000. Since everyone participated in the ceremony the other day, I'd say a fourth, something around 30,000, at a glance. Since it's also possible for humans to be inside the university. Around 50,000 then, huh? I wonder. Kainzao had a population of 300,000 people. Hokkaido had 100,000 people. It's said that the number of humans who died at their cataclysm, and thereafter, totals to approximately 30%. In that case, Kainzawa and Hokkaido should have around 280,000 people left. However, I think there's also a big number of humans staying there after having run away from Komatsu and Kaga. The combined population of Komatsu, Nomai, Nonoichi, Kawakita, and Kaga adds up to 200,000. Assuming half of them escaped, it'd be plus 100,000. Since people likely escaped from the prefectures north too, if you add them in with 20,000, the total number would reach up to 400,000. Canon smoothly answers my question, just like a staff officer would. Me calling Canon Google-chan is not just because of her high knowledge stat. It also originates from her deep knowledge due to her exclusive special ability, instant memory. Canon continues speaking without getting as cocky as usual. This is a statistic concerning the whole nation, but the humans with combat experience amount to 50% of the whole population. 50% have experience in combat, including all people from the young to the old. This is an astounding number. Up until 3 years ago, most of the people led lives unrelated to battle. Originally it'd be impossible for 50%. Every second person to have combat experience. How did it come to this? Fighting for the sake of survival, or to protect those dear to you. Those can become a reason, but not the primary factor. In that case, what would the primary factor be? It's the World Salvation Project. Humans obtained a means to fight, even without aiming for it, through the powers granted by an unidentified being called various names such as God, Goddess, Mastermind, or rather powers that should be shunned as curse. And just as the Mastermind wished for, the world broke with battles being a daily occurrence. As I give random confirmations, Canon continues, in that case, 200,000 people are capable of fighting among the humans left in Kainzawa and Hokkaido. However, the proportion of humans actively volunteering to fight should be around 30% according to statistics. In short, it'll be 120,000 people. Ishikawa University is an important frontline base for Kainzawa's humans. Moreover, it's their first time to directly battle against our Asta Empire. Going by all these facts, I assume that the humans might throw the bigger part of their forces at us, like 100,000? But what's your take? At the end Canon smiles and looks at me with sparkling eyes. It's not bad as a guess. Fufu. Is there anything missing? Canon asks me with such a triumphant expression that it makes me wonder where her dignified expression from moments ago has gone. Let's see. If you had kept up a dignified expression to the end, you might have qualified as a staff officer. Wow. I shrug my shoulders and start focusing on my phone's display again. If the humans field 100,000 people, 2,000 ghouls will be an ill match for them. Have we succeeded in the diversion up until here? Are they going to hold out until Kaoru starts his reign? I order the reinforcements to prepare for the sortie. A message to our sworn enemy, Demon King Shin. Our Kainzao Liberation Army won't yield to a bastard like you. Suddenly the voice of a young man echoes out of my smartphone speakers. The group of humans ruling over Hokkaido and the south of Kainzawa. The Kainzao Liberation Army. Its leaders were Kainzawa's Sage, and Kainzawa's Saint, I think. The voice doesn't sound like that of a woman. That means this is Kainzawa's Sage? Yeah. We definitely won't surrender. We're different from back then. Next, the voice of a young woman can be heard from the speakers. Is this their Kainzawa's Saint? Or rather, what does she mean with, we're different from back then? Is she one of the humans who ran away after having invaded my domain? If it's the sectors I've set up as farms, the survival rate has been adjusted to 70% to lure humans into coming back. None of my sectors have been liberated by humans. but the number of humans who came back from my domain alive is rather big. This time will bring you down for sure. It's our dearest wish, our precious friend. My dearest friend, Rina, will get revenge for her. I end up dumbfounded after hearing my subordinate's name out of our enemies' mouths. Chapter 210 Invasion of Kanazawa. Rina, come to me. I summon Rina, who's been on standby in preparation for the main battle. What's wrong? Did some problem pop up? Soon Rina appears with a nervous look. Are you acquainted with Kanazawa's sage and Kanazawa's saint? Kanazawa's sage, Kanazawa's saint? Who's that? Rina tilts her head in confusion. There are the leaders of the humans ruling over Kanazawa and Hakuzen. The Kanazawa Liberation Army. I don't know anyone like that. Why are you asking whether I'm acquainted with them? Seemingly having no interest in what's going on outside the domain, Rina's knowledge is naturally limited. As long as I don't order her to gather information, she doesn't even take a glimpse at online news articles. Her disinterest is so profound that Blue, who loves modern devices, probably has a better understanding of the situation outside the domain. It's because they screamed your name, Rina! Human leaders scream my name? Yep. They call me their sworn enemy, and dearly wish to avenge you. Avenge me? What's the names of those leaders? Once Rina looks at me dubiously, Kanon answers in my stead. Kanazawa's sage is Andahidea, and Kanazawa's saint is Kyamasa Ori! Shock dyes Rina's face after hearing Kanon's answer. So they're acquainted with you after all? Yeah, they're acquaintances. Don't tell me this is going to have a punchline along the lines of them being your mother and father or some such. Rina's grandfather played a major role in Suzu as Sword King. Rina herself also was one of the central people in Kanazawa as hero. In that case, her parents also. I recall having heard that Rina's parents met an unfortunate end in Suzu. No, you're wrong. Rina fiercely declines my words. Okay, so who are they? I'm not the only one here who knows Andahidea and Kyamasa Ori. And also Kanon. You two know them as well, huh? Kanon and I become dumbstruck upon Rina telling us this while laying her emotions of rage bare. Andahidea and Kyamasa Ori are the people who invaded your domain together with me on that day. That means Kanazawa's sage and Kanazawa's saint are members of the former hero party. It's my first time to hear it being called like that, but yeah, that's how it is. Rina consents with my surprised question. Kanon, you possess instant memory, don't you? Why don't you know about this? You're venting your anger on me? That's back then only Rina-san and the Miyamoto were in the spotlight. So I didn't go as far as looking up the other members. The easiest way to obtain the information is Miyamoto's blog. Isn't that what you said, Shin-san? Miyamoto? It's Yaelol-kun. Yaelol. I rummage through my memories that feel to be part of a very distant past. Come to think of it, there was a glass boy and a healer who were the first to abandon Rina and run away. That healer was Kyamasa Ori, and the bespectacled man was Andahidea. I see. I've finally grasped the enemy's true identity. Nowadays it's common knowledge that Demon Kings gather information online. Some among those who make a living from invasions such as adventurers consider the exposure to the media a good thing, but many key figures of political powers such as the Kanazawa Liberation Army increasingly tend towards avoiding exposing any information to the internet. Wait, those guys have yapped away about dearest wishes, sworn enemies and getting revenge, but wouldn't it take an interesting turn if we confronted them with having abandoned you and run away instead? I regret not being at the front line to answer their vocal message. Even if you were to say so, Shin-san, the humans probably won't believe you, but if it comes from Rina, it might develop into a fantastic direction. Kanon answers me while revealing a smile full of malice. Our goal this time is a diversion. I guess we'll have to put this entertainment on hold for next time. Okay, as I'm smiling with Kanon in a way appropriate for a Demon King. What's wrong? Shin, are you a chicken? Us of the Kanazawa Liberation Army won't yield to any Demon King. Come at us if you want. Because there's not a single reply from me, Kanazawa's sage, grows tired of waiting and starts to provoke me. Sage also means wise man. No, is that guy an idiot? I'm not over there. The objective of the troops is diversion, and buying time until Kaoru starts his reign. Color, honey, Hohet, and the 2,000 ghouls won't move from the spot until I order them to attack, and I don't plan to give that order. Oh? A person looking like Kainzawa's sage raises a hand and shouts something. The distance between both armies is roughly 300 meter. Kainzawa's sage, who seems like a speck at this distance, begins some kind of movement. 10 seconds later countless arrows are fired accompanied by wind being cut in succession. The range of archers is around 100 meter. Even a high-level archer caps out at 200 meter when firing from an elevated place. The arrows don't reach our forces, stabbing into the ground between both armies. The humans make noise with their weapons while loudly roaring. A threat? It looks like the enemy wants us to attack. In that case, trample on the ground and roar loudly. The 2,000 ghouls use hands and feet to hit the ground while raising eerie groans. I'm answering threats with threats. Fights that have expanded to such a scope aren't battles anymore, but wars. The main component widely separating winners from losers is strategy. Especially in this case, where we can't force our way through with sheer strength, the importance of strategy becomes even more essential. Having said that, neither I nor myself alleged matchless strategist can possess strategic ingenuity like it appears in military history. Accordingly, the strategy I came up with is to thoroughly piss off the enemy by doing what they hate. Our plan this time is not to eliminate the enemy forces, but a diversion to stall for time. Besides, what about this battle of threats? Even if the humans frantically make noise with their weapons and scream, it won't have any effect on the empty-headed ghouls. What about the other way around then? It's probably different with humans who are accustomed to invasions, but inexperienced people will very likely get scared from the shouts of 2,000 ghouls. If Kaoru starts his reign while this staring contest continues, it'd be awesome. But while watching the two armies threatening each other on the display, I unscrupulously recall that a movie about War Chronicles also featured such a scene. I think I'm going to prepare gongs for the next time. I continue staring at the display, which shows no change as the roars and clatters keep resounding for 3 hours. Then the humans, who had amassed in front of Ishikawa University, finally started to move. Chapter 211 Invasion of Kainzawa. Half of those standing in front of the gate, approximately 15,000 humans, charge while raising war cries to encourage themselves. The ones at the forefront are high-leveled humans. Many of them are uniformly wearing equipment of the Mithril series, so it'll be difficult to gain an advantage through gear like in past battles. The Mithril series can be created at Alchemy B. It might be impossible for the humans to make those items by themselves, but many of the domains are equipping their monster subordinates with them. The fact of the humans wearing many of those items allows for the estimation that they've been looted from such domains. Compared to the humans of Suzu, their equipment is definitely of a higher quality. Stop the enemy attack while holding the position. I order my frontline subordinates to focus on defense. 2,000 ghouls certainly have a visual impact, but when faced with 15,000 charging humans, it's doubtlessly going to be a tough ride. All bloodkin except for Color, Honey, and Hohet, withdraw to the first sector. Yataro, send out 100 bloodkin with 1,000 ghouls as reinforcements. Tusk, keep spreading the news of our clash with the Kainzawa Liberation Army on the internet. Also make it sound like both sides are even so as to flush out Kaoru. I hurl out orders to my subordinates in rapid succession. The worst possible outcome would be Kaoru not responding to the diversion, with our side merely losing bloodkin and many subordinates. The field is set, now hurry and get moving, Kaoru. I did what I could. All that's left now is for me to watch everything play out on the screen of my smartphone, and analyze the combat power of the humans. The humans and my forces led by my 3 bloodkin have finally clashed. The humans are probably adopting a platoon system. Several humans are ordering the people around them. Teams of around 10 humans are slaying the ghouls in succession while skillfully cooperating with each other. Is their level of teamwork higher than that of the humans in Suzu? If pushed to say, I'd say the humans of Suzu under Kotetsu's command fought individually with Kotetsu leading the charge. But, the humans of Kainzawa are deploying battle formations that rely on group combat. Have they grown accustomed to group combat? The humans of Suzu fought our forces for the first time, but the humans of Kainzawa cannon. Did Kaoru launch rains in Hokusen in the past? Yes, he did so 3 times, each time failing though. But, before that he steadily advanced all the way up to Nomai. I read. I see. So that's why they're used to group combat, huh? The difference between having experienced something once and not having experienced it at all is absurdly big. All the more so if it's actually been experienced at least 3 times. Considering the rains of Nomai, they must have experienced it over there several more times. Not to mention the close combats unfolding between the Kainzawa Liberation Army and Kaoru. That doesn't mean that they were worthy rivals, but fighting enemies of similar strength grants one even more experience. If it comes to rains, I've experienced them myself many times, too. However, I've only experienced normal army-scaled battles during the invasion into Suzu City Hall. It's quite possible that the Kainzawa Liberation Army and Kaoru are one step ahead of me when it comes to group battles. I raise the danger level of both parties in my head. Have I underestimated the humans way too much by only deploying ghouls? Ghouls have the flaw of being dumb and bad at teamwork. In contrast, the humans capitalize on their numerical superiority and keep killing the ghouls with advanced teamwork. Seeing the steady advance of the humans on my smartphone, I regret my own assessment's naivety. Are they going to hold out for an hour? My subordinates are in a one-sided defensive battle. Even while getting cut, hit, or burned, the ghouls keep heading for the humans, but they're outnumbered. With them losing out in individual and numerical strength, their defeat is set in stone. The front line as it's shown through the eyes of Color, Honey, and Hohet, who've fallen back to the rear, is a painting of hell and pandemonium. If I had at least deployed a unit capable of ranged attacks, they could have restrained the humans. I didn't expect that our forces would be able to win, but for them to get slaughtered in such a one-sided manner has gone beyond my imagination. Should I send in my main force? No, that would be like putting the cart before the horse in sight of my original objective. I use my smartphone to continuously create huge amounts of ghouls, immediately sending them to the front line. Section 3 hours since the clash with the Kainzawa Liberation Army, my bloodkin Color and Honey lost their fleeting lives. Including the initial 2,000 ghouls, my losses have reached 5,000 ghouls in total. The number of ghouls I created as defense for my domain has hit rock's bottom, and my CP has run out as well. The number of ghouls left at the front line amounts to 1,000. Moreover, 500 giant bats which I've sent in to add some confusion to the enemy line. The losses on the human side might not even have reached 100, let alone 1,000. Injured humans immediately retire from the front line, getting replaced by the humans standing by in the rear. The result up to this point, a disaster. At this rate, my subordinates might get completely annihilated in less than an hour. What should I do? Send in goblins as reinforcements? No. Dispatching goblins, who are weaker than ghouls, is bound to fail. If I hand out relatively high-ranking items to them, they could keep up the front line to some extent. But, what if it results in all those items being lost? It'll make things tough on the main force later on. I picture various situations in my head. Should I start over? If I can get the Kainzawa Liberation Army to underestimate the Asta Empire due to a crushing defeat here, it might make the next encounter a bit easier. But, in that case, it'd turn today's disaster into the wretched loss with the sole benefit of making the Kainzawa Liberation Army underestimate us. Would that be okay? Am I not trying to forcibly glorify today's defeat? Would the Liberation Army believe that our side has no means of launching ranged attacks because of today's battle? No, if it's humans who've experienced invading domains, they know about dark elf archery, and the magic of limbs and dampiers. I suppose it's impossible to make such an easygoing forecast, without me noticing. My thinking has shifted from the diversion to means of how to connect this battle to the upcoming ones. I guess I should at least have Hohet pull back, just when I decided on my next course of action. Ding. The melodic sound informing me of a call plays from my smartphone. The caller is Gate. Spotting a ray of hope, I answer the call. Chapter 212 Invasion of Kainzawa. Master. They moved, Gate. The caller concisely reports. What's their scale? Lots. You can see Kaoru's forces from where you are? I can. Hearing Kei's response, I cut the call. Operating my smartphone, I switch the stream to Kei's point of view. What I can see on the screen through Kei's eyes is a group of demons holding big shields and halberds while wearing profound armors in front, and a mass of lesser demons, red devils, flying in the rear. Their numbers as they surge forth exceed 5,000. After confirming the situation on the display, I call the smartphone I gave Gate. NN, did they start a rain? Not yet. I think once a rain is launched, an emergency alarm will be sent to the smartphones of all hostile forces within range. But, Kate's smartphone isn't hers, but one we stole from a human. Apparently a warning will be directly issued into the minds of beings like Gate, who don't possess a smartphone, whenever they're in the range of the rain. The condition for a rain to succeed is to completely eliminate or subdue all hostile forces within a radius of 3 kilometers within 3 hours. However, it's no easy feat to meet this condition. Therefore, before starting a rain, it's become an ironclad rule to recommend surrender or clear the area of hostile forces in advance. Are they going to recommend surrender, declare war? No. From Kaoru's point of view, he'd want to wrap the rain up as quickly as possible in the shape of a surprise attack. In that case, what about the possibility of an advance clearing? He might do so to some degree, but he shouldn't invest overly much time into this. For Kaoru, the key to succeed in this rain would be speed. Gate, inform me as soon as the rain starts. Got it. After finishing the call with Gate, I keep alternately checking the situation in front of Ishikawa University and the marching army of Kaoru. If we withdraw the second Kaoru launches his rain, it might expose our side's aim. It'd be best to flee after the battle on Kaoru's side has proceeded to some extent. Having said that, the problem would be whether our forces are going to last that long. On the other side of my screen, my ghouls are being slaughtered at a rate that could very well be described as genocide. Numbers are a strength of sorts. It's overwhelmingly easier to kill 100 people from among 500 than killing 100 people from among 2,000. The more your numbers drop, the faster the enemy exterminates your forces. Defend, hold fast, cover each other's backs and weather through the enemy onslaught. I cruelly order my subordinates to head for their death around the time when the ghouls' numbers have fallen below 500. Ding. The melodic sound informing me of a call plays from my smartphone. Started. K's words are plain but momentous. Good work. Please keep monitoring the situation. Got it. Are these news going to reach the humans as well? After ending the call with her, I reconfirmed the situation over at Ishikawa University. The information about Kaoru's invasion in Hokkaido has apparently reached the humans as well. They're obviously in unrest. I can even see some humans asking for instructions. Hohet, it's your chance. Shift to an offensive. Kill as many humans as possible. Inferior humans, what are you panicking for? We are your enemies. Go. This is the perfect chance. Push them back. Hohet of the Asta Empire, here I come. Hohet begins to advance along the ghouls after his fervent speech. TSK. The shitty monsters have made a comeback. Defeat. Kill them all. The enemy is at death's door. Let's quickly kill them and head over to Hokkaido. The preliminary encounter between the Asta Empire and the Kainzawa Liberation Army headed for its climax. Section 30 minutes after Kaoru started his reign. Shinsama, please forgive this worthless me. After continuing to resist to the bitter end, Hohet collapses to the ground, cut apart by a human blade. Color, honey, Hohet. Sorry. I offer a silent prayer to the 3 bloodkin who I've used as disposable pawns. Created subordinates are consumable goods, precisely because of this way of thinking, which could also be considered cool-headed. I've survived up until now with the Asta Empire having grown as big as it is today. I'm not wrong. I felt something for Hohet and the other two who obediently accomplished my orders to the last, but I highly doubt that it's going to change my way of thinking in the future. All for the sake of survival. Demon Kings, huh? At first, when I turned into one, I wondered what kind of joke it was supposed to be, but considering it now, I might really possess the aptitude for being a Demon King. Gate. Contact me as soon as the battle between Kaoru and the humans starts. Rena, Chloe, the time for battle is nigh. Have all forces make their final preparations. I shake off my pointless sentimentality, and proceed to prepare the next strategic move. Chapter 213 Invasion of Kainzawa. Since it'd stand out if they acted in a large army, I order the part of my subordinates, who've been on standby, to move at a distance that wouldn't expose them to the humans. Then I wait for Kate to report the start of the battle between the main force of the Kainzawa Liberation Army and Demon King Kaoru. Victory will be decided by speed. I have my subordinates, the ones who will become the main force. Get on the load-carrying trays of large trucks, and get everything in order so that they can move at any time. Personally, I also move all the weight to the location where I'm going to start train. How many humans have headed over to Hokuzen? How many are left in Ishikawa University? A goblin bloodkin, whom I sent out earlier to scout, has informed me about several large buses and cars departing the university. Even now, many cars and buses are driving off towards Hokuzen from the university. That makes it important to smartly time the start of our operation. If we act too fast, it's possible that the main force of the Liberation Army is going to turn around. If it's too late, they'll come back here after Kaoru's reign succeeds or fails, resulting in battle. There are 2 hours and 10 minutes left until Kaoru's reign finishes. If it comes to moving with a big group, it takes more than an hour to move from the battlefield in Hokuzen to Ishikawa University. It's indispensable to launch rain as soon as the battle between the humans and Kaoru starts. I silently waited for Kate to contact me. Section 1 hour and 40 minutes left until Kaoru's reign finishes. Ring. The melody informing me of a call plays on my smartphone. Started. This is the signal indicating the start of our operation. Rain. I close my eyes and think the skill name, while holding out my right hand towards the ground. The ground trembles, and then a black vortex, with a diameter of around 30 centimeters, that seems to swallow space around it, comes into existence right in front of my right hand. The usual text stream is being displayed on my smartphone's display. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range? Yes, no. As soon as I tap yes, a simple map showing the area in a radius of 5 kilometers around me shows up on my phone. The number of humans remaining in Ishikawa University amounts to roughly 30,000. Approximately 300 humans are spread out over the remaining area, seemingly still elated from their previous great victory. None of them shows up as yellow dots, willing to surrender. The first and second mobile units are to head east. Around 100 humans are hiding there, so get rid of them. The third mobile unit is to head west. Around 50 humans are hiding there, so get rid of them. I hurl instructions at the mobile units who I made head out first. Layla is in command of the first mobile unit. She has 3 bloodkin and 50 dampiers under her. Dakel is in command of the second mobile unit. He has 3 bloodkin and 50 dark elves under him. Sabaru is in command of the third mobile unit. It's a new unit mostly consisting of former Demon Kings, who have submitted to me and usually work on defense these days. I have prioritized the distribution of higher-ranking items to the mobile units. It should be no problem to leave the few scattered humans to the mobile units. The humans remaining in the university will pose the main problem. Rena, go ahead and start the invasion of Ishikawa University. Chloe, lead all units, and start the invasion of Ishikawa University. I order Rena's main force, who's boarded the trucks, and Chloe who's leading a great number of subordinates who haven't boarded trucks. 800 bloodkin and 11,000 subordinates, omitting those left behind on defense duty like Yataro and Izaioi, simultaneously start the invasion. Humans of Kainzawa, you have taken good care of my subordinates a while ago. Starting now, our Rasta Empire will show you its true strength. Mercy to those submitting, death to those resisting. I declare war on the humans, also with the intention to recommend surrender. Are you taking us for fools, Demon King Shion? We won't yield to you. We'll turn the tables on you as many times as it takes. An elderly man, not Kainzawa's sage, roars back at me. I guess Kainzawa's sage and Kainzawa's saintess have moved to Hakuzen. In that case, none of their main forces should have stayed behind. I chuckled after confirming that the diversion yielded the desired result. Section: Takaharu's point of view. Oh? Ain't that swarms of 'em? Looks like Shinaki's plan went bust. Wonder about that. Having arrived at the destination with Sarah, who selfishly got on my bike behind me, before anyone else, I take a look at the humans gathered in front of the university's gate. After waiting for a little while, Rena's team arrives in more than 20 trucks. How is the situation? As you can see, doesn't it look as if the diversion failed? The diversion succeeded. That's less than half of the original enemy force. When I answer Rena's question, who got off her truck and came close, Shion's angry voice reverberates in my mind. Oops. My bad. My bad. That means the diversion worked out, huh? I withdraw my previous comment in a hurry. I've got no clue what triggers Shion, and I sure don't feel like being screwed with in the same way as Subaru. So Shion, what should we do? Wait for Chloe's unit? Or, Rena holds a monologue while knowing that Shion can hear her. Invade with the newly deployed living males leading the charge. Shion answers Rena's question. Nice. That fucking rocks. Cautious Shion telling us to attack such a number of opponents means that our enemies are small fry. I tuck my new A-rank weapon, Dragon Annihilation Fist, away into my pocket. Summon Growth Knuckles. I equip the sacred treasure, which looks like nothing but plain brass knuckles. I'm sure it's going to be fine as long as I switch if things get iffy. The growth knuckles are the best. Their offensive power is still weak. Their rank is also trash tier at D, but the more I use them, the better they fit my hands. The only weapon in the whole world that evolves for my sake. I don't give a damn about items, although it's best to be strong. The cultivation of my growth knuckles has become such a huge entertainment for me that it actually shakes my fundamental belief that I can only trust in my trained abilities and body. While I'm putting on my knuckles, 100 living males of the Orichalcum series, our new combat forces, get off their truck in order, and form up into a line in accordance with Rena's instructions. One of the orders from Shion in regards to his new combat forces is, I don't care about them dying, but make absolutely sure to prevent a theft of their items. What a cruel master to put the items on a higher priority than the lives of his subordinates. Having said that, it's a fact that I've got currently a lot more fun than during my time as Demon King. Our heartless master, Shion, treats those who are strong favorably. In that case, I suppose I should do my best to not get discarded. While smiling wryly at my own thoughts, my blood boils in light of the battle that's going to start from now on. Chapter 214 Invasion of Kainzawa. Rena's point of view. The enemies standing in our way at Ishikawa University's main gate amount to roughly 10,000. Opposing them, we have 800. The elites who have gone ahead. 800 versus 10,000, considering it normally, those would be odds that could be described as suicidal, going far beyond foolish, or, if you can't go against an order from above, as a death sentence. But neither am I suicidal, nor do I believe that Shion has sentenced me to death. Certainly, in the world after the cataclysm, an overwhelming difference in strength, though pipe dreams such as being matchless or undefeatable still remains impossible, has turned into a common occurrence. Back when we were waiting in the domain, Shion sent more than 3,000 ghouls as reinforcements, but not one of them came back. In other words, the combat forces in front of us are strong enough to have defeated more than 5,000 ghouls. No good. I shouldn't think about unnecessary things. No matter how much I strain my little brain, resourcefulness like that of Shion remains distant for me. It's Shin's duty to come up with ingenious plans. My duty is to simply follow Shin's orders and swing my sword. I shake off the pointless, bad thoughts, and focus on the enemy in front of me. Section. Anticipate the enemy launching ranged attacks. The 100 living males are to form a line of defense as vanguards. Bloodkin are to line up behind the Orichalcum living males. 1. Obeying Shin's rapid succession of telepathic orders, we begin to advance on the university's main gate. TSK. Are we going to be in time with those slowpokes in delete? Right. Would it be wrong for Takani and me to go ahead? Takaharu and Satanta bear their irritation at the snail-like march speed of the living males. Out of the question. Sata boy, don't fret. The enemies won't go anywhere. Once I scold Satanta, who wants to go on a rampage. Grandfather gently admonishes Satanta. The look full of affection he's pointing at Satanta makes me recall a conversation I had with Grandfather, who was feared as Sword King in the past, before our departure. Grandfather, do you feel no reluctance about fighting humans? Why are you asking me something like this out of the blue? Shin has that kind of personality, but he can be considerate if he wants to. If you request it. Being freed from the participation in the upcoming battle. You're telling me to stay back home while my granddaughter fights at the front line? No. That's not what I wanted to say. You don't need to worry about me. Contrary to expectations, I've started to like living in this place. The Asta Empire. There would be nothing better than not having to cross swords with fellow humans, but that's how the world works nowadays, right? But besides, I want to protect the residents of Asta, the friends fighting together with me, and you, my precious granddaughter! Exclamation mark. That's why I'm going to fight as well. I might be labeled as evil or demon by the humans, but I've made up my resolve to slay all enemies of Asta. Grandfather was already prepared. In that case, I should also resolve myself, for the sake of protecting my dear friends and my family. Question mark. Clang. The dry sound of metal clashing against metal. The source of the sound is an arrow that struck the shield of a living male. Listen, foolish monsters following us warn enemy Shin. We won't submit, no matter what. If you don't want to end up like your pitiful friends who all croaked here earlier, now's the time to get lost. Question mark. A recommendation to flee by the humans to us, subordinates of Demon King Shin? If they've got the power to defeat us, then they'll do so. That's the modus operandi of humans regarding us. However, these humans have advised us to run away. That means, it's a great chance. All forces, raise the marching speed. We're going to suppress them in one breath. The living males begin to advance at full speed while readying their shields. Flora. Deploy magic barriers above us together with your Lilim. Suyo. It's sure been a while since I've last heard one of your orders, Rina-chan. Obediently going along with my order, Flora deploys magic barriers together with her subordinates. Don't worry about a bit of enemy fire. Go, go, go. While encouraging my comrades, I sprint through the downpour of spells and arrows. 100 meters left until the enemy at the university's gate. Sarah, give me a wide-ranged attack. A thunderstorm. The storm unleashed from Sarah's wand swoops down on the humans, cladding them in purple lightning. Sita, Takaharu, clear a path for us. Okay. Wind chase. Sita, you lil brat. That's cheatin'. Clad in wind, Satanta rushes at the enemies. Takaharu, who's changed into a beast king, quickly chases after him. No further orders have come from Shin so far. In other words, my commands must be correct. Sita, Takaharu, disperse to the sides. Reacting to Grandfather's yell, the two leap to the left and right. Skyblade, the invisible blade unleashed by Grandfather's slash rips through the enemies at the gate. Even though it's my duty to be the very first to attack. Idiot. That's obviously my role. Didn't you see my magnificent magic? Who cares? Magic doesn't count anyway. No way. That's, like, totally unfair. Satanta, Takaharu, and Sarah have a chat in the midst of battle, lacking any kind of nervousness. Should I scold them as their leader? Or should I be proud of their dauntlessness? I smile bitterly at the conversation of the three, which is no different from usual. It's the enemy at work. Aren't you kinda late? Single thrust. Satanta easily robs the screaming human of his life with a swift stab. TSK. No help in it. Guess I'll back him up. Exclamation mark. WW who was it? The one saying the Demon King Shin's forces are small fries. Help me. D don't lose your cool. Hearing Takaharu's roar ripping through the atmosphere, the humans fall into panic. Sorry for having made you wait. Bjorn, it's the climax right at the beginning. Bjorn. All living beings become spellbound by my body, perfect body. Hibiki, who rushes to the front with a slight delay after Satanto and Takaharu, exposes his brightly shining, nude body without any shame, pulling off a pose. B bunny ears. Bald. T-back. Man. What the hell is that? Why must it be a man? PPP please DDD don't get flustered, it's an illusion. It's an illusionary attack by the enemy. Kill. Get rid of that nightmare. Affected by Hibiki's perfect body, the humans succumb to a fear opposite of the one caused by Takaharu. Rina, you're forbidden to introduce yourself. I try to charge at the enemy while giving my name, but my mouth is forced closed by Shin's order. I'm not allowed to introduce myself. I silently hack away at the enemies. Chapter 215 Invasion of Kainzawa. That was close. You're no created subordinate, damn it. So don't try to introduce yourself. It'd be too early to introduce Rina here. Rina's introduction, letting the humans know of her survival and current situation, has the potential to become a very heavy blow for the Kainzawa Liberation Army. 2 hours and 45 minutes left until the completion of reign. My invading subordinates have clashed with the humans of the Liberation Army. The number of humans within range amounts to approximately 30,000. Getting rid of 30,000 people within 2 hours and 45 minutes is impossible. But what if there will breaks? The condition for succeeding this reign is not to get rid of all humans. If things pan out as I've planned, the reign should succeed. The key for making it work is the overwhelming strength of my leaders. I stare at the battle progress on my smartphone while believing in the power of my subordinates. Come on, what's wrong? Give it your best shot. Ahahaha, how fun. The ones causing havoc at the front line while enjoying it from the bottom of their hearts are the battle maniacs Takaharu and Satanta. Preoccupied with their free rampaging, the human ranks in front of the gate fall into chaos. Takaharu. Sata, don't move too far ahead. Ahaha. You're wasting your breath on those two idiots. What troublesome children. Rina cuts in so as to back up the two combat maniacs. Sarah skillfully unleashes magic, assisting those two, and Kotetsu slays an enemy in front of his eyes while smiling at his troubled granddaughter. Foo, you think you can catch me? Bien? Fuck. Why can't I avert my eyes from that pervert? Slaughter that pervert first. Hibiki nicely gathers the human's hatred while doing his posing. Hey, don't ignore me, Kay? It makes me feel lonely. Takaharu delivers a roundhouse kick from behind against a human who approaches Hibiki. Shit, the fuck's wrong with this armor? Foo. All hands. Attack. We shall show them our strength. While ridiculing the humans who are being kept in check by the living males, Flora and Layla simultaneously launch magic attacks with their Lilim and Dark Elves. Those injured are to retreat. Ahaha, running away is a no-no. Okay. Even though the injured humans try to move back through the gate, their escape is thwarted by Satanta's spear. The battle situation shown on my smartphone looks like a complete victory. I guess the main force has completely moved to Akazn, as I thought. I'm confident in the diversionary tactic, which cost me many subordinates, finally bearing fruit. There's no need to forcibly invade the university. For now, obliterate the enemies where you are. I order and continue checking the situations of my subordinates who are furiously striving on the battlefield. Section 2 hours left until the end of reign. The battle situation has been advancing overwhelmingly to our advantage, but in the end it's 500 versus 30,000. The number of killed humans has reached 3,000. It's 10% of the entire enemy forces. But I chuckle as I gaze at the 4 types of dots on my smartphone. The number of those whose spirit broke after facing the overwhelming strength of my subordinates. The number of yellow dots has exceeded 5,000. There are only a few enemies. Hold out. We've got to bear with it till the end. Endure until the leaders get back here. The humans know the specifications of rain. There's 40 minutes left until Demon King Kaoru's reign finishes. Whether his reign succeeds or fails, the human main force is going to return from hookers. The number of defeated humans in 1 hour amounts to 10%. Therefore, they can endure until their main force comes back from hookers. That's the only hope left to the humans. The enemy attack? As if scoffing at that hope, the 9,000 troops led by Chloe enter the battlefield. Make a fuss over the main force having arrived. I order Ina's troops who are fighting in front of the gate. It's the main force. Our main force has arrived. Main force. The main force arrived. Yay. The main force. Reinforcements. Everybody, we're getting reinforcements. The main force has arrived to watch my gallant figure. Huh? Yahoo! The main force is here. Beginning with Rina's encouraging yell, Takaharu bluntly talks in monotone, Sarah gleefully kicks up a fuss, Kotetsu understands my aim, Hibiki doesn't understand a thing, and Satanta cheerfully makes a racket, following the others. Although there are differences in extent, the humans fall into panic after hearing the cheering of my clamoring subordinates. Main force. What does that mean? Numbers. Their numbers. Many tells us nothing. What are the numbers of the enemy's main force? Make noise with your weapons. Stomp on the ground. Raise war cries. Next I order Chloe's reinforcements that make their presence widely known. 10,000 subordinates make loud noises as ordered. The intensity, which is even passed on through my smartphone, accelerates the humans succumbing to panic. 1. We're finished. What's going on? Now's a good opportunity. Don't rest your hands. I order Ina's troops to press the confused humans. All hands, advance. I order Chloe's army to advance, confirming Rina's army ripping the enemies apart, and Chloe's forces marching on while raising war cries. I check the situation within the range of rain on my smartphone. I guess it needs one more push. Many of the red, hostile, dots have turned into submissive, yellow, dots on the display. All hands, stop attacking. According to my order, my subordinates, who've been demonstrating their power in front of the gate, stop moving, ? This is a final recommendation to surrender to the people of Kanezawa. I've taken out my megaphone, and use it now to hurl my words at the humans. We will show mercy to those surrendering, and grant death to those resisting. Those intending to surrender, throw away your weapons, alongside your will to resist, and sit down on the ground. Our Rasta Empire won't harm non-resistant people. You have 1 minute. We will resume our attack after 1 minute. This will be the last warning. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you choose wisely. I check the state of the humans in front of the gate after giving my ultimatum. One human after the other discards their weapon, sitting down on the spot. Abandon your will to resist. Even if you discard your weapon and sit down on the ground, only death awaits those having a will to resist. I warn the humans after confirming the dot's colors, the human state. Know that your own, pointless will to resist will drive your comrades to their death. Surrenderers are to discard their weapons and sit down. Getting rid of their will to resist. Don't you understand even after being told what to do? Satanta, kill the human in front of you. Okay, it's bad to not listen to what Shinsama tells you, you know? Satanta mercilessly stabs his spear through the head of a sitting human. Those harboring a will to resist will meet death. If you want to survive, abandon your will to resist. The red dots on my smartphone are continuing to quickly turn yellow. Chapter 216 Invasion of Kanezawa. 1 hour and 30 minutes left until rain finishes. After enforcing matters to some extent, the hostile forces within the range of rain have vanished. Currently the submissive humans have been gathered in Ishikawa University's gymnasium while being watched by my subordinates. Shin, can you hear me? Yes. What's the matter? I answer telepathically to Rena's muttered question, which feels like a monologue. Can't you give me permission to explain the structure of rain to them? Permission to explain the structure of rain, huh? Even if it's obvious to me when someone harbors a will to resist, it's very likely that it must look like an irrational enforcement to the humans. If we kill red dots, aka those with hostile intentions, you have my permission. But before that, confiscate all means of communication from the humans first. What's going to happen if the structure of rain gets exposed to humans? Is the number of surrenderers going to increase? Is the number of people who are going to try sabotaging rain going to increase? If it's unclear which of the two options is going to dominate, it might be better to not pass on information thoughtlessly. I give my permission to explain how rain works, based on the condition to prevent an information leak. After Rena gets rid of all means of communication with my subordinates in accordance with my order, she thoroughly explains the setup of rain to the humans. No way for him to know our feelings through a smartphone. Is that true? Impossible. Are you telling us that the Demon Kings are being favored? The humans show their surprise and begin to complain after receiving Rena's explanation. All I said is the truth. That's why. Please don't make us pointlessly shed any more blood. Rena dispassionately entreaties the humans, stifling her grief. Oi, you really believe her? Those are the words of the enemy, you know? Can you really trust the words of such a dubious, masked woman? A single man stands up, starting to instigate the other humans. Rena lays a hand on the sword at her waist with feelings full of mortification. Rena, I know. Rena answers to my telepathic message, having resolved herself. I allow you to take off your mask and name yourself! Exclamation mark. Rena probably thought that I'd order her to punish the agitator. After exposing her surprise over my words that went against her expectation, Rena answers with a vanishingly small voice. Okay, I want to hide Rena's existence from mankind. After she's divulged her identity, none of the people in the gymnasium is allowed to leave for whatever reason. Making Rena's true identity public will be reserved for the time when we're confronting Kainzawa's sage and Kainzawa's saintess. Thus I want to keep her hidden for now. What do you want? Going to kill me? You're going to kill me, right? I mean I'm bright red on the Demon King's smartphone anyway. The man continues to act tough as he confronts Rena even while trembling. Rena ignores that man's yelling, turns around, and goes up to the stage in the gymnasium. Then she places a hand on the mask hiding her face. That's no way. She's supposed to be dead. As soon as Rena takes off her mask, a part of the humans becomes noisy. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. I guess there are some people among you who know me. My name is Renation. The way I'm called among you is Hero of the Black Sword, isn't it? Well, that's a name from a past I'd like to forget, though. At the end of her introduction, a smile filled with sorrow creeps onto her face. Is she the real hero of the Black Sword? Yes, she should be dead. I've seen her at my private school. She's the real deal. Why, there, Hero of the Black Sword, is. The people become flustered from Rena exposing her true identity. But, without minding them, Rena continues to speak. As you might be aware of, I've been recognized as hero by Kainzawa in the past, and entered the domain of Demon King Shion, my current lord, in order to liberate the domain together with Kainzawa's sage, Andu Hidea, and Kainzawa's saintess, Yamasa Ori. The humans silently listen to Rena's monologue-like story. Starting from the conclusion, your leaders, Kainzawa's sage, and Kainzawa's saintess, abandoned me and ran away. Having been forsaken by those whom I called my friends and you heroes, I had my life spared by Demon King Shion, whom you regard as your archenemy. What do you mean by that? The sage and saintess abandoned their hero of the Black Sword, and ran away? The sage and saintess told us that their hero of the Black Sword sacrificed herself to allow their escape. The humans feel shaken by the truth they heard out of Rena's mouth. Humans and Demon Kings, law and chaos, hate each other. You humans have no same applies for the past. Me arbitrarily decided that Demon Kings equals evil. Certainly, it might be our fate to fight each other. God, the world, The logic of this broken world calling itself World Salvation Project is driving all of us to fight each other. Rina's words begin to become passionate. But I'd like you to at least understand this much. There are good and bad people among humans. I won't go as far as saying that there are good people among demon kings, but they're individuals. Shin is tolerant towards those under his protection. The humans living in the Asta Empire under Shin are full of hopes and smiles. That's why, please submit to Demon King Shin. If you become hostile, I will cut down as many enemies it takes to protect my precious friends and comrades. At the end, Rina hoists Levitine into the air. Let's see. Looking at my smartphone, I check the human's state of mind. Ooh, nothing less of a former hero. All the dots have turned yellow. 1 hour and 20 minutes left until the completion of Rain. Ding dong. My smartphone plays the melody indicating an incoming call. It's Gate. My lord, Rain failed. What about Kaoru's troops? Retreat. What's the situation on the human side? A part of them has started to move after getting on cars. The gong for the second round is nigh. The betting chip is the Rain, which would become the first one in South Kanazawa, if it succeeds. Chapter 217 Invasion of Kanazawa. Rina. Watch the humans in that place together with 100 Dampiers, 100 Dark Elves, and 50 living males. The number of subordinates I'm reserving to monitor the submissive humans is low, but we've confiscated their weapons, and they've lost their fighting spirit. In the worst case, if something unforeseen should happen, this many troops should be enough to at least protect Trina. All of the remaining subordinates are to follow the instructions of the leaders. After ordering my subordinates, I send an email to the smartphones of my leaders, instructing them where they should position themselves. I've also passed smartphone to Chloe and the other created Bloodquin leaders, but they're beginners when it comes to operating a smartphone. They only get flustered whenever it rings, unable to even open the mail screen. Follow the lead of Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, and Katetsu, and start moving. It looks like it's necessary for me to soon have a meeting with my created subordinates to teach them how to handle a smartphone. Ping. The sound of an email having arrived on my smartphone. I've understood the orders as well, Sue. The sender is Blue. That guy got used to it to the extent of being able to send emails. And there's even a smiley marked as read but no reply. Sue. Dude, don't give me that half-assed SNS knowledge. Blue, you lead the way as well. I Sue. This way, Sue. Blue happily begins to direct the subordinates. If they're quick, the humans will come back from hookers in around 30 minutes. If I consider it realistically, it should be something around 45, though. We'll form a defense line so that the returning humans can't enter the area of Rain. Section 40 minutes left until the completion of Rain. Reflected in Takaharu's eyes, who stands at the forefront of the defense line, are multiple cars. It's impossible to damage man-made buildings with the power granted by the World Salvation Project, but it's possible to destroy artificial objects like cars. Cars are valuable in this broken world. They can be produced assuming that a factory exists, but it's a lot of work to gather all the parts and materials from all over the country. The severance of the distribution lines through the appearance of the domains had a drastic effect on human society. A sedan running at the front of the convoy notices our defense line, and stops. There's around 300 meters left between the sedan and the defense line. Unfortunately, it stopped outside the reach of ranged attacks. Droves of humans get out of the cars arriving behind the sedan in succession. The number of subordinates forming the defense line amounts to 10,000. Scared by the difference in number, the humans who had driven ahead in a hurry now remain idle on the spot. It'd be wonderful if they could remain like that until Rain finishes, but there's still 30 minutes left. Around the time when more than 30,000 humans had assembled, they began their attack, accompanied by rousing roars. Ha, finally, eh? I was already getting worried that this whole show might end with some retarded stare-in contest. For Shinsama to order us to not move. What a teasing order. The battle maniacs Takaharu and Satanta reveal bright smiles on their faces. Katetsu, you take command. Highest priority is to fervently defend the defense line. Katetsu silently nods his approval, and then says, Takaharu, Sato boy, don't rush in too far. The enemy is going to come to you anyway. Sure thing. Okay. He restrains the two who looked like they'd charge in at any moment, and then glances in the direction of Chloe and Layla. Oh, come to think of it, Kotetsu hasn't met with Chloe and the other created subordinates much, has he? Chloe, take command of the archers. Yes, Master. Layla, command the cast unit together with Flora. As you wish, Master. Okay. Kotetsu looks relieved after hearing my orders. Sarah, back up Takaharu and Satoboy. Ain't no need for something like backup. Me too? Takaharu clicks his tongue, bearing his displeasure, whereas Satanta seems to be surprised. Takaharu, Satanta, obey Kotetsu's instructions. Sure. Okay. Was it a mistake to have left Rina behind? Having said that, Rina is the only person I can entrust with the humans over there. No helping it. I'm just going to support Kotetsu from here. Takaharu, Satanta, do you want to lead the troops instead of Kotetsu? However, you'll need to watch the entire army when you take command, okay? You won't be allowed to fight at the front line, just so that you know. I only contact Takaharu and Satanta telepathically. Data threat, or what? I got it. I'll properly listen to what Gramps Kotetsu tells me. Aside from those two who have become obedient albeit looking dismayed. Slayer or to them. We're aiming for the university. The group of humans has almost completely closed the distance. Draw. Following Chloe's dignified call, the dark elves around her pull the strings of their bows back. Fire. Eagle arrow. As if being guided by Chloe's arrow which she let loose first, a shower arrows greets the approaching humans. We'll follow their cue. Fire. Ice bullet. Here I go. Thunder arrow. Next, Layla and her group of Dampiers shoot their ice bullets, and Flora lets arrows of purple lightning pour down on the humans with her limbs. Don't allow a single of them to slip past. Living males, ring your shields. The living males, who formed up in lines, clank their shield. In compliance with Kotetsu's bellow, Hibiki, draw the humans' hate. Roger. All living beings, become spellbound by my body. Perfect body. With the living males clanking their shields as background music, a half-naked, perverted rabbit makes a pose while emitting a golden radiance. Takaharu, Satoboy, now. Okay. The two combat maniacs charge at the humans, who are confused by the shield clanking and the sudden appearance of a perverted rabbit, with ferocious smiles. Ogres. Rout the enemy. Sure. The group of ogres led by Red, Noir, and Rouge assaults the human who are panicking due to Takaharu and Satanta freely rampaging in their midst. This spelled the beginning of the real battle against the Kainzawa Liberation Army. Chapter 218 Invasion of Kainzawa. Angry roars and weapons clinking reverberated throughout the defense line's front. Fuck. This armor is so damn hard. So they did have combat forces other than ghouls, eh? This is the crucial moment. Attack. Having their aggro pulled, the humans swarm the living males and the pervert rabbit. There's so many of them to clobber. Want to have a contest? Taku an idiot. We ain't got no time to count. Takaharu and Satanta gleefully wield their powers. Fire Lance. Nishishi, you guys are, like, totally lost without my amazing support, aren't you? Shut it. Don't get in the way, woman. Sarah giggles in triumph as her fire lance hits the face of a human who had approached Takaharu from behind. In response, Takaharu delivers a roundhouse kick against a nearby human as if to vent his anger. Shoot. Let those foolish humans feel Shinsama's power. Chloe keeps shooting arrows at the group of humans pushing from behind without even aiming while making sure to not hit the subordinates fighting at the front. Ice bullet. Red, you're too careless with your defense. Layla's Dampiers shoot their bullets to back up the ogres around Red. Windshield. It's futile. Flora's limbs put up barriers to defend their allies from the spells and arrows shot from the rear of the human army. This place is the best to get some killing done. Who? I guess you're also a clever guy. Blue and Kotetsu devote their efforts to slaying the humans swarming to Hibiki from behind. The battle is proceeding in our favor. The reason is our superiority in individual strength is what I want to say, but fatigue plays the biggest part. The main force of the Liberation Army, which has returned from their encounter in Hakazn, had fought 5,000 ghouls until 3 hours ago. Then they had to face Kaoru's forces, and lastly they had to return to Ishikawa University for yet another battle without any breaks in between. They might have rested up while on the move, but it's plain obvious that they're completely exhausted. If things continue at this pace, the success of our reign is a foregone conclusion. I operate my smartphone, rechecking the situation in a radius of 5 kilometers around me. Subaru, take your unit and move to the place I'm going to tell you next. A part of the human army is targeting the university by circumventing our defense line. They roughly number 500. I order Subaru, whom I had wait on standby as a detached force, to intercept those humans. Because the detached force only has 100 troops, I also order 500 subordinates to withdraw from the defense line, and move to the same location as Subaru. Understood. Team J is sallying forth. Team J, assuming Subaru's unit had a name, it'd be 3rd Assault Team J. Someone's initials. After observing the war situation for around 5 minutes, Subaru's 3rd Assault Team encounters the humans who have taken a detour. Foo. You ran out of luck, humans. You might have intended to attack us unnoticed, but you won't be able to escape the all-seeing eyes of the Master of the Abyss, Darkness Dracula III. Leading the elites of the former Demon Kings and Dampiers, Subaru stands in the way of the humans, the map allowing me to know about what's going on within the range of rain as its side effect sure is handy enough to even call it all-seeing eyes, but it's definitely not Subaru's ability. Shit, enemies were lurking even in a place like this? There's only a few of them. We're going to cut through them. Unnamed, huh? Don't be careless. Confronting Subaru's team, the humans ready their weapons, getting into combat stances. Unnamed, in other words, a subordinate with a name, a bloodkin. That perception certainly isn't wrong, but even the humans shouldn't expect that this pervert calling himself Dark Something isn't a monster, but a former Demon King, former human. A few? Ha. You're underestimating us. We're Demon King Shinsama's confidants. Team Joker. Curse your own misfortune for having run into us, and resolve yourself for death. Team Joker. J stands for Joker. Well, it clears up that mystery at least, but if people start believing that I named them like that, it'd absolutely suck. Subaru, don't allow a single human over there to return alive. Also, don't add weird names to the units I assign you to. It's a common knowledge among humans that the Demon Kings hold the authority to name their bloodkin. If humans survive this, there's the actual danger of them spreading the word that I have named one of my bloodkin with something as embarrassing as Dark Something, and on top of that, attached the term Joker to one of my teams like some teenager. Please do not worry, my deeply honored lord, Shinsama. We shall offer their lifeblood to you. Subaru responds with a theatrical gesture. I suppose it's necessary to teach Subaru that he's not offering me lifeblood, but a life in disgrace. As I'm at my wit's end, the battle between Subaru's team and the humans begins. Stay in tune with me, okay? Subaru sends an eye signal to 2 former vampire demon kings, which the 2 confirm with a silent nod. Let eternal slumber befall thou as thine body is wrapped up in a wind of deep darkness, dark night tempest. The storm of darkness unleashed by Subaru and his 2 underlings engulfs the humans. Everyone, it's time to beat the reason why we've been named Team Joker into these guys. Obeying Subaru's order, former demon kings of the ogre, beast, devil, and slime species charge the humans. Sarah Tan's breath is throbbing within me. Ladies, are you ready? Let's go. Thunderstorm. Subaru releases a storm clad in purple lightning alongside a female elf and fairy demon king. A former devil demon king doesn't join the charge, but instead joins Subaru's magic attacks, too. Although there's more places to retort it than I can count, the former demon kings completely negate the difference in numbers with terrifying individual strength. Aster Empire's leader, Darkness Dracula III shall become like the wind. Fast thrust. At the end, Subaru himself readies his rapier, and plunges into the human group. Section 20 minutes left until rain completes. The defense line holds its position while staying superior in force, and Subaru's third assault team splendidly suppresses the humans' detached force. The team of former Demon Kings is truly powerful. They don't really have anything you'd call teamwork, but the third assault team overwhelms its enemies with individual prowess. Unlike Haru, Sarah, and so on, the former Demon Kings assigned to that team assault team aren't specialized types. They feel weak when compared to the former Demon Kings among my leaders, but I wonder who would be stronger between Red and a former Ogre Demon King, or between Layla and a former Vampire Demon King. Feeling like the rain is going to succeed even without me ordering each and every single move, I use the time to compare their strengths while switching back and forth between Subaru and Kotetsu's point of view. The former Demon Kings have certain quirks in the way they fight. On the other hand, the combat style of the created subordinates is simple and monotone. They fight their enemies without feeling any fear towards pain or death. Either combat style, be it former Demon Kings or created subordinates, does have advantages and disadvantages. It's different when it comes to outstanding strength like that of Haru or Sarah, but if that's not the case, I think the obedient created subordinates are easier to use. Still, the former Demon Kings really do have no will to cooperate with each other. I sigh as I watch the third assault team fight as they please. Anyway, I'm going to leave the analysis of my forces at that. I think I should focus on analyzing the troops of the Kainzao Liberation Army. The Liberation Army's biggest trait is their team play. Platoons, squads, parties. I'm kinda unsure how I should describe them, but they're thoroughly working together in teams of 12. They cover for each other's weaknesses, and fall back if they suffer injuries. The tasks are also split like in a game: attackers, tanks, and healers. Our side dominates when it comes to individual strength. If the average value of individual strength on our side were to be set as 10, the average individual strength of the humans in the Liberation Army would be 5. However, if you look at a battle of 120 versus 120, our overall strength would be 120 by 10, whereas the Kainzao Liberation Army would split up the 120 into 12 by 10 teams, and each of those 12 teams wouldn't have 12 by 5 strength, but instead more like 12 by 5 by 1.5 equals 90. Resulting in the Liberation Army's overall strength becoming 90 by 10 teams equals 900. A component largely influencing the difference in individual strength are the equipped items. If the equipment was equal, it'd be possible for them to break through our line. If things go badly, and it might have actually turned into a tough struggle, if the humans were in top shape. But currently they're worn out. I think we'll need to work on the core compositions and the teamwork soon. While looking at the battles to come, I continued to analyze the enemy's combat power. Chapter 219 Kainzawa Suppression. 5 minutes left until the completion of the reign. It's probably impossible for the Kainzao Liberation Army to break through the defense line in the remaining 5 minutes. Certain of the victory, I order to move the humans, who have surrendered and are currently being sheltered within my domain, into the range of rain. Still, Kainzawa's Sage, and Kainzawa's Saintess, haven't shown up until the bitter end. I wanted to confirm their abilities as people who are hailed as heroes by Kainzawa's humans, but I guess it should not be. While checking my subordinates' hard struggle to defend the defense line, I think about the future strategies. 1 minute left until the completion of the reign. I confirm the situation within the effective range of my reign. All dots shown on the display of my smartphone are either blue, ally, or yellow, surrendered. I begin to silently count down. 40, 39, 38, 25, 24, 23, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The black vortex in front of my eyes brightens up, and, accompanied by a focusing of the light, vanishes. An orb shining silver, a true core, appears instead of the vortex. Reign completed. That simple text is displayed on my smartphone. The reign has succeeded, but the humans outside the range of the reign have no way of knowing this. The Liberation Army is continuing the battle, trying to break through the defense line without change. It'd be quite obvious if I enacted domain creation and changed the outward appearance of the newly acquired sector by turning it into a cave type, but if I did that, all the materials currently present in the area would vanish. If I can withdraw all my subordinates into the new sector, the pursuing humans will be limited to 12 people, as that's the restriction for humans to invade a sector at a time, so it's possible to make them realize that they lost the battle. But I refrain from calling a retreat. It's also possible that it'd create more losses than so far, if my subordinates turn their backs on the enemies. Should we cry out in triumph, or should I declare our victory? The proof is in the pudding. I suppose I'll raise a cry of triumph on top of announcing our victory. I move up to a place where my voice will reach the humans through a megaphone. The reign of Ishikawa University succeeded. Everyone celebrated by shouting in victory. I indirectly tell the humans about the success of reign by encouraging my subordinates with a declaration of victory. We, the Asta Empire, won. Hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray, hooray. Following Katetsu's lead, my subordinates cheer and shout ear-splittingly loud while making noise with their weapons. WH, the university has fallen. Fuck. Confirm. Someone go and confirm. No good. I can't reach the folks at the university. It really was taken by the enemy. Contrary to my overjoyed subordinates, the humans have become panicked and agitated. What should we do? Retreat? D. Don't screw around. My family is at the university. B. But the university is already in their hands. It's a messenger from the sage. Retreat. His instruction is to pull back here. Fuck. Fuck. Goddamn. Fuck it. Some humans begin withdrawing quickly. Others do so while bellowing in anger. And there's also some who ignore the message and recklessly attack us. As a result of me having declared victory, the human front line collapsed. Don't chase them too far. Once you've got rid of the resistant humans, return to the domain at once. Katetsu and the others repelled the remaining human opposition, and triumphantly withdrew into our domain. Section. Yataro, consult with Mrs. Tamura and Tusk, and begin transporting the important goods. I'm busy, pressed by the post-train processing. Universities are the highest educational institutions. Personally, I can't judge, but it's highly likely that Ishikawa University hides many treasures, beginning with PCs. Hey, that's a precision machine, so handle it carefully. Tusk thunders for some reason at an ogre, but unfortunately they don't speak the same language. Canon Khan, could you please tell this ogre that he's supposed to carry the things gentler? Okay, it looks like he wants you to treat this device with a bit more care. As I said, I'd like him to stop carrying it on his shoulders like that. Canon has gently passed on the instructions to the ogre, but the ogre treats the device as roughly as before. Is it okay for me to take this metal here? As I'm watching the exchange between Tusk and the ogre, Akira calls out to me. If it's a device that could be of use to us, it's not okay. Stingy. Wait a moment. Soothing Akira, whose cheeks are puffed out in unhappiness. I call a human who was in Ishikawa University and has now turned into the resident. Do you have any machines that scrap industrial waste at this university? If that's what you're looking for, it's this way. Akira, get this human to guide you. If it's the materials at the destination, you can freely use them as you please. Industrial waste. In short, garbage. If you hate it, you can also wait obediently at your workshop. I'll live. Akira goes somewhere else with the human while grumbling. After this, I continue checking the situation of my subordinates while strolling through the university. How is it going, Yataro? Oh, the numbers are okay, but the quality is somewhat lacking. I confirm the state with Yataro, whom I haven't trusted with the selection of items. Are they limited to generic B rank items? No. They don't go beyond C rank. I've seen humans wearing generic B rank items of the Mithril series, but I suppose all of these people have left towards hookers. What a downer. Now, don't say that. For better or worse, we got our hands on several original weapons, which seem to have been created by human blacksmiths. This should somehow make up for it, right? I leave the distribution of the equipment to you. Okay. I got it. When continuing my stroll, I spot Mrs. Tamura, who's ordering residents, and not monsters, around. How is it going, Mrs. Tamura? Oh my, Shin-sama, it is going well. I've ordered her to select the foodstuff and daily necessities. They have had a lot of emergency rations stored here, but they also preserved some fresh vegetables and meat. The daily necessities are also available in good numbers without anything missing. I am certain the residents will rejoice over this. I'm happy to hear that. Mrs. Tamura smiles gently while picking up a fresh veggies. During my further walks, I could see how many residents and subordinates were carrying goods around in a hurry. First comes the confiscation of the goods. Then I'll turn the newly acquired sector into a dungeon with domain creation. Afterwards I'll follow up on the humans who have become new residents. And lastly, preparations for the next invasion. While on the move, I refined the future strategies inside my head. Chapter 220 Core Training. Since I've received the message that all important materials have been moved out of the sector, I activated domain creation. Then I invited Kotetsu to my room, interviewing him about his impression of the Kainzao Liberation Army. So, how would you rate the Kainzao Liberation Army? Let me see. Their teamwork exceeded the people of Suzu by leaps and bounds. What about their individual strength? It's hard to tell. The humans we faced were quite exhausted. If just judging by that battle, they don't pose much of a threat, but they might be slightly troublesome when in normal condition. I see. By the way, Kotetsu, do you have any advice for me? If it looks like large-scale battles like the one before are going to increase in the future, I'd propose that you should reassess how we're fighting. How we're fighting, you say? At present, the Asta Empire uses a brute force approach, relying on individual strength to fight its battles. I believe that you know about this without me having to bring it up, Shin-sama. But what plays the biggest role in group combat is teamwork and the existence of a command chain, huh? I continue Kotetsu's words before he can voice them out himself. Exactly. It's fine for me to take command as I did earlier, but in the end I'm just a beginner at this. If you call yourself a beginner, what should everyone else say? Moreover, the majority of our army consists of subordinates who don't speak my language. I think we've still got some room for improvements in that regard. If it looks like large-scale battles are going to occur more often in the future, it'll be an urgent task to rear commanders as quickly as possible. Let me consider some measures. Sorry for having called you over all of a sudden. You may withdraw now. Get some good rest. While looking at Kotetsu's back as he's leaving my room, I ponder about Kotetsu's proposal. Section. Rearing commanders, huh? I believe I understand the importance of a commander, and anyone knows who would be most suited as commander. Me, the Demon King. Although it's one-sided, I possess a method to pass on my words without any relevance to distance. I can also grasp my subordinates' moves, as if having a bird's-eye view, through my smartphone. And I have the authority to force all subordinates to act as I want through orders. But situations requiring a commander occur during large-scale battles. At present, such battles are limited to the times of a reign, if you exclude exceptions such as proclamation of war. And, at the time when a reign is started, I can't participate in the battle myself. I can pass on orders to individuals while checking the battle situation on my smartphone. But it's impossible for me to make a decision on site while reading the battle atmosphere as I fight together with my subordinates. If possible, I'd like to select the one giving the commands from among those fighting at the front line. In such a case, the candidates are going to be the bloodkin whom I assigned as leaders. But the leaders have a big task. The invasion of domains. There exist two methods to expand our empire: invading domains ruled by demon kings, and taking human land through reign. Individual strength matters when it comes to domain invasions, whereas the power of many plays a big role during a reign. Individual strength and the power of many. Is it actually possible to bring those two together? I sort my thoughts. It's fine for me to take command, but in the end I'm just a beginner at this. I muse over Kotetsu's previous words. Do professionals capable of taking command during war exist in Japan to begin with? High-ranking JSDF officers maybe? However, I might call it war here, but the style has completely changed. The powers playing the main role in the conflict between demon kings and humans are the special abilities. Weapons such as guns and tanks don't exist. Officers might be able to capitalize on the experience they cultivated so far, but the art of war has fundamentally changed. All kinds of strategy and military theories might exist, but all of those are empty shells now. But, are they really? Wouldn't the same apply to my book knowledge and gamer experience, which have served as root for my actions? Ultimately, everyone is a beginner. In such a situation, isn't it the best option for me to act based on my knowledge, games and books? The knowledge I can use for this case comes from simulation games. It might be smart to adapt my simulation game knowledge centered around Japan's Warring States era, China's dynastic wars, or the military history of fictional worlds. For example, in one game I launched a war against an enemy nation possessing an army with more than 100,000 units. But the player didn't start with 100,000 units. The player could only control the warring state's general leading the soldiers, the commander. Even if I launch a reign with more than 10,000 troops, it's not necessary for me to command all those 10,000 subordinates myself. If I split the 10,000 troops into units of 1,000 subordinates, assigning them bloodkin as commanders, I'll only need to command 10 people. The battles so far only require me to pass on rough orders to the entire army such as, attack, or, hold the line. However, assigning commanders will widen the range of orders I can make. If I turn my leaders into commanders, it might be alright for them to use simple orders: charge, attack, defense, stand by, move, reinforce, and retreat. If it's orders as simple as these, I think the leaders will also be capable of giving them. The leaders I can entrust with command are Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Chloe, Layla, Iron, Flora, and Red. I'll add Blue to Rina's core, Satanta to Kotetsu's core, Kane to Sarah's core, Abel to Hibiki's core, Dakel and Kura to Chloe's core, and Noir and Rouge to Red's core. First, the core that will tank the enemy's attacks. The core of Hibiki and Iron. Second, the core attacking the enemy. The core of Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, and Red. Third, the core attacking the enemy from a distance. The core of Sarah, Chloe, Layla, and Flora. Imagining a battlefield with the core led by my leaders deployed, I move them around in my mind as if playing a game of chess. That should work. The next problem I have to resolve is the language. It won't be much of a problem if I fill the core of Iron, Red, Chloe, Layla, and Flora with the same races as the commander. But it won't be possible to use that move with the former demon kings and humans. I think the most valid solution would be to assign bloodkin who can serve as vice commanders and at the same time translate. I rack my brain to resolve the next issue. Chapter 221 Core Training. First, the subordinates I can create: rat, wolf, bat, giant bat, goblin, kobold, orc, ghoul, lycanthrope, dark elf, werewolf, living male, lilim, and dampier. As for combat forces, rats, wolves, bats, and lycanthropes are inferior. If you consider group actions, using ghouls is going to prove hard, too. Next, the subordinates I've secured through usurpation and surrenders. All kinds of devils, all kinds of fairies, all kinds of ogres, and humans. The total number of dwarves, elves, and slimes is low, so it's going to be hard to put them to use. Because the beast species have many muscle-head demon kings, they usually have only a few subordinates that could become combat assets. There are many demon kings who've chosen devil, fairy, and ogre as evolution paths, and since there's a general tendency to level creation, it might be possible to procure those types of subordinates in the future as well. In that case, I organize my thoughts while noting the names of my leaders and the races of my subordinates down on paper. I'll turn a high pixie, of which I've got several, into a bloodkin, and assign it to Rina as her adjutant. Since Blue will be with her as well, Rina's core will be capable of employing fairy types. Considering Rina's personality, she'll likely cherish her subordinates. I can't create any fairies except for normal goblins, but I guess it'll work out one way or the other. Rina's core, fairies. Since Takaharu is belligerent, it'd be best to gather subordinates with a high mobility under him, I think. It also looks like his core is going to have many casualties. Let's use werewolves as his subordinates. Takaharu's core, werewolves. Kotetsu is currently the strongest subordinate I possess. I guess I'll team him up with Dampiers who can also attack from a distance and are capable of adapting their actions as the situation requires. Moreover, I'll turn humans, who are willing to fight, into bloodkin, and assign them as Kotetsu's subordinates. Kotetsu's core, Dampiers, humans. Sarah's core will mainly focus on rear support, since the losses in her core will probably be lower than those of frontline core. I'll assign devils whom I can't replenish to her. Sarah's core, devils. Hibiki has the important role to draw the enemy's attention at the front line. It might be only logical to assign living males to him, but I'll cover that part with iron. It could be quite interesting to be a bit daring here, and go with orcs and giant bats for Hibiki. Orcs excel at a relatively high sturdiness, and giant bats are the perfect subordinates to disturb the enemy. Also, because I can create both types, the simple replenishment will count as another major factor. Hibiki's core, orcs, giant bats. The rest is Chloe's core consisting of dark elves, Layla's core consisting of Dampiers, Flora's core consisting of Lilims, Iron's core consisting of living males, and Red's core consisting of orc species. I gaze at the core chart recorded on the paper. Not bad. I guess this settles the composition. I call my leaders in order to tell them about their core section. With this setup, I'll have each leader present here lead 1,000 subordinates from now on. I explain the core organization I came up with to my gathered leaders. Shinsama, would it be fine for me to say something? Kotetsu addresses me after I'm done with my explanation. What is it? My subordinates include humans, but what are you going to do about the selection? It'll basically be based on volunteering. Are we really going to find any volunteers? Who knows? It'd also be fine to go with a compulsory enlistment, but unlike created subordinates, humans possess the troublesome side effect of having a free will. Goblins would likely do a much better job on the battlefield than those forced to fight against their will. It's not like I'm going to say that it's for the sake of the country, but it's going to be battles for the sake of furthering the growth of the Asta Empire. In short, for enriching their own livelihood. Do you think it'd be hard to find volunteers even after thoroughly explaining that part? The people, who have become residents of the Asta Empire, have started to get used to their current, safe lives. It's going to be battles for maintaining that safe livelihood of theirs, though. I see. Would it be okay for me to consult with Tamura-sensei? I don't mind. But, tell me if it looks like you won't find any volunteers. I'll reconsider the core composition. And, I'll also reconsider the living standards of the humans in the Asta Empire. Those who don't work shall not eat. In order to gain something, you must also offer something. The latter part of my remark has become a threat, but those are my true feelings. As you wish. Kotetsu bows deeply after hearing my words. Shin, is it okay for me to say something as well? Once I clear up Kotetsu's question, Takaharu speaks up next. What's up? You call them adjutants. But are you also going to add a werewolf bloodkin as my adjutant? That's the idea. So, I'm going to order my subordinates through that adjutant, right? Yes. Is it fine for me to choose that adjutant? Do you have some werewolf acquaintances? As if. But look, there's this thing called feeling, right? For starters, I'd be okay if I can choose from several suitable candidates. Ah, me too. Me too. Like, I'm going to decide on my adjutants. Sarah takes advantage of Takaharu's proposal to jump on the bandwagon. Got it. I'll choose suitable candidates later on. I'll let the others choose in the same way as Takaharu and Sarah, so decide on your adjutants yourself. Once you've made up your mind, bring them to me. Since I don't feel any particular demerit from this, I decide to go along with Takaharu's request. Master, could you spare me a moment as well? Once Takaharu's matter is over and done with, Hibiki calls out to me. What's up? Is it correct that my subordinates will mostly consist of orcs and giant bats? Yes. Do you have any complaints about it? No. Orcs are basically pigs. Is it fine for me to perceive it as you regarding me as a filthy, lowly, pig bastard, master? Hibiki starts to emphasize a weird part with his face flushing while being somewhat excited. Does anyone else have questions? I ignore Hibiki, and scan the faces of my other leaders. The voice of the filthy, lowly, pig bastard hasn't reached master. Thank you very much for the abandonment play, Hibiki. Shut up. I forcibly shut the pervert's mouth. Chapter 222 Resumption of the Invasion. How are things going? Canon calls out to me as I'm watching the training of my subordinates on my smartphone. So, I'd say. It's now 1 week after the selection of the adjutants and the official launch of the corps. The leaders, who've been assigned subordinates, are repeatedly practicing maneuvers with their assigned troops, and it doesn't look all that bad either. The orders that are going to come from my side will only include 7 types: charge, attack, defend, stand by, move, reinforce, and retreat. Even a musclehead like Dakaharu can understand such simple orders. That means, you're going to soon start the invasion? Yep. We succeeded in taking one of the important, strategic locations of the Kenzao Liberation Army, Ishikawa University, with a rain. But ever since then, all powers within the area have adopted a wait-and-see approach. It'd be fine to use some trick like last time, but there's no guarantee that it'll go as smoothly as last time. Ooh, what kind of scheme are you planning this time? Overpowering them. Wow. No tricks or elaborate plans? Tricks, you say? Let me ask in reverse then. Do you have any plans at hand as a self-edged strategist? A plan of 2 tigers competing over the same food. Who? What kind of plan is it? You throw fodder between 2 starving tigers. That's how the name came to be. If you do it like that, the 2 tigers, in short, the Kenzao Liberation Army and Demon King Kaoru are going to compete against each other over the food. Even if one side wins after defeating the opponent, the winner will have taken heavy damage too. Then it'll be easy to finish them off, right? Canon reveals a triumphant expression with her nose pointing up. Who? Did you read about this in some book? Yes, just a bit in a history book. Wonderful. So, what's the fodder? I mean the food the 2 tigers, the Kenzao Liberation Army and Demon King Kaoru are going to fight over. That's. She didn't think it through, huh? It's easy to look up all kinds of strategies in history books, but it's not as simple to put them into practice. The reason why historical strategists went down in history is because they used the best strategy under the circumstances they were dealt back during their time. Even if you might know about a strategy, it's meaningless if it doesn't apply to the current situation. It'd be perfect if we could get the Kenzao Liberation Army and Kaoru to wear each other out. But it's not easy to make that happen. Right. In that case, it's essential to choose the best option from those available to us. Best option? Correct. Eventually I'll conquer all of the Ishikawa Prefecture and defeat the Kenzao Liberation Army and Kaoru in the process. So, which side would be less of a problem if it grew stronger? The Kenzao Liberation Army and Kaoru? Rephrasing it, it'd be a decision between the liberation of domains by humans, and reigns by a demon king. It'd be reign through a demon king. If a domain has been liberated once, the domain's size will become 28.26 square kilometers at the time of taking it back with reign. If it's a domain that's been in the possession of demon kings all the time, it is a size of 6 square kilometers. There's a difference of a factor 4. Each time a domain grows by 1 sector, the maximum CP increases by 100 CP. In other words, a liberation of domains by humans means a decrease in the maximum CP that can be obtained in the future. Therefore, I'll invade human land, even if it turns into a brute force approach. In the process, the Kenzao Liberation Army might defend against my invasion with all its might, and Kaoru might invade Hokkaido, which will be short of hands on that occasion. Thus, the one gaining the most of this time's forceful approach will be Kaoru. But, that will avoid the worst outcome: the liberation of domains by humans. After making up my mind like that, I decided to begin an invasion into the land of the Kenzao Liberation Army with brute force. Section and thus we'll launch a rain against the humans. The Kane's our liberation army. At 6 p.m. in 3 days. I inform my leaders of our future plans after calling them together. All of you. How are things proceeding with the troops you were given? No prob. All's okidoki. We shall exhibit our pride of being insulted as pigs. Takaharu, Sarah, and Hibiki answer with smiles full of confidence. The other leaders also confirm in succession. Kotetsu, is it going to work out? Please leave it to me. Once I check back with Kotetsu, who's leading humans, at the end, he powerfully confirms. In the end, the number of human volunteers has reached more than 10,000. Since it's a rule that they must become bloodkin to leave the domain, I've included 3 humans into Kotetsu's corps this time around. The other volunteers have been incorporated with Yatro's subordinates to work on defense. Well then, I'll give permission for each leader commanding a corps to assign items up to 9,000 CP, including the Orichalcum series. All of you, consider how you're going to spend that CP for the corps you were given. Rather than me coming up with all the items to be equipped, I think it'll heighten their awareness that they're now responsible for a corps. I had wondered whether someone like Takaharu might start bickering about it being troublesome and some such, but as far as I could see from the daily troop maneuvers, all my leaders obviously feel attached to the corps they were given. Even if you tell us something about 9,000 CP, it ain't like I know how much CP is needed to create items. Oh, you're right. Canon, send an email to each leader about the CP necessary to create items. Okay. On it. Canon answers energetically. That's all from my side. Anyone else have any questions or wishes to add something? Here. Sarah raises a hand with a liveliness that's almost annoying. What is it? It's about the items for my subordinates. Is it okay to also ask for Aki's smithing? That's fine. Is it also okay to go hunt for the necessary materials? Refrain from hunting for now. You have my permission to use the materials in stock. Akira, that's no issue, right? No. Once Akira agrees with Sarah's request, Takaharu raises his hand next. Would it be alright to go out hunting with my subordinates later? I see no problem with that, but that doesn't apply in case of a domain invasion under my orders, meaning, the members for domain invasions won't change. It's going to be Rena and Chloe's teams. I won't allow any objection to this decision. Gotcha. It's fine for independence to sprout, but it'd be a bad idea to not regulate the parts that need to be regulated. Shinsama, is it alright for me to speak up as well? Kotetsu addresses me. What is it? It's about Morasame which I was granted by you. Would it be acceptable to lend it out to my adjutant? Morasame is a unique katana I created by spending 9,000 CP. Kotetsu obstinately favors his sacred treasure, Syama, over Morasame. If I'm not mistaken, Morasame is currently in a state similar to gathering mold in a warehouse. It might follow logic to give it to his adjutant in such a case, but, having said that, Morasame is one of the strongest weapons even among the items I can create. I feel like it's too much of a waste to give it to the likes of an adjutant. Do you have no intention to use Morasame, Kotetsu? I have, Syama, which I have been given by you, Shinsama. Between Syama and Morasame, Morasame performs better, doesn't it? Of course. But, I have poured my soul into Syama. Kotetsu has been obedient ever since becoming my subordinate. Having made his terms with humanity being the enemy, he's now a much crueler and more reliable subordinate than his granddaughter Rena. But, whenever it's about his sacred treasure, Syama, his stubborn side shines through. I got it. I'll allow it. However, the blunder of Morasame being stolen by the enemy won't be forgiven, no matter what. If you should ever run into a situation where it looks like this could happen, I'll order the safeguarding of Morasame over the safety of your adjutant. Kotetsu, are you okay with that? Yes, certainly. Kotetsu bows deeply even while frowning. Anything else? I look at the faces of my leaders, but no one of them speaks up. Okay, then we're done with this meeting. Everyone, strive to be ready for battle in 3 days. The leaders trickle out of my room. Chapter 223 Side Story. daily life of the leaders. Rina's point of view. Shion told me that it'd be fine for me to decide on how to equip my corps, but it's quite difficult. I've been assigned 700 goblin species and 300 pixie species, but even if I summarize the goblins under goblin species, they're a wild mix including B-rank goblin generals, C-rank goblin striders and bravers, and D-rank goblin archers and fighters. The pixies species also combine B-rank high pixies and D-rank pixies. Going by the rank allocation, we've got 5% B ranks, 35% C ranks, and 60% D ranks. Since Yatra greatly lamented, telling me, "Do you know just how difficult it was to squeeze out those 5% B ranks? I think they'll be plenty as combat assets." In addition, I've assigned the Goblin Strider Blue and the High Pixie Swiren as my adjutants. That's the gist of the corps allotted to me. The LP required for fairies is low, and according to Shion, just my LP is enough to take close to 300 fairies under my wing. Besides me, Blue, Swiren, and 5 Goblin Generals are the only Bloodkin in our corps. Mithril-based equipment has been provided to the Bloodkin, and the remaining subordinates have been given a minimum of equipment, too. But, putting it another way, their equipment is limited to the least necessary. I had hoped to provide at least mithril equipment to all my subordinates, but that won't come true. In that case, should I assign the good armor to the goblins who will likely fight at the front line? Or should I give better equipment to the precious B-rank subordinates? What awaits us down the line is a war. Coming back without a single death is probably unrealistic. I don't want my corps to suffer a heavy death toll. But, that's too much wishful thinking, a pipe dream. Blue, Swiren, what do you guys think? As I worry, I ask for the opinion of my adjutants. 9,000 CP. Was it Sue? Blue ponders about it with a serious expression. Yes, how about asking for the highest quality meat you can get for starters, Sue? I was a fool to expect anything reasonable to come out of Blue's mouth. You idiot. Even Rina and Sama is shocked by your stupidity. Ugh. Calling me an idiot is rude, Sue. Blue and Swiren begin to quarrel. Swiren, what's your thoughts on this? Fufu, something like meat is just too boorish. If you're going to request something, it is to be high-grade honey which works wonders for a beautiful figure. Swiren is completely off mark as well. I recall how Shion had complained in the past about not having had anyone to talk to before Canon came around. Now I can understand. Consulting with subordinates like this is hopeless. Blue's demand is meat, and Swiren's is honey. Huh? Yes, right. Assuming I were to really request this, do you think Shion would grant it? It's important to challenge everything in life, Sue. Shion-sama is a strict gentleman. Blue is drenched in cold sweat whereas Swiren derives with a somewhat misaligned reply, "I'll step outside for a bit." Desiring an advisor whom I can rely on, I head back to my own home section. Do you have a moment? Getting back home, I call out to Canon, my friend, housemate, and an advisor I can depend on. Yes. Are you okay? I frankly confess my worries to Canon, who flies up to me with a smile. I see. How to use your CP, huh? I'd like to hear your opinion. Let's see. First, about the Orichalcum series you were granted. How about giving that to a Goblin General? A Goblin General instead of Swiren? Yes. Since Blue-san is a leader himself, he has a full set of armor. And given that Swiren-san is a high pixie, she'll mainly support from the rear. I see. I carefully listened to Canon's words. I think it's a valid approach to daring me pass the Orichalcum series to a General Goblin who will be a cornerstone of the vanguard. Okay, that makes sense. The major point will be your command, Rina-san. It'll be necessary for you to move the corps around in a way that doesn't expose the high pixies and goblin archers in the rear to danger. My command, huh? If you follow the same ideology, you'd improve the armor of the goblins, your vanguard subordinates, and I think it'd be a good idea to upgrade the weapons of your rearguards. The pixies. I see. You're really amazing, Canon. Unlike you, I haven't participated much in combat, but I've been closer to Shion-san than anyone else, allowing me to keep a good look at him. Canon smiles while puffing out her chest. Figures. Fufu, it's a rare opportunity, so let's think about how to use the 9,000 CP together, okay? That'll be a big help. Rina-san, you're an irreplaceable friend for me. That's why. This is how Canon and I considered together how to use the 9000 CP available to me. Section. Hibiki's point of view. The best way to use the 9000 CP, There's the option to heighten the morale of all my subordinates by providing them with crimson tea bags, but I doubt that Master will allow me to do that. Pig, do you understand our duty? I call out to my adjutant, an orc called Pig. Pig. That's the best name possible since it allows me to get entranced by the sweet ring of it by simply calling his name. Us Sklavenschwein are tasked to offer our utmost service to Master. As an effect of my training, Pig gives the perfect answer here. It's just as you say. However, the path of servitude is a harsh and steep one. You must block all attacks. You want to get intoxicated by damage. I fully understand that sentiment. But you won't be able to truly serve unless you're able to consider death a luscious pleasure. Oh, okay. Pig, do you still not understand the principle of this core? Sklavenschwein. Did Pig maybe not have enough rewards, pain, yet? No. I fully understand it. Very well. I shall request armor with the CP given to us. Master's items will probably protect you from swords and arrows. But, precisely because we will be protected by such mighty armor, we will be capable of blocking even stronger attacks. Accept it with that mindset, and strive in your servitude. Understood. What Master desires of me, his submissive manservant meat shields. This unworthy Hibiki-shin shall show you how he creates the best core capable of meeting your expectations. Master. Chapter 224. Strife over the Ishikawa University, the day of the planned rain. According to the investigation by Gate, around 100 humans live in the area where I plan to carry out the next rain. The Kainzao Liberation Army has relocated its base to Nonoichi, a small town surrounded by Kainzawa and Hakuzen. The humans left in our current target area are predicted to be people who didn't want to abandon their homes. Rain. The battle over land against humans splits into two major types. One is the invasion type. The rains at Suzu City Hall and Ishikawa University the other day are classified as invasion types. The key points for succeeding with invasion types is to lower the number of enemies in advance, and breaking the enemy's morale. You'll only launch the rain once you're convinced that you can overthrow all humans within the range of rain. The other one is the defensive type. When you start rain at first, only few humans will be in its range, but you'll need to eliminate the enemy swarming into the range from outside the instant you've launched the rain. The key point for success with the defensive type are the prior preparations. You deploy subordinates to the defense line without getting noticed by the humans, in something similar to a surprise attack, where they'll defend the area for the 3 hours of rain. It's the defensive type that has a high probability of failing with the rain. The defensive type has its success rate heavily influenced by the actions of the enemy. Our side has to remove all hostile elements within a radius of 3 kilometers within 3 hours after starting the rain, but it's unknown whether the enemy will show up in the first place, and even if they do, we won't know how many people they're going to field. On top of all that, the enemy can invade the 3 kilometers range from any possible side, be it east, west, north, or south. Well, although I'm saying any possible side, it's actually impossible for the enemy to go around and fall into our backs since my domain lies north. If the enemy chooses cars as means of transportation, it's possible that their numbers will be narrowed down to a certain extent. But, I sigh while looking at the map, it's impossible to block all intrusion paths, isn't it? I guess we've got no choice but to focus on some roads where they can enter from the prefectural roads and national highways. The time required to travel by car from Nonoichi to the target area of the rain amounts to 30 minutes. In case they mobilize 10,000 people, it might take them a bit longer if you account for them getting ready, and if they field 100,000 people, that preparation time will increase in proportion. If the enemy goes with a plan of focusing on invading the range of rain in numbers, it'll be impossible to defend, but unless they've prepared in advance for such a move, they might not be in time to mobilize such a big amount of people instead. Did the mastermind, who came up with this specification, accounted for all of this when thinking up the rules of Rain. At the very least, Rain uses a set of rules that causes demon kings and the humans to rack their brains alike. Having subordinates stand by at strategic locations and launching the Rain without the humans noticing will be the key to success this time around. I suppose it's necessary to split the Corps into 3 units. First, the defense unit which I'll station at National Route 157, the most likely invasion route. Second, a unit to remove the humans living within the range of Rain. Third, a commando unit capable of flexibly deploying depending on the humans' movements. Currently, the Asta Empire has 11 corps. The 10 corps of Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Chloe, Layla, Red, Flora, and Iron, each leading 1,000 subordinates, and a commando unit led by Sabru which consists of 100 subordinates centered around former demon kings. However, I've ordered Sabru's unit on standby since they'll serve as a trump card. In that case, the number of units I ought to deploy will be 10. The one with a stress on numbers will be the defense unit. I'm sure I'll assign 7 corps, in total 7,000 troops, to the defense unit. I think it'll be more than enough to leave the removal of the humans to 1 corps. Hence, 2 corps will inevitably become commando units. I believe Chloe's corps qualifies as a unit to remove the humans as they can attack from close and ranged distance, because they don't hang fire or listen to pleas. They specialize in breaking the spirits of their enemies. Combat maniacs like Takaharu and muscleheads like Red are suited for the front line. Sarah and Flora's corps don't fit as commando units because they're rear support. Hibiki and Iron are perfect for defense because of their dispositions. Whether Kotetsu wants to protect the Asta Empire or Rina is actually unclear, but he has a strong inclination towards preferring the front line. Thus, Rina and Layla's corps are the only ones left to serve as commando units. I simulate the strategy I had drafted many times in my head. It's okay. It's the best I can do right now. Having decided on my strategy, I head outside my domain where my subordinates are waiting. Section. We're going to start the invasion. I inform the 10,000 subordinates lining up in front of my domain and my leaders who have lined up in front of them. Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Red, Flora, and Iron, head for this location. I point at a certain point of National Route 157 on the map of Kanezawa spread out in front of me. Chloe, Rina, and Layla, you'll act together with me. Chloe, you'll neutralize the humans within range on my instructions. Rina, Layla, you're on standby until further orders. I order, and survey the faces of my subordinates. All hands, begin the advance. Yea, be it by car, motorbike, truck, or foot, everyone starts to head towards the location assigned to them. Chapter 225 Strife over Ishikawa University. We're going to start the rain from now on. All hands, quickly move to your assigned positions. After telling everyone the same order telepathically, I start the rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range? Yes, no. As soon as I tap yes, a simple map displaying the area around me with a radius of 5 kilometers is shown on my smartphone. The red dots shown on that map number 118. It's a slightly bigger value than Kate's preliminary investigations suggested, but it's within estimation. Chloe. Yes, Master. I call Chloe. Advance straight along this road, and make the humans living at the end of it submit. As you command, Master. Once I point at the place with the biggest cluster of red dots, southwest, and tell Chloe to deal with them. She immediately begins to advance in that direction alongside her corps. Now then, how are the humans going to move? Considering it logically, the humans have 2 possible alternatives: coming here to defend the area, or abandon it. It'll take at least 30 minutes for me to know which they've chosen. I keep watching the map on my smartphone. Section. 15 minutes later, the red dots at the location where I've sent Chloe vanish or turn into yellow dots. Hence I order Chloe to move on to the next red dots. 30 minutes later, The red dots at the location where I've sent Chloe vanish or turn into yellow dots. Hence I order Chloe to move on to the next red dots. At the front line, I can't see any new enemies within the range displayed on my map. 60 minutes later, all red dots within the range of the map shown on my smartphone have vanished. Have they abandoned this area? The rain has been exposed to the humans as soon as I launched it. Seeing how humans lived within the range of my rain has very likely been leaked to the Kainzao Liberation Army. And the humans know very well about the 3 hours limit on a rain. The key to grasp victory in a rain is speed, for both humans and demon kings. Since the demon kings are no idiots either, they won't just wait for the humans, but set up defense within the 3 kilometers radius to hinder the humans from interfering with the rain. The humans, on the other hand, are going to try to invade the area of rain within the short time of 3 hours. If the humans feel like protecting an area, they should take immediate action. But are they running on a strategy of secluding themselves within the city hall of Nonoichi? Many large trade facilities exist in the vicinity of Nonoichi's city hall. At present, the humans are building a high wall surrounding those facilities, turning them into an extremely fortified defense complex. Once I take a breath thinking that I've got no choice but to watch the situation while staying vigilant. Tutu, a rhythmical melody plays on my smartphone, informing me of an incoming call. The caller displayed on my phone is Kate. My lord, they moved. Did they launch a rain? Yep. I've ordered Kate to watch the area adjacent to Kaoru's domain and the land of the Kainzao Liberation Army. What's the state of the humans? No sign of movement. Observe the situation for a little while longer. Understood. Kaoru moved. Huh? If he moved after knowing that I launched a rain, it means that Kaoru has dispatched scouts towards this area. Well, as long as he's no utter fool, it's only logical for him to send out scouts to check on us, I suppose. Now then, how are the humans going to move after getting attacked simultaneously in the same way as last time? While speculating on all kinds of possibilities, I continue observing the map shown on my smartphone. Section 3 hours later, the black vortex in front of me brightens up, and then vanishes alongside a convergence of its light, a silver shining orb. A true core has appeared in place of the black vortex. Rain finished. That simple line is being displayed on the screen of my phone. In the end, the humans have shown no resistance, as if sneering at our preparations. 1 hour later, a message arrived from Kate, telling me that Kaoru's rain has likewise succeeded. Just like over here, there has been no significant resistance against his rain either, allowing him to easily wrap it up. As a result, it's turned into a total letdown. The core I sent out all returned to my domain, and the battle maniac Takaharu gives me a long complaint about the lack of action. Next day, having recovered my CP, I send out scouts to find the next area for launching a rain. As a result of the reconnaissance, I've grasped that the Kainzao Liberation Army has stationed many humans in the area southwest when looking from my domain. There are 30,000 humans in the area 4 kilometers to the southwest from the area where I launched my rain yesterday. On the other hand, the area southeast is completely deserted. It's Nonoichi where 30,000 humans would await us. So, are the humans planning to hold themselves up in Nonoichi? In that case, what would happen if I launched a rain southeast of Kainzawa, which is far from Nonoichi? Are they going to discard it like the one yesterday? Concentrating your forces in a single area for the sake of defending isn't a bad strategy in the short term. But, if you consider it long term, it's impossible to connect a lifeline for all humans under the protection of the Kainzao Liberation Army in Nonoichi. Once they're surrounded by hostile forces, they'll obviously fall into a state where they lack food. Did they become desperate? Well, in this situation, the next important issue would be a game of taking the base against Kaoru. It's going to be about how much land either side can steal from the humans. We're going to begin an invasion for the sake of launching a rain. I start acting at once. Section 1 month later. With there being no significant resistance by the humans, the majority of South Kainzawa and Hokkaido have been split between Kaoru and me. And just when there was little human land in Hokkaido left, the humans' objective became clear. Chapter 226 Battle over Ishikawa University. I see. So this is the aim of the humans, huh? I'm considering my future course of action as I gaze on the map of Ishikawa Prefecture. The aim of the Kainzao Liberation Army is to throw chunks of meat in front of two starving tigers and have them fight over it. The starving tigers in this case are Kaoru and me. The chunks of meat are the defenseless plots of land. Oddly, it's the same plan Cannon suggested a while ago. The humans allowed us to go south, and Kaoru's forces to head north. Thus we went south while avoiding the west where many people are staying in order to carry out as many reigns as possible. At the same time Kaoru moved north while also avoiding the west. The remaining land in Hokusne joins my and Kaoru's domains. Likewise, Nonoichi, the base of the humans, is adjacent to my domain and also to Kaoru's. This has become troublesome. The best solution would be to form an alliance with Kaoru. It'd be a strategy of first exterminating the Kainzao Liberation Army and then dividing the land anew. But that's probably impossible. Forming an alliance might be of merit for both of us, but there's no common ground. Even if we exchanged a promise to halve the remaining land in Ishikawa Prefecture for argument's sake, who's going to attack Nonoichi's city hall? Going by the rules of reigns, it won't succeed as long as you don't annihilate all hostile entities within the specified range, and that would include Kaoru's subordinates as well. It's possible to attack Nonoichi's city hall, but it'll require lots of time and cause many losses. Moreover, even if we were to form an alliance, it'd only last until the destruction of the Kainzao Liberation Army. As soon as that's done, we'd immediately become enemies again. Assuming I were to try attacking Nonoichi's city hall, it'd likely require me to send in a great combat force. Is there any guarantee that Kaoru won't use that chance to attack my domain? It might lower his credibility as he'd have betrayed me and lied about the alliance, but who would care about that? Even if I were to become unable to trust him henceforth, it wouldn't matter since we'd have fought each other several days later anyway. On the other hand, if Kaoru suggested that he'd attack the city hall, I'd likely attack his domain in the meantime. As a threat, Kaoru's forces are several times more dangerous than the Kainzao Liberation Army, which has secluded itself in Nonoichi. In that case, should I form an alliance with the humans? No. Urge them to surrender? The probability for this to succeed is extremely low. The Kainzao Liberation Army has preserved its entire military force, and in the end, the humans hate me by instinct in this broken world. It's a really troublesome situation. I have to tread carefully here. I guess I'll first look at how my enemies are going to move. Hence I choose to not make a move for the moment. If Kaoru decides to launch a reign on human land during that time, I'll leave him alone and wait until he starts an invasion on Nonoichi's city hall. If luck is on my side, should he really start an attack on the city hall, I'll invade Kaoru's domain at full force. If he doesn't move, I'll try to come up with a new strategy. I decided to watch the state of affairs for a full day. Section. One day later, Kaoru, who had resolutely executed reigns until just yesterday, hasn't made any further moves, resulting in the Ishikawa Prefecture having a day of peace for the first time in a long while. Is Kaoru thinking the same as me? Is he waiting for me to make a move? 1. If Kaoru attacks Nonoichi's city hall, I'll attack Kaoru's domain. 2. If I attack Nonoichi's city hall, Kaoru is going to invade my domain. 3. What if I ignore Nonoichi and invade Kaoru's domain instead? Very likely the humans are going to invade Kaoru's and my domains. Option 1 would be the best, but Kaoru shows no signs of moving. In that case, I've got to choose between option 2 and 3. Wait, the trigger for 1 and 2 is an invasion of Nonoichi's city hall. What would happen if I were to start reigns on the remaining, empty land in Hokusne? The humans won't get in my way. Is Kaoru going to get in my way? If he does, the humans will rejoice over seeing how their plan of pitting us two against each other has succeeded. Kaoru and I will expend our combat forces by fighting over the land. However, I plan to watch the situation if Kaoru were to launch a reign in Hokusne. Is Kaoru possibly intending to wait and see as well? So, What's going to happen now? I continue to run simulations in my mind while I move pieces imitating the three powers around on the map in various ways. And then I arrive at one possibility. It's not the best option, but I'd say it's one of the better ones among the options available to me. The upholding of the status quo is the same for all powers involved in this. In that case, I'll take a month and carefully prepare myself. If one of the parties gets tired of waiting and starts moving, it'll just play into my cards. I summon my leaders and start the preparations. Section 1 month later. In the end, none of the three powers moved, resulting in the war going into a lull. During that month, I had the leaders leave to earn experience in domains located in areas of the Toyama Prefecture such as Hime, and had them repeatedly practice maneuvers with their corps. The number of invaders also dropped significantly, allowing Yataro to get some spare time to run some tests for domain creation with me. Now my preparations are perfectly in order. We're going to start a reign in Hokusen from now on. I order the subordinates lined up in front of me. Chapter 227 Strife over Ishikawa University. Going by my forecast, I don't expect enemy counterattacks, but all hands, make sure to perfect your preparations. If things proceed as I anticipate them to, the humans won't come here to defend this area, and Kaoru will just watch. However, ultimately that's just my own forecast. Making absolutely sure, I'm going to launch a reign on the remaining land in Hokusen while fielding 10,000 subordinates. 4 hours later, the reign has finished without a hitch. Just as assumed, there was no resistance by the humans whatsoever, and Kaoru didn't try to intervene either. 3 days later, we finished taking control over the last free land in Hokusen. At the same time, we didn't run into any obstructions at all. Now then, the real show is going to start from here on. After allowing my CP to recover and taking a break of an hour, I reform the sectors I captured over the last days as I planned it out in advance. It's done. The sectors have been changed into forest types this time. I have connected tent sectors, including the new ones in Hokusen, through transfer arrays in dark zones. Moreover, I transformed the lower floors into labyrinths full of corridors and traps. I have stationed cheap, low-leveled goblins, living males with their superior durability, and werewolves which excel at cost-performance efficiency as they don't need any equipment. Ghouls are also great in regards to cost-performance efficiency, but unfortunately they're dumb. In order to avoid the folly of allowing my enemies to gain experience, I forwent on ghouls this time. The concept of these sectors is to stall for time. I can envision 3 different futures. 1. If Kaoru invades Nonoichi, I'm going to invade his domain. 2. If I invade Nonoichi, Kaoru is going to invade my domain. 3. If I ignore Nonoichi and invade Kaoru's domain, the humans will invade my domain. I have absolutely no idea how long it'd take to realize future 1. In that case, my choice lies between 2 and 3. Therefore, I've chosen future 2. I'll invade Nonoichi and Kaoru is going to invade my domain. Isn't that just perfect? If you're going to attack, just bring it on, Kaoru. I'll meet you in battle, is something I'd like to say, but currently, it'll be impossible for me to fend off Kaoru while attacking Nonoichi. So, what am I going to do then? The answer I've derived is to leave some sectors to Kaoru. How many sectors will be stolen until I annihilate the humans left in Nonoichi? The Ishikawa Prefecture? 1, 5, 10, or possibly more? Still, I'll give them to you. The necessary sacrifices, if they get stolen, I just have to take them back later. This is still much better than continuing to fall behind in growth compared to the humans and demon kings of other prefectures. I've chosen the path of offering some sectors to Kaoru to use that time to obliterate the Kenzao Liberation Army. Section. It's a total war from now on. We're going to fight the humans without holding anything back. I declare as I survey the subordinates lining up in front of me. First we're going to secure a base to invade Nonoichi. The upcoming mopping up operation uses the same strategy we used when assaulting Suzu's City Hall in the past. First, I'm going to launch a rain on land adjacent to Nonoichi's city hall and secure a front-line base. Afterwards, we'll reduce the enemy numbers and break their hearts into submission. Do a rain on Nonoichi's city hall. Different from Suzu's city hall, the troublesome issue lies in the fact that the Kainzao Liberation Army hasn't bundled all its forces in the city hall as some of them are stationed in the surrounding areas. It'll be impossible to make a rain succeed in the shape of a surprise attack like we did in Suzu. In that case, I should at least steal the enemy's locational advantage. I'll start a rain in a location that's barely outside the range of the buildings forming the enemy's defense facilities. Even so, the rain will very likely be found out right away, resulting in the humans of Nonoichi deploying to defend the land. I might be able to improve the situation to some extent, but in the end, it's going to be a brute force approach. Moreover, the longer the success of these rains will take, the more of my sectors will be stolen by Kaoru. We're going to start the invasion of Nonoichi. I give my subordinates the signal to begin the march. Section. The military forces attacking Nonoichi on this campaign amount to 12,000, my whole army. First, I have 11 corps led by Rina, Kotetsu, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Chloe, Layla, Flora, Iron, Red, and Isao advance to form a defense line for the sake of succeeding in this rain. According to information by our reconnaissance, close to 1,000 humans are staying at the location of our defense line. But, how are they going to move? This time I have them all march by foot so that they keep the same pace. In the eyes of the enemy, an army of 11,000 non-human monsters is marching in columns. The visual impact must be very intimidating. But the clattering of the armors, the footsteps of a big army, and the banging of the drums I had a era build to raise the morale boost the intimidation even further. The defense line for this battle is going to be Ishikawa University. It's situated at the boundary between Kainzawa and Nonoichi, and has been abandoned as it's not suited for the humans to defend the surrounding areas. Having said that, it's still manned by around 1,000 humans. My smartphone displays the view of Takaharu, who's walking at the head of the army. I think Takaharu will soon be able to see the university if they advance a bit further. My subordinates march without hiding their presence, beating the drums and firmly stepping on the ground. Any human left in the university must have noticed their approach. All hands, stay vigilant. Iron Corps, Hibiki Corps, raise your shield and prepare for incoming attacks. Following my order, Iron and Hibiki's corps take the lead of the army, marching onwards with their shields at the ready. Chloe Corps shoot arrows at the buildings in front. As soon as the university entered the field of view, I order Chloe's corps to launch their attack. Arrows can't damage the buildings, but they should trigger a reaction if humans are lurking in them. No enemy is visible or audible at all. Did they flee? Search the vicinity for enemy forces. 5 minutes later, I'm going to start the rain now. This spelled the beginning of the operation to annihilate the Kainzao Liberation Army. The humans left in Ishikawa Prefecture. Chapter 228 Strife over Ishikawa University. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range? Yes, no. Once I tap yes, a simple map with a radius of 5 kilometers is shown on my screen. The number of red dots, humans, totals to 387. However, despite being outside the range of rain, a number of red dots so ridiculous that it makes no sense to even count them is displayed within the 5 kilometers circle of the map. What I should do first is, Subaru, take your corps and annihilate the humans within range. I make a screenshot of the map display, and send it to Subaru. Team J, Roger. Subaru declares while saluting as if being aware of me watching him. For some reason, Subaru doesn't want to change his corps name no matter what. It's possible for me to force him, but since his former Demon King subordinates seem to also like that retarded corps name, I've decided to let them be. The former Demon Kings are an egoistic bunch, but they do have the abilities to back it. I leave the annihilation of the humans within Rain's range to Subaru, and shift to my next preparation. Now then, I'm curious how the enemy is going to move. Are they going to simply watch us up until now? Or are they going to defend this land? As I'm observing the busy movements of the red dots outside the range of Rain. Dring. My smartphone screen changes, and plays the melody for an incoming call. The caller is Yatoro, the sole bloodkin remaining in my domain. Shin speaking. What's wrong? Demon King Kaoru has made his move. That's quick. He has very likely stationed people to watch your actions. Shin-sama. What's the number of enemies? 24. Going by their equipment, they're part of Kaoru's main force. What about Kaoru himself? I can't tell for sure, but I think he's not with them. I see. Continue watching their actions. Roger. Kaoru has moved faster than I anticipated. If he had suspected this to be a trap and waited for a while, it would have been possible for us to buy some time, but no use in crying over spilled milk now. Once I finish the call with Yatoro, I open the map again. Exclamation mark. As if coordinating their movements with Kaoru's, the Kainzao Liberation Army has started to advance in a group. I wonder what their next action is going to be. Are they going to ignore our large army and take a detour with the objective of failing the rain? Or are they going to challenge our forces to a fight? If they choose to take a detour, we'll move ahead of them and launch an attack. If it looks like they're heading straight for our forces, we'll make them surrender by force. The conditions for succeeding in a rain are harsh, but Demon Kings possess a map allowing them to clearly perceive the enemy's moves and location. From the standpoint of the humans, they must feel like crying about this being a cheat. Seeing as I am in the center of a circle, I can cope with everything, no matter how many detours the enemy takes. Anyway, the enemy's move is he. So they're coming from the front, eh? The red dots shown on the map are advancing towards the blue dots taking up formation in front of Ishikawa University. Our battle array is perfect. Sarah, Chloe, and Flora's corps entered the campus to prepare for attacking from the windows. Iron's corps is waiting at the gate to block it off with Kotetsu's corps waiting in the back. Rina, Takaharu, Layla, and Red's corps with Hibiki's corps in the lead are stationed on the road in front of the university. Izayoi has been ordered to wait at my side in preparation for urgent situations. Sarah, Chloe, and Flora, get ready to attack. Iron Corps, defend the main gate to the last. Hibiki, form a defense perimeter and get everything ready for aggro control. The rest stays on standby until I give the signal. I alternate between looking at the map and watching the situation through Sarah's eyes. Gradually, from Sarah's point of view, the ground starts to rumble from many, many footsteps, and I can confirm the approaching human army by sight without even needing to consult the map. Chloe, start the attack as soon as the enemy enters arrow range. The attack range of Chloe's corps, who rely on archery, is much wider than that of Sarah and Flora's corps who rely on magic, especially with their current advantage of being on high ground. The attack range expands even further. 30 seconds after I gave my order, fire eagle arrow. Chloe shoots her arrow at the humans from atop the roof of a building on the university's campus. Her first arrow pierces the eye of a human who had been walking at the front of the enemy army, but many of the arrows shot by the Dark Elves after her are blocked by the shields held up by the humans or drop to the ground with a clattering. Damn it all. That's why I said we should have defended the university at all costs. There ain't no point in complaining about it now. We're going to block the ranged attacks with our shield, and take this into close combat. Probably having understood their disadvantage in range, the humans begin to charge while holding their shields over their heads. Nihaha. Lucky. The lil buggers have entered the range of my spells. Fire arrow. I'm going to join in as well. Fire arrow. As the humans approach, Sarah and Flora's corps shower them with a rain of fire arrows. Hibiki, Iron, draw the enemies to you. Affirmative. The 1,000 living males led by Iron clang their shields all at once, pulling the charging humans towards them. Filthy pigs. We're oink. Disposable goods. Inferior pigs. We're oink. Flesh slaves. Wonderful. Foolish humans. If you take a single step further from there, you shall be trampled down by us. perfect body. Hobiki causes his clothes to blow away alongside his beastification, and as he adopts a combat stance, he pulls off a pose within the dazzling light. His subordinates, the orcs, hit their weapons against their shields. Some of the humans are pulled towards the university's main gate where Iron's core makes noise, some are drawn towards the shining pervert. All of them charging with their hatred grown even further. The fierce sounds of the humans' weapons clashing against my subordinates' shields can be heard all over. All forces attack. Kotetsu, Takaharu, and the others begin to attack the humans who are swarming Iron and Hibiki's core. I got tired of waiting. Takaharu drives a fist into a human while smiling ferociously. Ahahaha, I'm first. Hey, Sato boy, don't leave the formation. Satanta wields his spear while smiling happily. Kotetsu, who rushes out in order to follow Satanta, brandishes his katana, attacking a human who persistently attacks a living male. Let's do this. I'll crush them. There's so many of them. We must teach them the dread of ogres. Red, Rouge, and Noir blow away humans by wielding their clubs with all their might. Red acts just as usual. Well, Red's an idiot after all. So, Rena's core covers for the blind spots of Red's core as if backing them up in their thoughtless rampage. Layla, the left side is short of hands, cover them. While calmly watching the battle progress and giving an order to Layla's core, I follow up on my subordinates who berserk around as they please. Numbers. First, lower their numbers. Is he the leader? A single man clad in Mithril series equipment gives instructions to those around him, and obviously following his orders, the humans narrow down their aim on the weakest of my subordinates. The goblins. Rena, is that guy Kanezawa's sage? No, it's someone else. Rena directly answers my telepathic question while cutting down the enemy in front of her. Have Kanezawa's sage and Kanezawa's saintess remained back in the rear? Rena, tell me if Kanezawa's sage or Kanezawa's saintess should show up. Okay. She answers concisely while protecting one of her goblin subordinates. What a melee. No matter which point of view I use, a fierce melee between the humans and my subordinates is being shown on the display of my smartphone. Now that it has come to this, my part in this won't remain low profile. All I can do is to believe in the power of my subordinates as I check the map and the battlefield in alternation in order to do what I can do, keeping an eye on the humans' moves. Ring. My smartphone screen changes, and plays the melody for an incoming call. Chapter 229 Strife over Ishikawa University. The name displayed on the smartphone screen is Yataro. Shin speaking. What's up? Shin-sama, it's terrible. Yataro's voice on the other end of the line sounds panicked. What happened? Invasion. We are being invaded! Exclamation mark. Did they already find out? I came up with a possible worst-case scenario. That scenario assumes Kaoru invading multiple sectors at once. I've significantly lowered the number of defenders in the sectors I've planned to offer to Kaoru. I've expected the invasion to need time since I've turned the sectors into labyrinths. But, if Kaoru has read my aim, his most efficient option would be to simultaneously invade several sectors. I ponder whether I should split up my forces and let Izao, whom I'm currently having at my side, go back to prevent Kaoru's invasion. No, that's not what I meant. What do you mean then? We're being invaded at the 127th sector. Currently the number of my sectors easily exceeds 200. I can grasp the location of my first sectors, such as the first sector in Kanezawa, but where's the 127th? The 127th sector is being invaded by humans from Toyama through Oib. I get what Yataro is telling me in an instant, but since my instinct can't catch up with it, I inadvertently let a silly grunt escape my lips, and then I fully realize the seriousness of the situation. Fuck, how dare they? What kind of enemies are we dealing with? Going by their equipment and the rate they're slaughtering ghouls. High-level humans. This is the worst. I've taken the Kanezawa Liberation Army too lightly. It's almost unthinkable that high-leveled humans from Toyama Prefecture would start an invasion at this time by coincidence. Kaoru and I, Or to rephrase, us fellow demon kings have a hostile relationship. But the humans of the Ishikawa prefecture and those of the Toyama prefecture are allies. This difference has a major impact. I can't get in contact with other demon kings, and something like working together would be absurd. However, humans can work together even if they live in different areas. For a demon king, everyone outside their rule registers as an enemy. But humans can take the hands of other humans and help each other. Will you be able to fend them off if I send back Izoi? My reign still requires 3 hours to finish. Even if the humans were to advance at a steady pace, they might not be able to reach the true core. But if it becomes known that our combat forces drop sharply during the time when we're fighting the Kainzao Liberation Army, I fear that a great number of sectors will be liberated while we're invading Nonoichi's city hall. If a sector is stolen by a demon king, I simply need to steal it back. But if it's once liberated by humans, it'll reduce the CP I can gain from it even if I steal it back later. Therefore it's necessary to intercept these opponents so gruesomely that their minds are going to break from it. If it's alright for me to also throw the reserve forces we prepared for the invasion at them, it might be possible to fend them off. You have my permission. I'll also send back Izoi right away. Would it be difficult for me to borrow Saburo and Sita? Are the enemies so strong? Yes, they are. They are strong enough to profit from me foolishly sending ghouls at them. I might be able to defend the sector if I dispatch the elites of the reserves, but the burden on Izoi will be too high. Saburo and Satanta, huh? Yatro has been evasive, but he probably wants to tell me that he can't guarantee that Izoi would survive the encounter. Izoi, Saburo, and Satanta are quite compatible with each other, allowing them to work together well. If it's Kaoru, I can estimate the combat forces to a certain extent, but when it comes to the humans of the Toyama prefecture, their numbers and abilities are shrouded in mystery. If we show weakness here, many of our sectors will be attacked at the same time as we attack Nonoichi's city hall, raising the possibility of many sectors being liberated. I got it. Wait a moment. I finish the call with Yataro, and call out to Kotetsu. Kotetsu, sorry to disturb you during battle, but is it possible for me to borrow Satanta? After waiting for around 10 seconds, the melody informing me of Kotetsu's call plays on my smartphone. Did something happen? We're being invaded by Toyama's humans at a sector adjoining Oib. Oh no. Okay. It's no problem for me to send Sita over to defend, but I have another idea. Another idea? Yes. How about using my disciples? The residents who stayed behind in the domain? Use the residents. The enemies are human, you know? Is that okay? Including my disciples. Many humans have resolved themselves to protect Asta Empire. Please bring up the topic with Yamada, one of my pupils, while mentioning my name. Yamada. Okay. Got it. Shinsama, sorry for saying something selfish next, but for my disciples, I know I'll make them defend only after giving them the best equipment. You have my gratitude. Well then, I'm in the middle of battle, so please excuse me. After ending the call with Kotetsu, I called Yataro. Yataro, get in contact with Yamada, a disciple of Kotetsu who's stayed behind in the domain. Yamada? Correct. According to Kotetsu, many residents are willing to fight for the Asta Empire, including Yamada. I see. I'll immediately contact Mrs. Tamura, and confirm it with her. I give you permission to provide the residents with equipment of the Orichalcum series which I put aside as spares. I'll have Izoi join the defense for good measure, but if it becomes dangerous, contact me at once. Haha. As you command. Please excuse me then. For the moment we've escaped danger thanks to Kotetsu's clever idea. Indeed, I can't take residents outside the domain unless I turn them into bloodkin, but I guess they can work on defense. I was forced to realize something I had overlooked. I'll take this opportunity to judge whether residents are useful in defense. Kainzawa's Sage, and Kainzawa's Saintess, who both command the Kainzao Liberation Army. I have no idea about their abilities, but they aren't dumb at the very least. Once again I shift my focus on watching through my smartphone how my subordinates fare in the battle unfolding over Ishikawa University. Chapter 230 Strife over Ishikawa University. Rina's point of view. The battle for survival between humans and Demon King, Asta Empire and the Kainzao Liberation Army has started. Swiren, attack the enemies approaching Takaharu's core from the left front. As you wish, Rina and Sama. All of you, let's go. Fire arrow. My high pixie adjutant Swiren follows my order, firing countless fire arrows together with her pixie subordinates. Blue. We're going to charge the enemies swarming Hibiki's core from the side. Rogersu. Leading my subordinates, I start an offensive against the enemies pushing against Hibiki, who's posing while pointlessly exposing his body, and his orcs who have been clanking their shields. I mow down a human, who's trying to swing his axe down on an orc. With my A-rank sword Levitine, not my sacred treasure, the growth sword. A black-haired Dampier? How unusual. A man shouldering a great sword glances at me. I silently ready my sword. The fact that you shouted orders earlier means you're a bloodkin, right? I'll have you croak here. Power smash. The man swings his big sword down at me with all his might. An exchange of blows is better to be avoided. I dodge his sword's blow by stepping backwards, and quickly slash Levitine at the man's undefended torso. GHW. What? That sword's sharpness is a cheat. Sorry. Levitine cuts through his mithril armor as easily as butter. Next I follow up with a sweep against the base of the man's neck, who's staggering after having his torso cleaved open. The friends and family I ought to protect live in the Asta Empire. Therefore I won't waver anymore. I keep brandishing my sword with that conviction at the humans, who used to be my kin and now have become my enemies. Rina. Red's core is under heavy pressure. Head over to reinforce them. Takaharu. Exterminate the humans flooding Hibiki. Layla. Hold your position to the last. Red. Don't rush out too far, don't advance any further. We begin to act in accordance with the orders Shin directly sends into our heads. Master. Give us Sclaven Shuin your orders. Hibiki. Do your best while making sure to not die. This tone full of cold-heartedness that can be perceived even through telepathy. Thank you very much. Perfect body. Blue. Don't look away. He's a terrifying being, even though he's our ally. I scold Blue and his goblins as they have their attention drawn to Hibiki, who pulls off a side chest pose while glowing meaninglessly. Blue, do you wish to transfer to Hibiki's core? WWWH. Anything but that, please you bums. Let's go Blue raises his running speed to a new level, quickly heading for the humans squaring off against Red while leading his goblins. The enemy isn't weak by any account. As a matter of fact, I have lost many of my goblin subordinates. But they're not opponents we can't beat. I raise Levitine overhead, and launch an attack on a human fighting Red's core. Section. Kotetsu's point of view. Ianshin. I've heard about him from Rina, but he's definitely a splendid comrade to have at your side. I admire Ian, who at his core form ranks in front of the university's main gate, completely shutting out any enemy approach. A solid durability, sophisticated shield techniques, and above all, a devoted protection of his comrades according to Shinsama's orders without the slightest hint of fear. He's a being who took the specialization of the role assigned to him to a grade of perfection that could be called flawless. I have prepared myself for a certain extent of victims, seeing the scale of the battle which ought to be called war. My adjutants are Yoichi-shin, a human, and my disciple, the Dampier Kanetsugu-shin, and Satanta-shin. In addition to them, my core contains another 10 humans, and 990 Dampiers. I've been ordered by Shinsama to come to terms with losses among the Dampiers. But, albeit only for a short time, they're comrades who practice together with me. I want to limit the losses to the absolute minimum, if possible. I had assumed the devilish cycle of expending all 990 Dampiers in this battle, just to get a replenishment of another 990 Dampiers by Shinsama. But I might be able to protect them. Did you say anything, Kotetsu-sama? Yoichi reacts to the comment I let unconsciously slip. It's nothing, Yoichi, Sato boy. We're going to eradicate the enemy's swarming Iron Dono. Yes, okay. Kanetsugu, it's an order to the Dampiers. Half is to back us up from behind with magic, and the other half is going to charge with us. As you command, I shall sally forth. To protect my comrades and family. To protect the Aster Empire. I grasp the hilt of my beloved sword Syama, and launch an attack against a human being drawn towards Iron Dono. Skyblade, the invisible slash unleashed after I swung down Syama sent the arm of a human, who was about to swing his sword down on a living man, flying. Fang thrust. I take a wide step forward, and thrust Syama's point into the throat of a human. G Giza a devil, huh? Seeing me, the man, who's next to the human that collapsed just now, kicks up a fuss. What a rude fellow you are. I'm a full-fledged human. Human, you say? Why is a human siding with a demon king, our archenemy Demon King Shin? Because I'm going to protect what I want to protect. What you want to protect? Is there anything you'd want to protect over human society? Of course. The Aster Empire, which is ruled by my lord Shinsama, as well as my family and comrades who are fighting together with me. Don't mess with me, you old, senile fool. Hearing my reply, the man explodes in rage, raises his axe overhead, and closes in on me. I'm not messing with you. Kagetsu. I slash Syama even faster than the approaching human can bring down his axe. Gahua. After the man collapses to the ground while spitting out curses at me with his dying breath. Traitor, huh? If it's for the sake of protecting those dear to me, I will gladly become the devil or a demon. Butchie. We're going to annihilate the enemies. Understood. Ahaha, Granpska Tetsu. Kill more enemies if you have the time to chatter. You've got a point. I smile wryly. Suppress all human emotions and compassion. Kill whosoever stands in your way, even if it might be God or Buddha. 1. For the sake of protecting those precious to me, I turn into a fighting demon, readying Syama to slay all enemies of the Aster Empire, and immediately start attacking the humans. Chapter 231 Strife over Ishikawa University. 2 hours left until rain finishes. If we carry on like this without the defense line breaking, the rain should succeed. However, the losses among Red's subordinates are extreme. Red, fall back for the moment and receive the fresh reinforcements. Rena, close the hole in the defense line that will open up by Red's corps withdrawing. The 1 second as for heavy losses are the orcs of Hibiki's corps. Huh? Yataro, send out 200 orc reinforcements. I order my subordinates while keeping the battle progress in sight. It's going nicely, really nicely. Oh? As I gaze at the map on my smartphone, I spot a place where my subordinates, the blue dots, are disappearing rapidly. For the sake of investigating the reason, I switch my smartphone's display to the view of a bloodkin who's close to the area in question. It's Kazuki. Kazuki-san's team has arrived. That's our hero for you. Keep up. We're going to follow Kazuki, and break through the enemy line. A human party, equipped with high-ranking items and spearheaded by a man wielding Dainsleaf, is scattering the orcs blocking their path on my phone's screen. Are they the main force of the Kainzao Liberation Army? The party of Hiro Kazuki numbers 12 people. Huh? Beings that crush numbers through individual power are truly annoying. It might be easy to destroy that party if I assemble my leaders, but it'll likely cause the collapse of the defense line. Subaru, head to the front line with the members of Team J. Kill Hiro Kazuki. Hibiki, stall the hero party until Subaru gets there. As you command. Team J, the shadow unit working on the dark side of the Aster Empire, is heading out, telling us pigs to become sacrificial pawns. Thank you very much, Master. The 2 big weirdo corps under the Aster Empire start moving in order to smash the hope of the Kainzao Liberation Army. Section. Subaru's point of view. You've heard Shinsama's order, haven't you? The enemy is a hero. Huh? My Demon King blood is seething. We are shadows. We shall swallow all light. My subordinates smile when I call out to them. Tonight's prey is a hero. Team J, sortie. The leaders of Team J and I mount the electric scooters bestowed upon us by Shinsama, which excel in usability and mobility, and head for the front line. As I turn the accelerator in my right hand, I can feel how the wind pressing against my face becomes stronger. Originally I wanted to ride a big bike like that of Takaharu Dono, but clutch, gear, and an engine that suddenly stalls. To my deepest regret, the handling was too complicated. Depending on the way you take this, you could also say that our Team J has still room left to evolve. I churn up the accelerator of my beloved scooter, Black Heavenly Death, to its maximum. Riding with the wind, Commander-in-Chief. I have confirmed our target Death. I see. The owner of the voice clings to my back and is called Jade. Real name, Tachishin, a former slime demon king and the Disaster One First Calamity. Hibiki Dono. Team J shall take over dealing with those opponents. I quickly finish the greeting with Hibiki, who's been taking care of the hero party thus far. GH? New forces, huh? My handsome guy sworn enemy, who's set up Dainsleaf. The sword Rina Dono held in the past, becomes alert after seeing our entry. Will their morale plummet if we kill these people? Who knows? For starters, I'll check the fighters of light, who seem to be sparkling as they surround our sworn enemy, direct their eyes at us. My name is Kazuki. Midukazuki of the Kainzao Liberation Army. After he names himself, my sworn enemy introduces himself even with his full name. This guy is not half bad. He understands respectful etiquette to start a battle after introducing yourself. Moreover, the way he introduced himself earns him a fairly high score of 90 points. In that case, I shall answer him in kind. I exchange an eye signal with my subordinates, deciding to demonstrate the result of our training. We are darkness, governing over the dark side of the Asta Empire as hunters of darkness. The voice of Disaster 1 is followed by that of Disaster 2. We are shadows, eradicating the sworn enemies of our Lord within jet black darkness. The voice of Disaster 3 is followed by that of Disaster 4. We are a trump card, becoming the most wicked swords to slay our Lord's sworn enemies. The voice of Disaster 5 is followed by that of Disaster 6. We are Team J, the last disaster plunging you into the underworld. As a finisher, I announce their death while simultaneously introducing the last disaster. In other words, you guys are the strongest unit of Demon King Shin's army? Of course. Subaru, you lil piece of shit. What are you calling yourself the strongest for? That's a new kind of shame play. Nice one. We had such a nice flow going, and yet Takaharu Dono makes fun of the Demon King and hero's dignity, whereas Hibiki Dono sends an envious look in our direction. But I shan't give in. I shall show you how I keep this serious mood going. Oh hero, the abyss of darkness. Rather, didn't I tell you it's totally lame to rush here on scooters, dude? Takaharu Dono's jeering interrupts me. Don't tell me, the true enemy was hidden amongst our allies? I shan't succumb. I shan't give in. Are you watching me, Canon Dan? My gallant figure. Take a good look at the dignity of the last disaster, Darkness Dracula III. Darkness. Subaru, shut up, and crush the enemy in front of you! Shinsama's freezingly cold voice echoes throughout my head. The tone of his voice is dangerous. Yep. Dark Night Tempest. Throwing my prided incantation to the winds, I release a storm of darkness at my sworn enemy! This guy has started attacking all of a sudden. Fuck. Get behind me. Magic shield. Dirty. What an underhanded bastard. The hero party spits insults at me after being hit by my storm of darkness. If you meet on the battlefield, a momentary opening will become your doom. Team J, we're going to annihilate them. I order the 24 leaders. From Disaster 1 to Disaster 24, I've taken with me square off against the hero party. Chapter 232 Strife over Ishikawa University. I'm almost at my wit's end as I watch the spectacle shown on my smartphone screen. Just what the hell are they doing? I can see my idiot subordinates on the display as they introduce themselves with completely retarded names. Shinsan, did you know? Canon, whom I brought along as caretaker since I can't move around during the rain, calls out to me. Know what? Joker also carries the meaning of clown. Canon explains to me boastfully. I see. Team Clowns, eh? What a perfectly fitting name. Wait, the humans perceive these clowns as my subordinates, don't they? Well, It's a fact after all. They are your subordinates. They don't believe that I taught them the fast just now, do they? I wonder? Canon tilts her head to the side. Those idiotic subordinates. The former demon kings don't harbor any murderous intent towards Subaru. If I were to be forced to perform such a farce, I'd want to kill my superior. No, as far as I've heard, they're quite hyped about this. According to Yataro, Team J was apparently formed around former demon kings who are on the same wavelength as Subaru. Demon kings. Chaos. Disorder. Is this why they have an aptitude for chaos? Shit. You could also say that I allowed their Chunobu syndrome and chaos to manifest by exposing them to Subaru. While plagued by a complicated mental state, I decide to watch the battle between Team J and the hero party. Disaster 9, Disaster 10, consign the human with the shield to oblivion. Leave it to us. On it. Following Subaru's instruction, a former Black Dog Beast Demon King and a former Ogre Demon King launch an attack on a heavily armored human. Disaster 3, Disaster 4, Yugi's slay the axe-wielding human. Tonight my magic sword thirsts for blood. I won't have much of a chance to show off my power against a fragile human. Disaster 7, can you kill that person over there by yourself? Of course. Subaru continues to hand out orders to each of his subordinates afterwards. Weighing the enemy's ability, he assigns 1 or 2 subordinates, and strictly orders the former demon kings specialized in magic to provide support from the back. That retard has a surprisingly high aptitude as commander, hasn't he? Though it's nothing I want to admit, given that he often directs subordinates during defense. He has a lot of experience in commanding others. I see. I'm surprised by that unexpected trait of Subaru. And lastly, Hirokazuki, the last disaster and generalissimo of Team J, ruler of death and darkness, Darkness Ra. Subaru, give it a rest with the tedious yapping, and hurry up with the attacking. Fast thrust. Interrupted in his speech by me, Subaru unleashes a high-speed attack at Kazuki. WHF fast. Subaru's thrust pierces Kazuki's right shoulder. Ha ha ha, the dance of death between you and me is going to start from now on. Double thrust, as if I'd let you. Light shield. The series of thrusts unleashed by Subaru with an eerie smile on his lips is repelled by the shield of light expanding in front of Kazuki. I won't lose. Where humans hope. Shining Rave. Kazuki fires a slash of light at Subaru, who has lost his balance after having his thrusts fended off. Subaru diverts the light slash with his rapier, which he stabbed out in desperation, but his torso still gets lightly cleaved open. NG? Not bad. But pain on this level cannot even compare to the heat of my lord's flames of love. Subaru lifts the corners of his mouth into a grin, and readies his weapon. What are those flames of love he mentioned? Don't tell me he's talking about the fire lance I'm always using on him as punishment. I get shivers from Subaru's smile. Afterwards, the fight between Subaru and Kazuki continues as both wield their swords. It looks like our sword skills are about even. Subaru opens some distance by backstepping. If I defeat you, bastard, these guys are going to retreat, right? Who knows? However, that question doesn't matter anyway. It's impossible that I'll be defeated by you. Kazuki checks the situation of his comrades while panting heavily. By the way, the correct answer to Kazuki's question would be no. It'd be a serious blow in regards to combat assets if Subaru died, but the influence it'd have on the morale of my subordinates would be close to zero. I guess it's high time for my secret skill. The thrilling power circulating through my existence, the power of love I can definitely sense, albeit that love having only flown from her into me. The breath of Sarah within me has granted me power. High pressure. The wind pressure released by Subaru's rapier flattens Kazuki. Being able to manipulate magic at such a level is foul play. But I won't lose. I cannot afford to lose. Force heal. Even while giddy, Kazuki firmly plants his feet on the ground, and heals his wounds accompanied by a radiant light. Healing yourself? How impudent. Well, whatever. Over and over. Again and again. Until you exhaust your power. Takaharu. Attack Kazuki from behind. GH? NH. After approaching from behind, Takaharu drives a roundhouse kick into Kazuki's nape. Kazuki loses his consciousness while donning a shocked expression. Oddly enough, Subaru has a similar expression. I'll pass on Shin's words. This ain't a duel, but war. Hurry up, and get total control of the vicinity. Takaharu awkwardly informs Subaru of my intent. Gunanu. Subaru, do you think we have the leeway to go along with respectful etiquette? Even at this very moment, our domain is being invaded. You think that, Takaharu, that I made a mistake? No, now that you got it. Is it alright for me to get this guy's exp? With a ferocious smile, Takaharu is about to finish off the unconscious Kazuki in cold blood. Shin-sama, if possible, please listen to this willful wish of mine. What is it? This man possesses ability, character, and a promising future. Can you please entrust him to me? In short, you want me to take him in as a subordinate, if you allow so. After pondering it for a short moment, I pass on my answer. You have my permission. However, when he doesn't agree to becoming my subordinate, I'll turn him into experience points for canon. Got it? ! Thank you very much. Subaru bows deeply without being able to see me. Afterwards, with the loss of their leader, one member of the hero party after the other bites the dust, resulting in a heavy blow to the morale of the Kainzao Liberation Army. Chapter 233 Strife over Ishikawa University. 1 hour left until the end of reign. Although I've sent reinforcements from my domain many times over, the defense line has managed to hold up so far. As long as the humans don't have some unforeseeable trump card stashed away somewhere, the reign should succeed. I continue giving instructions to all of the units, which are displayed on my smartphone, as if playing a strategy game. My current problem is the invasion of my own domain. I'd say, Kaoru's forces are having a hard time with the invasion in my labyrinth sectors with their bountiful transfer traps. But, the 127th sector under attack by the humans of Toyama is an issue. All of the 12 invaders are high-leveled. Looking at their equipment, I could confirm several unique items, and even their worst equipment pieces are not below mithril in quality. The ghouls, which have been deployed as standard measure, were slaughtered one-sidedly without even having been given the chance to resist. They're in top ranks as invaders when it comes to individual strength and teamwork. I doubt that Izao would fall behind in a duel. My subordinates with outstanding abilities such as Kotetsu, Rina, Takaharu, and Subaru would also win duels, I think. I've sent Izao over to help with the defense, but the other defenders are nameless subordinates and residents whose abilities are unknown. I wonder whether they'll be able to win, even considering their advantage in equipment because of alchemy. As I'm watching the smartphone screen while worrying, Izao takes some humans and subordinates along after returning to the domain, and squares off against the humans from Toyama. Oh, looks like finally some guys with a bit of a backbone have shown up, eh? A human happily narrows his eyes as he spots Izao's group. So, you asshole, you ain't gonna tell me that you a Dampier, right? A human, who's shouldering a great sword, calls out to Izao, obviously trying to provoke him. Are the guys in the back humans? Who? I've heard that the evil star of Kainzawa doesn't use any inhuman tactics, but is he now so desperate to fall back on such lousy tricks? What are we going to do? Humans, who surrendered to a demon king, are puppets as long as you don't kill the demon king. It sure leaves a bitter aftertaste, but we've got no choice but to cut our way through, do we? Don't think badly of us, okay? We'll be the ones getting killed if we show pity here. So, no need for mercy. Wait, I've never seen the spear that guy's holding. Don't tell me. A higher rank than my gay elbog. No way that's true, right? Taking a closer look, the humans in the back are also wearing items I've never seen before. The Toyama humans start to talk amongst each other while staring at Izao and his teammates. Are you people finished with the last conversation of your life? Izao asks with a freezing voice, not allowing any doubt that he's certain of his victory. Last of our life, the crime of having rudely trespassed the domain of my lord. Make up for it with your lives. Dark Knight Tempest. Izoi releases a storm of darkness at the same time as he casts a deadly stare at the group of humans. TSK. Guys, let's show him the power of Black Rail. Light shield. As the man with the great sword readies his weapon, the humans behind him deploy shields of light, blocking the raging storm. Fire. In response to Izoi's yell, the group of elves behind him unleashes fire, wind, ice, and earth lances at the enemy in front. TSK. Annoying Lil Eagle Arrow. Power throw. A human archer and a human holding a round throwing weapon. A chakram. Start attacking the elves. But as soon as Izoi lifts his hand, a group of living males steps in front of the elves, holding up their shield and thus blocking the incoming attacks. KO. Ryuta. Get rid of the elves in the back. Okay. Sure thing. KO. A woman holding daggers in her hand, and Ryuta, a guy with a one-handed axe, quickly approach the elves, going around from the left and right. You're up. Sure. Taunt. A heavily equipped man with a big shield pulls the aggro to himself by clanking his weapon against his shield. Raizu, we're heading out as well. The man shouldering the great sword, and Raizu, a guy holding a spear, charge with their weapons raised overhead. You over there, shall we make sure which is more superior, your spear or a Minyu Hoko? The spear bestowed upon me by Shinsama. Flash thrust. Izoi jumps in Raizu's way, and swiftly stabs out a Minyu Hoko. Ha! Don't look down. Raizu tries to repel a Minyu Hoko with Gael Bulg, but losing the contest, his left shoulder is penetrated by Izoi's spear. People of Toyama Prefecture, allow me to correct one thing. Our Emperor, Shinsama, doesn't like inhuman tactics. We are here out of our own free will. Kagetsu, a resident, who has stepped out in front together with Izoi, brandishes Biznozafun Kanematsu, the best general-purpose katana I can create, at the great sword wielder. Fuck. These guys are being dominated down to their heart. Power slash. The man parries the katana slash with his blade, and swings his sword down with all his might. Even though the resident avoids a direct hit as he blocks the great sword with his katana, he can't fully kill the power behind the slash, resulting in him being blown backwards. Tanaka Dono. You're forbidden to try the impossible. Shinsama has not permitted for you and your men to die. Izoi shouts towards Tanaka while fighting Raizu. I am fine, thanks to the armor granted to me by Shinsama. The damage is insignificant. Tanaka stands up, using the katana to prop himself up, and releases his fighting spirit at full throttle again. Tanaka, don't take him on by yourself. Let's do this together. Not a single one of us is to die. This is the order by Master and Shinsama. Afterwards, two more residents joined the front line, taking on the great sword wielder together with Tanaka. Were all three of them possibly Katetsu's pupils? They're confronting the enemy with decent teamwork. In addition, Kyo and Ryuta, who had gone around, are dragged into combat by residents who are defending the elves. On the other hand, a part of the residents raises their katana, and charges at the humans firing magic from the rear. As soon as a resident falls into a predicament, the living males step in to protect them with their lives. On top of that, the elves covered them with magic attacks and heal their wounds, all in all leading to high-leveled group combat by my subordinates and residents which exceeds my expectations by far. They're holding out quite well, aren't they? As far as I can tell from the battle situation, only Izoi exceeds the Toyama humans in individual strength. But the residents are resisting their enemies with the power of numbers while coordinating with my subordinates. The biggest advantage in defense is the lack of a numerical restriction. I'm pretty sure Yatoro is giving the subordinates detailed instructions, with my worries proving to be needless. The defense of the 127th sector proceeded favorably. Chapter 234 Strife over Ishikawa University. It looks like the defense of the 127th sector, which gave me a headache, is going to succeed, and the reign for obtaining a front-line base for the invasion of Nonoichi's City Hall. The strife over Ishikawa University has 30 minutes left on the clock. Just one person will do. Break through the defense line at all costs. The humans push against our defense line with a do-or-die resolve. My subordinates frantically protect the defense line even while many of Iron's living males sacrifice themselves for Kotetsu's core and many of Hibiki's orcs for Rina's core. A fierce battle has unfolded where a great number of humans and monsters cross their weapons while stepping over the corpses of their fallen allies. I kill and there's still no end in sight. Takaharu happily swings his fist, knocking down a human. I'm gonna be the MVP of this battle, like totally. Even though a thin sheen of sweat has formed on her forehead, Sarah lets a rain of spells pour down on the humans while smiling. Sata, we are going to take down that guy over there. Aye. Hearing Kotetsu's order, Satanta holds up his spear and quickly charges like a dog who has been ordered by its owner, pulling a Satanto against a human giving instructions to the people around him. Ha. Who's a pervert? Who's a pig? I won't let you take a single step beyond this point. Perfect body. Hibiki draws the aggro of the charging humans while posing. Blue. Cover red. I'll back up Hibiki. Rogerzu. Rina slays the pitiful humans who are drawn towards Hibiki. Over here. The enemy line is short of hands. Over here. The humans advance on the defense line that has thinned out at the places where Rina and Blue had been. But PFFT, short of hands? You people were lured in, into the abyss of the Asta Empire. Team J. Subaru's Team J forces back the pushing humans with overwhelming individual strength. 15 minutes left until Rain succeeds. Kotetsu, Iron, Sarah, Flora, and Chloe abandon your positions and start moving behind Rina and the others at the front through the back gate. I have Kotetsu and the others abandon the university, which has become the center of the defense line in this battle, by falling back. Rina, Takaharu, Hibiki, Red, Layla, Subaru slowly pull back the defense line. I have Rina and the other vanguards, who had taken up position on the road connecting to the effective range of Rain, gradually retreat. Cannon. You're up. Everyone from Asta Empire. There's only 10 more minutes left until the completion of Rain. It's virtually impossible for the humans to enter the range of Rain, but please do your best until the end, okay? I deliberately rely on Cannon, who holds a megaphone, instead of a telepathic message to inform my subordinates, and the humans of the current state of affairs. Shit. What happened to Sage Sama's so great strategy? Were we betrayed by the folks from Toy Armor? Demon King Kaoru. Just what are those guys doing? No use. It's over. Breaking through these guys in 10 minutes is impossible. Don't give up. Fight to the bitter end. A feeling of despair begins to circulate among the humans after hearing Cannon's speech. Takaharu. Red. You don't need to go on the offensive anymore. Fall back and save your energy. All leaders and bloodkin, use your recovery items. Recover your stamina while keeping up the defense line. I rein in Takaharu and the other hotheads who are about to attack the humans who are getting increasingly depressed, ordering them to preserve their energy. The force behind the human attacks has started to visibly wane. I suppose we've safely got through this Rain. I check the time left until the Rain finishes. 5 minutes. 3, 1. 10 seconds. 5, 1. The black vortex in front of me brightens up, and then vanishes alongside a convergence of its light, a silver shining orb. A true core has appeared in place of the black vortex. Rain finished. This simple notification appears on the screen of my smartphone. With Rain having succeeded, I quickly tap around on my phone, select domain creation, and create the biggest structure I can, a mountain. Rumble rumble. As the ground of the new sector trembles violently, a mountain, which can be seen from afar, despite its height remaining below 1,000 meters, rises into the air. Seeing such a monstrosity suddenly appear in front of them, the humans clearly fall into despair and gloom, immediately comprehending that the Rain has succeeded without having it spelled to them. Afterwards I create a transfer array, connecting the new sector with the first sector. Yataro. Follow the plan. A message to all subordinates who participated in the Rain. Withdraw into the new sector at once. My subordinates, who have been gradually pulling back the defense line, start to withdraw into the new sector that's less than 100 meters away. Some among the humans left behind break out in tears, others crouch down on the spot. but all seem to fully realize the severity of their current situation. All bloodkin who have no injuries are to use their recovery items. I order my bloodkin after they return into my domain. Subordinates who are drenched in blood, subordinates who are missing body parts, subordinates who flop down on the spot out of exhaustion. Many of my subordinates have suffered injuries throughout the battle. An order to all bloodkin, including the leaders: travel along the werewolves waiting for you over there, and get rid of the humans still remaining outside. I set the werewolves, who Yatro had moved over from the first sector, as the subordinates of my bloodkin. For real, Su? Ooh, how nice. I've still got plenty of power left to go on. Shinaki, isn't your handling of personnel, way too rough to exploit us even further while we are at the brink of total exhaustion? As expected of you, Master. Team J is going to head out like a gust of wind. Even though the leaders grumble complaints here and there, all of them get ready for the pursuit. Chapter 235. End of the strife over Ishikawa University. Shin-san, what's up? Cannon calls out to me as I watch my leaders departing to pursue the fleeing humans. I do understand that it's important to chase down the humans to decrease their military forces, but aren't you going to take defensive measures against Kaoru's invasion? We'd still be in time if we did it now, wouldn't we? Kaoru's invasion team is currently in the middle of attacking the southernmost sector of the Asta Empire in Hokuzen. So far they're on the second floor of that sector. Right now I'm level 19, so the true core is enshrined on the 19th floor. If I dispatched my leaders to defend that sector, it wouldn't be all that difficult to repel the invaders. The number of invaders is 24, isn't it? Yes. 24 kin who can be considered to be Kaoru's main force. Who should I send out to make the defense succeed with absolute certainty? Let's see. 2 of the invaders are former humans. I'd like to believe that they aren't as powerful as Rina and Katetsu, but we can't be careless. In addition, the invasion group contains 5 kin who seem to be unique subordinates equal to Izaioi, and 2 kin who appear to be former demon kings. If it comes to making the defense succeed without a hitch, I think you should dispatch all the leaders. Cannon answers my question after analyzing the invaders' combat force. If we were to defeat all of Kaoru's main force at this point, it'd merit a defense. But do you think we'll be able to do that? The invaders have been killing all the subordinates on their way, probably to secure a path of retreat. Therefore, it's going to be impossible to fall into their back-through transfer. If it's about definitely killing them, it could prove to be somewhat difficult. Defeating someone who's completely focused on escaping is fairly hard. I think so as well. Assuming we'd opt for attacking Kaoru's invasion team, it'd become necessary to assign all our forces, Asta Empire's leaders, to defense. Moreover, the invaders are formidable enemies. And now a question for you, Cannon. Assuming I dispatch the leaders to defend the sector, and let's on top of that adopt the positive hypothesis that they were to succeed in the defense, do you believe that the same leaders could attack Nonoichi's city hall right afterwards? Moreover, the rain just now succeeded in 3 hours, but how much time do you think would the annihilation of the Kenzao Liberation Army, a rain on Nonoichi's city hall, require? One of the conditions for a successful rain is to expel all hostile forces within the 3 kilometers radius 3 hours after the start of the rain. Is the theft of human land going to be a decisive battle over those 3 hours then? The answer is no. Rain is something you carry out when you're convinced that you can actually meet the conditions for its success. Thus it's necessary to have a large-scale battle against the humans, aka lower the number of enemies within the range of the planned rain in advance in order to make the rain ultimately work. In other words, you only launch a rain after careful preparations, when you're certain that you can clear all hostile entities within its range. In such a case, how much time will be needed to get everything ready and carry out a rain on Nonoichi's city hall? The enemy numbers approximately 300,000, if you also include the non-combatants. As a result of their continuous skirmishes with Kaoru, not only the quantity but also the quality of the humans is rather high up there. Moreover, a sturdy wall surrounds Nonoichi's city hall and its surrounding facilities, which gives the humans a perfect, locational advantage. If you add these elements together, It'll be impossible to get everything done within a week to begin with. Half a month might be a tough call as well. I'd love to wrap up this whole operation within a month, but I wonder if it'll all go as I wish. At the shortest 1 month. If it drags out, even 3 months could be required. Canon voices the conclusion she has reached on her own as I'm simulating scenarios in my mind. It's a somewhat too careful estimation, but I'd say you haven't miscalculated. And as for the answer towards your first question, why am I having our forces pursue the humans while ignoring Kaoru's invasion? It's for the sake of keeping the time needed to execute a raid on Nonoichi's city hall as short as possible. Kaoru's invasion team started its attack into my sector 3 hours ago. Even if we were to head over to defend it from now on and succeed in it, it'd earn us 3 hours. Moreover, the forces necessary to definitely succeed with the defense would be all leaders. My leaders have been growing reliably these days, but they finished a reign just a little while ago. If I'm going to make them fight Kaoru's main force, on top of that, they'll need several days of rest afterwards. Therefore I've reached the conclusion that we should clearly prioritize which enemy to defeat while presenting several sectors to Kaoru just as initially planned. I see. My understanding as a strategist is still lacking. But my experience points as a strategist have gone up. Canon looks a bit down, but immediately recovers her spirit and smiles happily. Experience points as a strategist is what exactly? Well, whatever. Canon, we're going to join the pursuit as well. Eh? Huh? Me too? Let's go earn some proper experience points rather than some incomprehensible, imaginary ones. Thus I headed out to hunt down the fleeing humans with Canon. Section 3 hours later, the pursuit battle was a success. The target were the 10,000 people in the vicinity of the new sector. We succeeded in mopping up 30% of the humans who were trying to get away while being unorganized. Because 50% of the humans surrendered, we confined them in a sector located in Noto after turning it into a simple prison. All of you, great work. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. we're going to begin the invasion of Nonoichi's city hall. I inform everyone belonging to the Aster Empire of tomorrow's schedule. Your exhaustion must have piled up because of all the battles today. But the same can be said about the enemy. Now is the crucial moment. I'm expecting everyone to put forth great efforts tomorrow too. It's nothing exaggerated, but we prepared a lavish meal for those who participated in the battle. All hands, it might be only a short break, but please use the time to rest up as much as you can. I finish my thanks and announcement with these words. Everyone besides demon kings like me requires food and sleep. It's an annoying problem. Since I don't need it myself, I have difficulty judging when to give my subordinates time to eat and sleep. People capable of fighting without these two don't exist, except for demon kings. 3 meals per day and 8 hours of sleep are impossible during times of war, but as ruler of the Aster Empire, it's something I need to keep in mind in order to maintain a high morale. It'd be easy if I were to plan on exploiting my subordinates like I did in the past, but nowadays such a logic won't work. My initial domain of 6 square kilometers has now grown to a size covering more than 70% of the Ishikawa prefecture, and my subordinates have also increased with former demon kings and humans joining my ranks. Even the number of people I have to protect, my residents, has grown. It's a fact that my own values have also changed from back then, but I can only smile bitterly at that since I feel like my freedom nowadays has decreased when compared to the past. Chapter 236 Invasion of Nonoichi City. The next day after finishing the strife over Ishikawa University, the current time is 4 p.m. 2 hours left until our invasion towards Nonoichi's city hall. The city hall and its surroundings are protected by a sturdy wall. The only places where you can enter the compound are the northern and southern gates. If it's pixie and devil species who can fly, they could scale the wall, but they'd obviously be showered by large quantities of arrows and spells before they even reach the top of the wall. This makes siege weapons a strategic key element. Man-made devices and buildings possess a property you could describe as objects in game terms. It's impossible to destroy them with the abilities brought about by this broken world. In other words, you need man-made weapons to destroy man-made structures. During the battle over Suzu's City Hall, a goblin destroyed the gate by attacking it with a truck, paying with his life. This time I'd love to adopt a similar strategy, but the gates of the current wall are so sturdy that a destruction with a truck seems to be impossible. The humans of Nonoichi's City Hall pretty obviously know about the limitation that chaos can't destroy man-made structures with their granted abilities. Did they learn it through the repeated battles against Kaoru? But, if the enemy continues to evolve by learning from us, we just need to evolve faster than them. Predicting that such a day would come sooner or later, I had ordered Akira and my residents with plenty of construction knowledge to build siege weapons. The unscientific abilities obtained through this broken world and the wisdom based on the experience of mankind's long history, fusing these two together has led to the completion of several siege weapon prototypes. The bombs, refined without relying on abilities while using Or's mind in created mines, have already been confirmed to have an effect against man-made structures. In addition, our engineers have built battering rams and catapults grounded on the premise that they'll be handled by ogres and dwarves who excel in physical strength. I have formed a new unit, a combat engineer squad for the sake of operating these siege weapons. The captain of that unit is the dwarf Lord Mason. A recommendation by Akira, the resident Kichi, who helped in the development of those weapons, was selected as his vice-captain and turned into a bloodkin. The combat engineer squad's combat prowess is low, making it essential to choose the proper occasion and location to dispatch them to the front. I check the Nonoichi City Hall invasion force, which includes the combat engineers, once more. Except for residents such as Mrs. Tamura, the logistics support Akira, and Yataro as well as Izaioi, who will stay back to fend off invasions from the Toyama Prefecture. All leaders will participate in this operation. Some of my subordinates are still exhausted, but we cannot afford to let this chance pass unused. After confirming the invasion troops, the reserve forces, and the reserve materials, I leave my room, heading outside my domain. Section 6 p.m. We're going to start the invasion towards Nonoichi's City Hall from now on. I announced to the 12,000 subordinates lined up in front of me. We can expect a fervent resistance, but everyone, show them the power of the Asta Empire. Let all enemies standing in our way realize their own foolishness. We begin our march after my subordinates roar so loudly that the atmosphere trembles. 2 hours after advancing at a relaxed pace, we reached a location 500 meters away from the wall protecting Nonoichi's City Hall. This time we aren't acting stealthily, and thus the enemy should have been able to notice our invasion if they paid the slightest amount of attention. As a result, a huge mass of humans has taken up formation in front of the wall. Cannon. How much is the enemy fielding? What do you think? Let's see. Seeing how we've got 12,000, around 36,000, or maybe 48,000? Cannon judges that it's around 3 to 4 times more than we have. It aligns with my own estimation. To be precise, they probably have combat forces hidden behind that wall too, and since we've prepared plenty of reserve forces as well, the actual difference in combat manpower can't be determined. The enemy has more than 3 times as many troops as we have. Anyone got cold feet? I provoke my subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. My subordinates stomp on the ground and make noise with their weapons to deny my words. Who's going to win? The Asta Empire. Shinsama. Our Asta Empire. Us. My subordinates reply with angry roars. Their answers vary. Huh? Would it have been better to practice this like Subaru did with his core? We'll show them our power. The morale skyrockets in response to my yell. Because of the sense of unity with my subordinates who regard themselves as invincible, my feelings peak out. Hibiki Core. Iron Core. Ready your shields in advance. By your order, Master. Bui. Hibiki and his orcs answer my order with bellows. Iron's living males loudly clang their shields as they can't speak. Takaharu Core. Red Core. Advance behind them. Sure thing. Ah woo. Let's go. Chloe Core. Layla Core. Advance. Certainly. Yes, Master. Sarah Core. Flora Core Advance. Rach. Okay. After Sarah and Flora's core advance, Subaru's core and I follow, with Rina and Katetsu's core forming the rear. Hibiki and Ayan's core advance one step at a time while being welcomed into the battle by a downpour of arrows and spells. Once they advance to a stance of around 50 meters from the enemy. We're going to defend this place to the bitter end. For the sake of humanity's survival. Everyone, let's go. A part of the human charges at us with their weapons held up. Hibiki and Ayan core. Stop there. Chloe core. Layla core. Sarah core. Flora core. Start attacking. I have the 2 tank core stop at the front line, and then get the rear core to launch ranged attacks. Spells and arrows fly about between both camps. The sounds of arrows and spells flying, the explosions of magic, and the noise of metal hitting metal fill the vicinity. This spelled the beginning of the final battle against the humans of Ishikawa Prefecture. Chapter 237 Invasion of Nonoji City. Subaru's core is to stay on standby until a formidable enemy appears, as you command. Rina and Katetsu's core are to stay on standby until I tell you otherwise. Roger. Count on it. Cannon, you join up with Sarah's core to earn experience points. Okay. I'll head out to the front for a bit. After giving instructions to my subordinates who have been on standby with me in the rear, I rush over to the front line by myself. The humans have already clashed with the subordinates of Hibiki and Ayan over there. Fierce sounds of weapons clashing, angry roars and screams fill the air. Takaharu. Red. The table is set. Beat them up to your heart's content. No need telling me. Gahahaha. Noir. Rouge. We're going to kick some ass. After arriving at the forefront, I thrust Bryonak at a human in front of me while instigating the 2 battle maniacs. Gaha. No way. This guy is Demon King Shion. As my target falls to the ground after one attack from Bryonak, one of the nearby humans looks shocked. This guy? How about picking your words more carefully? Crescent moon slash. I swing down Bryonak to the utmost limit of my power, bisecting the human who blurted out that cheeky comment. It's Shion. Demon King Shion has shown you up. Kill him. As long as we bring this guy down. I shoot the mouth of a human, who's kicking up a fuss, with my growth gun, and stab him with Bryonak while he staggers. Kill him. Kill Demon King Shion. Having perceived my location, the humans immediately start to push my way. Hey, I don't remember having used any aggro skills. I sure am one popular guy. Hibiki. What's the point in me standing out more than you? What's your role? Excuse me, master. I shall obediently listen to your reprimand later on. Humans. It's not Shinsama who should burn himself into your eyes, but me. Perfect body. Hearing my scolding, Hibiki is clad in a golden light and undresses. His perfect body is terrifying. The humans don't want to get close to him, and yet they're being drawn towards Hibiki, who's posing with his tea-bag-only outfit and the bunny ears on his head. Ayan, the same applies to you as well. Make noise. Be loud. Clunk your shields. The core of Ayan, the other tank team, begins to fiercely clang their shields in response to my encouragement. Nice. Really nice. A fucking brawl festival. My blood's pumping. With his excitement going through the roof amidst all the shield noise, Takaharu turns into a beast. He rampages left and right with a ferocious smile exposing his sharp fangs. Festivals need, like, fireworks, right? It's fever time. Fire blast. Triggered by Takaharu, Sarah launches a flame bombing from behind. I shall deliver judgment to those inferior worms swarming towards Master. I won't allow you to lay a finger on Shinsama. In addition, Chloe and Layla's core also join the battle at the front line. My surroundings immediately turn into a melee. I estimate the enemy's level while fighting a human. Their level is around 10 to 40 with the average being around 20. If I express my subordinates' levels in human levels, the average would be 25, but if I take the quality of our equipment into the equation, there's probably an even wider spread between the individual differences. Above all, I haven't been able to confirm a single human beyond level 50, like a part of my leaders are. Although this is a large-scale battle where quality matters more than quantity, the individual strength of my rampaging leaders is a reliable pillar of confidence. Once I've actually joined the front line myself, I feel like they have a major impact on their allies' morale and the decline of their enemies' morale. Now then, it's a rare opportunity, so I'll have the humans let me earn lots of experience off them. Having been inspired by the efforts of my leaders, who are freely reigning on the battlefield as mighty warriors, I brandish Bryonak, taking one human after the other down. Section 3 hours after we've begun our invasion of Nonoichi's city hall, quite a big number of humans should have gone back to the mud by now, but as far as I can see, the carpet of humans spreading out in front of me doesn't give me the impression that they lost many at all. TSK. As usual, the losses in Red's Corps are truly extreme. I check the situation around me while fighting. At the same time I hurl out orders as Supreme Commander. Red's Corps, you are to retreat for the moment. Subaru, you're up. Close the hole left behind by Red and his men. Takaharu, leaving you personally aside, your subordinates are quite exhausted. Fall back behind Iron's Corps for the time being. Hibiki, order your orcs to pick up the equipment dropped by Iron's Corps. Have 200 of them return to the domain, and bring the reserve living males over. Looking at the whole, only Iron's Corps, the living males, don't get exhausted, though I'm not sure whether they even know the concept of stamina. The humans also have those who fail to get the job done retreat. New personnel from Nonoichi's city hall arrives over and over again as replacements. When people get cornered, they become really strong. The humans of the Ishikawa prefecture have nowhere left to run. All of the humans are desperately struggling to defend this place. I didn't expect that we'd be able to make this place full today. It'd be a serious blow if I lost my leaders because I forced the unreasonable. It's necessary for me to spot the perfect moment to stop, and repeat this invasion many times over. Our enemies can't revive their dead, and they can't replenish their fighters either. On the other hand, I have to manage the limited resource called CP, but I can replenish my combat forces. Once Hibiki's orcs bring along new living males and orcs, they might temporarily move back to the rear guard. As I'm planning my next strategies while thrusting Bryonak at an enemy in front. Everyone, please do your best. Let's protect Ishikawa Prefecture, our home with our strength. Please listen, all of you. It's the kin. You have to target the kin. No matter how many of the small fries you defeat, they'll be replaced anyway. Please focus on slaying kin. The talking monsters, Kanezawa's Saintess, and Kanezawa's Sage, two main components that heavily influence the progress of the war, have appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 238 Invasion of Nonoichi City. The opponent is our sworn enemy, Demon King Shion. On that day, by those guys. We cannot afford to allow the same tragedy, where we lost our heroes, to repeat itself. My best friend Rina. No, our hero. I won't forgive Demon King Shion for stealing her from me. Everyone, please lend us your strength. The morale of the humans visibly goes up with the two leaders of the Kanezawa Liberation Army joining the fray. Let's first work together and get rid of that eyesore of a pervert. Magic unit, set. Once, Kanezawa's Sage swings his sword down, the humans behind him all launch spells at the pervert. Hibiki. Sarah. Protect Hibiki. Okay. Magic shield. Magic shield. In response to my order, Sarah deploys a magic shield together with her subordinates in front of Hibiki. How cheeky. Everyone, focus on the kin. Concentrate your attacks on the kin. Physical boost. Kanezawa's Sage casts a buff on the humans close to him. All those who are wounded, come to me. We'll defeat Demon King Shion with our humanities bonds. Group heal. Kanezawa's Saintess heals the humans around her. Kanezawa's Sage is a buffer, and Kanezawa's Saintess is a healer. I retreat into the swarm of my subordinates. As I withdraw from the front line, I analyze their abilities. They're both young. Neither is the type who would throw themselves at the front line like Katetsu, and it's not like they've originally possessed some kind of authority like the mayor of Suzu, but I guess they do have the ability to unite people. I don't feel any threat in regards to individual strength from Kanezawa's Saintess or Kanezawa's Sage, but It's not amusing for the humans to get all spirited either. After blending into the crowd of my subordinates, I moved to my original position. Section. As said, the survivors of the former hero party have shown up. But, are you ready, Ms. Lost Hero? Hero of the Black Sword? Whoa, what an evil face you're showing there, Shin-san. Canon teases me gleefully when she spots me after retreating herself at some point. Ms. Lost Hero, huh? It's not wrong to say that, Syama Rina died on that day. My current name is Rina-shin. For the sake of my friends, for the sake of the Asta Empire, I'll simply do what must be done. Rina declares with a serious expression after hearing my light joking. Okay, I guess we'll move to the front line then. To do what must be done. Kotetsu, you'll also come with us as highly acclaimed Sword King. Bringing up old stories. But, as you wish. Kotetsu lightly lowers his head while smiling in embarrassment. Shinsama, say, is it okay for me to come along as well? I'd hate to be the only one left behind here in the back, you know. As I'm about to head out to the front with Rina and Kotetsu, Satanta, whom I had ordered to remain on standby with Kotetsu, begs to come along while hopping up and down. Sure. Rina and Kotetsu's core are going to move forward together with me. That means me as well. Blue, who has absolutely no motivation in contrast to Satanta, feels dejected, but without minding him, I point my feet towards the front line. With each step of me getting closer to the front, my five senses get thrilled by the stench and noise of the battlefield. But, you really can't underestimate the mental state, morale of troops. With just Kanezawa's Saintess, and Kanezawa's Sage, having appeared on the battlefield, the vigor of the humans has clearly risen by their encouragements. I don't know how much of an effect it is towards my created subordinates, but it might be necessary to act in a way that takes my subordinates' morale into consideration in the future. Thinking about it like this, Subaru's actions, which totally look like him messing around when watching from a distance, might actually make some sense. Well, I don't have the confidence that I could escalate things to such an extent, nor do I see any necessity. But, oops, we're almost there. A fierce clash between my subordinates and the humans is unfolding around 10 meters in front of me. While the typical noise of a battlefield, metallic screeching, screams, roars, fills the air, I take a megaphone into my hands. Long time no see, Kanezawa's Saintess, Kyama Saori and Kanezawa's Sage, Andu Hydia, I'm Demon King Shin. Do you still remember me? My voice, filled to the limit with spite, reverberates across the surroundings after getting boosted by the megaphone. As if we'd ever forget you. You piece of shit stole the lives of our precious friend. You're saying that you remember me? Isn't this rather close to a first meeting right now? Without listening to the clamoring of Kanezawa's Saintess, Kyama Saori, who shouts in response to my voice, I keep going with my speech. Don't feel you an arc with you are us. We never forgot, not for a single moment. The tragedy of that day. The tragedy of that day? Correct. The tragic day when you bastards stole the life of our precious friend. There, hero of the Black Sword, Syama Rina. That's not how I remember it though. Screw you. It's not only hero of the Black Sword, whose life you stole. There, silver hero, Miyamoto Masakado. There, archer hero, Imari Hajime. There, witch of fire conquest, Saito Roriko. And there, guardian, Makino Yuya. You asshole. My precious friends, mankind's hope. Ah, I remember. With tragic day you mean the day when Kanezawa's prided sage and saintess insulted the hero of the Black Sword, and deserted her to run away with your guardian buddy, whom you later on sacrificed as well to safely escape by yourself, right? Contrary to Andu Hydia's emotional speech, I merely recount the truth with a calm voice. You're right. That was definitely a tragedy. Abandoning your friends and running away by yourself, what a tragedy. Sage was written as a clever man, wasn't it? No doubt. It was a clever move to save your own skin. Also, back when you ran away, Saintess, you hurled quite the nasty insults at their hero of the Black Sword, didn't you? Best friend? You must be joking, right? Lies. Everyone, don't get deceived by that fiend. We never abandoned anyone to run away. Rina allowed us to get away by sacrificing herself. Rina is my best friend. I didn't want to leave her alone back there. But, Rina's my best friend's final wish was for us to retreat. Kanezawa's saintess, Kiyama Saori's emotional voice harpies across the battlefield. Rina's wish? As far as I remember, Rina said, wait, back then, you verbally abused her. There, hero of the Black Sword, and ran away yourself. Or did you not? I don't remember the details of the day anymore either. But, Canon has memorized everything. As owner of instant memory. Lies. All of it are lies. Stop it. Do you intend to even defile Rina's noble death? Unforgivable. I won't ever forgive you. Kiyama Saori screams hysterically like a fury. Lies, eh? I'm a demon king and at the same time the ruler of the Asta Empire. As you might be able to imagine, it's somewhat upsetting to be insulted as a liar in front of such a big audience. Shut up, you brute. I won't forgive you. Never ever. At this rate, we'll never reach a conclusion, no matter how much you and I talk it out. So, how about I introduce a witness to prove the rightfulness of my words? Stop with the bullshit. What witness? Who would believe your friends? The likes of lowly monsters? Ha ha ha. Now, calm down a bit, saintess. The witness is right next to me. The witness, Rina, has shown up with me at the front line where the fighting has come to a halt because of the sudden exchange of words. Chapter 239 Invasion of Non-Oji City. Long time no see. Saori. Rina's monotonous voice fills the vicinity through the megaphone. No way. Kiyama Saori, Kanezawa's saintess, clearly expresses her surprise after being addressed by Rina. Who is it? Kiyama-san, is she an acquaintance of yours? On the other hand, Ando Hideo, Kanezawa's sage, stares at Kiyama Saori with confusion coloring his face, seemingly having forgotten Rina's voice. It's been a long time, Ando-senpai. Rina also calls out to Ando Hideo with a monotonous voice. WH, don't tell me. Have you already forgotten about me, Ando-senpai? Rina answers in the same tone as before, a voice lacking all emotions. A monotonous one. Can induce fear. Impossible. It's an illusion. That is Demon King Shin's trick to throw us in disarray. It's the same being as the bunny pervert over there. A phantom with the sole objective of causing chaos amongst us. Oh my? You even treat me as an illusion? Hibiki, the bunny pervert who got dissed along the way, makes a pose while looking sulky. It's quite rude to call someone else that, you know? Rina takes off the Venetian mask while smiling bitterly. Oh my god. Why, you were seriously Rina? The real Syama-san? Seeing Rina's bare face, Kiyama Saori and Ando Hideo become panicked, and the surrounding humans start to stare after seeing the two's reaction. It's regrettable, but say, Rina, don't talk any further. I forbid Rina to speak any further after sensing that she's about to say something risky. Rina turns a confused look in my direction, explaining that you're called Rina-shin right now will just complicate things. It's troublesome, but for now use Syama Rina, hero of the Black Sword, or just Rina. Rina clears her throat, and then starts over. My name is Rina. In the past I've been called hero of the Black Sword by you people. Unlike moments ago, Rina is now using a loud and powerful voice filled with intonations. Wait. There. Hero of the Black Sword, didn't die back then? She was supposedly killed by Demon King Shin. Is she the real one? Going by how Sage Sama and Saintess Sama have reacted, I guess she's the real one? Maybe she's an illusion. After hearing Rina's words, the humans become quite agitated. I was called here as a witness by Shin, my master Shin. Therefore, I'll recount what happened on that day. No one but me is suited to directly tell you the truth I've experienced. Here and now. Shut up. Everyone, don't be misled. That is an illusion. A phantom created by Demon King Shin. Ando Hideo roars to interrupt Rina's powerful speech. On that day, I departed together with 11 other comrades, including Ando Hidea and Gyamasa Ori over there, to liberate the domain of Demon King Shion as certified heroes of Kainzawa. As a result, we lost many of our comrades on the third floor. My leg was shot from behind by an arrow of Imari Hajime, who was supposed to be my comrade, causing me to fall down on the spot, and I begged my remaining comrades, Gyamasa Ori, Ando Hidea, and Makino Yuya, to save me, but all that I received in return were "Shut up." Ando Hidea and Gyamasa Ori desperately interrupt Rina with hysterical voices. All that I received in return were harsh rebukes and slowly fading footsteps of people running away. However, Rina continued her recount with a calm voice as if she couldn't even see the hysteric duo. When I was surrounded by many monsters and a powerful enemy, after having been abandoned by my comrades, it was Demon King Shion who gave me a second chance at life. There was only one truth to be found in your words, which were teeming with vainglory. On that day, Syama Rina certainly died. Being called Hero of the Black Sword, Syama Rina fought for the sake of humanity and died. The one standing in front of you right now isn't Syama Rina. It's Rina Shion, who serves Demon King Shion as a subject of the Asta Empire. Rina's voice gradually gains in passion, ending with her screaming out her bare feelings. I don't regret the path I chose at all. I don't regret my current choice to fight for Asta, my friends, and my family. What sage, what saintess, don't yap your mouths about me after you left me in the lurch. Rina lets the grudge and fury, which has been gnawing at her, freely explode. I instructed her to persuade the humans to surrender, but I'd say she's gone berserk. Changing the current course will be difficult with the current Rina. I walk up next to Rina. Rina, give me the megaphone! Sorry, Shion. Rina apologizes to me, hands the megaphone over, and takes a step backwards. Now then, dear humans. This is the truth. No, those are lies. Everyone, don't get deceived. All lies. Don't let them trick you. Gyamasa Ori and Ando Hidea loudly declare the truth, as it was told by the person concerned to be a lie. Hey, wait a second. Did you forget the words of the Hero of the Black Sword, your former friend? You people, don't use Rina for your lies. I raise my voice, and send a glare full of bloodlust at the two who still prattle some nonsense. It's a trick. That is no Syama-san, Hero of the Black Sword. As Ando Hidea continues to deny, I send in the second witness from our side. Huh, so you're saying Rina, my granddaughter, is an illusion? Am I an illusion as well then? Who are you? My name is Kotetsu. I'm Rina's grandfather, who has been inappropriately called Sword King by the people of Suzu City in the past. Right after Rina, I have Kotetsu, who's quite popular, take the stage, further shaking the hearts and spirits of the humans. Sword King? No way. Syama Kotetsu, there, Sword King, who spearheaded the fight against the Demon Kings and was even feared by those demons. I heard that Sword King died as well, but no, there were also rumors about someone similar to Sword King being present on the previous battlefield. The real one? A commotion spreads among the humans after Kotetsu's entry. According to the sage over there, I seem to be an illusion, but I can assure you, I'm the real one. Just like Rina, I fought against Shinsama, lost, and became one of those who were given a second chance at life by him. By the way, it's not just me who barely escaped death. No, was rescued. Shinsama not only saved the more than 100,000 residents of Suzu, but also many of the people of the previous battle at Ishikawa University. Currently they're living a sound life in the Asta Empire under Shinsama's protection, probably because of his wisdom from his long life. Kotetsu has grasped my objective. Unlike Rina, more than 100,000 are alive? What do you mean by sound life? I've heard rumors that people, who became the underlings of Demon Kings, get brainwashed. Did those two look to you as if they were brainwashed? Not really. No, but didn't their Hero of the Black Sword address Demon King Shion without any honorifics earlier? So, she wasn't been brainwashed then? Maybe their pecking order is lax? The humans' unrest intensifies as Kotetsu's words apparently were too shocking. Was it a basic custom of negotiations to also mention the downsides? I think back on the negotiation tactics I looked up online in advance, and decide to compliment Kotetsu's words. As you've heard now, the ones next to me are Hero of the Black Sword, and Sword King. Just as Kotetsu, Sword King, said, many humans are living in the Asta Empire. However, since I, unlike certain people, hate lies, I'll tell you the whole truth from the start. Not all humans who confronted me live in the Asta Empire. Or to be more precise, many humans who faced me with hostility and bloodlust have unfortunately died. As for the details, starting with Silver Hero, what was his name again? I doubt it was Yalol. But what then? It's Miyamoto Masakado. Rina is the first to notice my issue, and tells me the real name of Yalol-kun. Miyamoto Masakado. All heroes besides Rina and the two over there have been killed by me and my subordinates. Additionally, I don't mind you interpreting it as less than 10% of the humans who invade my domain coming out alive again. However, I won't ever raise my hand against those asking for my protection, and those who don't have any intent to fight. In reality, many of the people who surrendered in the past are now living happily in the Asta Empire, my domain. Hearing the unblemished truth from me, the humans go through all kinds of emotions such as dejection, unrest, etc. After having told you all these truths, I'll further inform you as ruler of the Asta Empire. I'll show mercy and welcome all those who wish to surrender with open arms. As for those who resist, I'll reply with armed might to bring them death. Dear humans, whether it's going to be surrender or resistance, choose your own path by our own will. I announce, Chapter 240 Invasion of Nonoji City. What should we do? You moron. The opponent is a demon king. As if anyone would believe his bullshit. But the others have been living well after they surrendered. Didn't you hear? In the first place, that woman, is she really, Hero of the Black Sword? Must be a fake. I mean Sage and Saintess said so as well. But, would they be this flustered over some fake? I have personally seen the real Hero of the Black Sword. It's probably that girl over there. We can't exclude the possibility of her being manipulated, even if she's the real deal. Agitated discussions drift my way from the humans after I gave them my recommendation for surrender. People who seem willing to surrender, people who are against surrendering, people who believe in Rina being the real one, and people who regard Rina as a fake. All kinds of arguments are being exchanged, but all humans share one certain feeling nonetheless. Anxiety. An emotion that's directly connected to a decline in their morale. If I've managed to instigate anxiety among the humans, it means I've succeeded in my plans. Having said that, there's still many enemies left. Let's try to stir up some more negative feelings among the humans. You have 24 hours to give me your reply. This isn't a reply I'm demanding from their Kainzao Liberation Army, but the humans belonging to the Kainzao Liberation Army. In other words, it's a reply I'm demanding from each of you as an individual. Decide your life by yourself. Those choosing the smart option, surrendering to me, are to come to my domain unarmed. The Asta Empire's doors are always open for those asking for protection. The main goal of the urging to surrender lies in chipping away the enemy's combat force. Human hearts are weak and easy to sway. The more humans surrender, the more the ones remaining behind will be mentally and spiritually cornered. Don't get cheated. You won't find any guarantee that the lives of the surrenderers will be spared. He's right. Everyone, don't believe anything the enemy says. All of you should know how surrenderers have been treated by demon kings as shields, and as slaves, and do Hidea and Gyama Saori reject my words with frantic verve. However, I continue as if those two didn't even exist to begin with. Well then, we'll take our leave here for the moment. Let me tell you once more, dear humans, you have 24 hours from now on. Those desiring protection are to disarm and come to my domain. And, let me also give you a warning, humans. You won't be let off for launching attacks against us as we retreat. If you fire as much as a single arrow our way, I'll interpret it as you being willing to resist to the bitter end. The same applies for you attacking us within the 24 hours grace period. Of course I had considered pulling back to allow my subordinates to recover and replace the subordinates we lost to begin with. Moreover, it's a gain for our side if a 24 hours grace period has been agreed upon, and then, at the end, I pour even more oil into the fire to grandly shake the human spirits. I forgot to mention one more thing. Kainzawa's sage, Andu Hydia and Kainzawa's saintess, Gyamasa Ori, I won't approve your surrender. The reason is, I can't trust you. You escaped while deserting your comrade, and on top of that, you even hurled abuse at that very comrade. Such trash has no credibility whatsoever, right? In short, dear humans, our Rasta Empire looks forward to a smart choice by everyone except for Kainzawa's sage and Kainzawa's saintess. That's all. Allow me to excuse myself then. Going by the course of events so far, I doubt that Andu Hydia and Gyamasa Ori would consider a surrender anyway. At most, they're going to spread lies such as Rena being a fake or surrenderers being treated as slaves. In such a case, I'll just reject their surrender from the very start. In exchange, it also sows suspicion, another negative emotion, among the humans. Many people who were offered protection, and 2 people who had protection denied. Are their words really going to reach the hearts of the other humans from now on? The suspicion planted by me will likely become a burden for the 2 who will try to persuade the other humans to not surrender after this. All hands, retreat. The final words are my order to withdraw, directed at my subordinates. Damn it. Wait. Everyone, attack. We have to attack. The enemy has turned their back on us. Now is the perfect opportunity. Andu Hydia screams at our backs. But, if we attack, for the time being, let's head back and discuss matters. Why yep, we're tired as well. It's necessary to consider things carefully. However, the humans, having been mentally and spiritually shaken, don't obey Andu Hydia's order, resulting in us successfully getting away without a scratch. Section. After returning to my domain, I order the subordinates who participated in the battle to take a rest, and also handle the organization of the replacements. Cannon will shelter any surrenderers in the 10th sector. I set up a transfer array connecting to the 10th sector, the one closest to Nonoji City. I don't have a clue how many people are going to surrender, but it's necessary to prepare for them either way. Mrs. Tamura, can you hear me? Please get everything ready to receive surrenderers at the 10th sector. As soon as I instruct Mrs. Tamura via telepathy, I get a call from her. Shinsama, how many people are going to come? No idea. How many people could you handle? We can prepare food for 10,000 people at once. As for bedding, if we limit it to simple blankets, we will prepare any number you name. Please get everything ready for 10,000 for starters. I'll immediately tell you if more than that becomes necessary. I understand. We will also set up simple toilets and showers, but if possible, I'd like to request the creation of a river or lake in the 10th sector. Got it. I'll create a river in advance. Thank you very much for your consideration. Tusk. Make it so that a video allowing others to grasp the lives of the residents can be watched in the 10th sector. No need to answer. Get to it right away. Although they'll be surrenderers, they won't become residents until I finish Rain. I won't let them meet with the residents because it's possible that they'd cause a revolt. However, I think it'll be of advantage in the future if I show the surrenderers how beneficial and generous my rule is for the residents. Having given Mrs. Tamura and Tusk their instructions, I open up domain creation, and release the number restriction on the 10th sector while at the same time creating a river. This wraps up my preparations to welcome surrenderers. All that's left now is to wait for the humans' reply. 6 hours after my announcement of the grace period, far more than 10,000 surrenderers have appeared in front of my domain. Because a number restriction is set for the sector at the front line, my subordinates guide the humans to the transfer array in groups of 12 after confirming that they're unarmed. Even while we're checking for weapons and moving the people, the number of surrenderers keeps gradually growing. In the end, it took 16 hours after the announcement to guide all surrenderers to the 10th sector. With 72,000 people, the number of surrenderers exceeded my expectations by leaps and bounds. Chapter 241 Invasion of Nonoji City. The effectiveness went well beyond imagination. I mutter in surprise after hearing the number of surrenderers. It looks like Rina-san and Kotetsu-san's presence played a big role in this. I see. I suppose that's the pull of the hero of the Black Sword and Sword King for you. Especially Rina-san. There, hero of the Black Sword, is regarded as symbolic figure among the Kainzao Liberation Army. Rina a symbolic figure, huh? The sage and saintess have probably set her up as a symbol because they felt guilty for having discarded her in my domain. This will allow us to drastically shorten the time needed for the invasion of Nonoji City. Most likely canon. Let's strike while the iron is still hot. We'll give the surrenderers permission to use their smartphones. Huh? Are you okay with that? They've only seen the entrance area of the front line sector and the empty 10th sector. In other words, they possess no information that would put us on the spot if divulged. That makes sense. In short, you simply want the surrenderers to appeal to others to follow their example, right? I nod at Cannon's question. Still, more than 70,000, eh? Although we've disarmed them, there might be people excelling in hand-to-hand combat among them. Just like magic users. Should I split them up as a countermeasure against any potential revolts? However, if I do that, it'll make it necessary to assign even more personnel to the monitoring of the humans, and right now I don't have such leeway. Yataro, I'll transfer the control over the 10th sector to you. Set up traps around the area currently inhabited by the surrenderers, and give them a notice to that effect. Even if they were to stage a rebellion, I'll simply give them the 10th sector. However, they'll later become experience points for the sacred treasures in exchange. If I said that we're going to turn more than 70,000 unarmed humans into experience for the sacred treasures, Takaharu would likely jump in joy. If they stage a rebellion, my residents will also understand us putting them down. After finishing to deal with the unexpectedly high number of surrenderers, I shift my thinking towards the upcoming battle. The number of surrenderers exceeds 70,000. And it's possible that their numbers will grow even further if the surrenderers call out to others. Moreover, the existence of Rina as symbol might greatly affect the internal structures of the Kainzao Liberation Army. Thus, the next battle will become a major turning point. I reckon we'll beat them in one breath with their morale currently being on decline. The more enemies we kill, the more the humans' morale is going to plummet. In that case, we should confront the Kainzao Liberation Army with absolute despair in the next battle. To achieve this, we'll need to invest combat forces without holding back anything. I operate my smartphone, checking the state of my domain. Kaoru's troops are still proceeding with their invasion at a high pace in the Hokusen sector. 2 sectors of those facing the Toyama Prefecture are under attack by the humans of Toyama. We'll leave Kaoru's forces to their own devices and quickly get rid of the invaders. From Toyama, it's necessary to free Izao from his defense duty. To all leaders, we're going to stage a defense in the sectors that are currently under attack by the humans from Toyama. Those of you who still got enough stamina left, gather at my place. After waiting for around 10 minutes, all my leaders have assembled at my place. I limited it to those still having enough stamina. Didn't I? I smile bitterly while looking at a part of my leaders. Well, whatever. I'll choose the team members. Everyone who's not chosen is to take a rest in preparation for tomorrow. My created subordinates are rather inflexible in such matters. Chloe and Layla are clearly exhausted, and many lacerations decorate the bodies of Red, Noir, and Rouge. Takaharu, Sarah, Subaru, Izao, Satanta, Blue, and Just a second, did I mishear a name not belonging there? Su. Ignoring Blue, who's dumbstruck after hearing his own name mentioned. I shift my eyes to Rina and Kotetsu. Rina as well as Kotetsu. The opponents are going to be humans. You okay with that? What are you saying at this point? The enemies we're going to fight tomorrow, and the enemies we're going to fight in the future are going to include humans as well, right? Contrary to my worries, the two confidently step forward. Also, while we're at it, canon. That wording, which makes me look like some extra burden, was uncalled for. The priority of canon earning experience is quite high. Master. What about me? Hibiki. You heal your wounds in preparation for tomorrow. Master. F for me. Such kind words for trash that is inferior to a lowly pig? No, master. I shall accompany you. Hibiki. Don't be unreasonable. I'm not unreasonable. Master, just you saying, you filthy pig, become my meat shield while squealing filthily. Hibiki, shut up and rest up. I stop the pervert from running his mouth, and survey the chosen bloodkin. As said, the 9 people named by me will get rid of the toy armor humans together with me. Will show them the overwhelming disparity in power. Yeah. Together with my highly motivated leaders, I began to move in order to clean up the aggressors from toy armor section. After having moved to a point ahead of the invaders by freely making use of transfer arrays, we waited for their arrival. Just as Anderson of the Liberation Army said, they're short of hands. Let's liberate this place in one swoop then. Hee, aren't they handing out some honorary rewards for liberating domains of the 13 evil stars or something? Don't drop your guard. The folks of Black Rally, who went ahead, still haven't come back. Ain't they simply wasting time by loitering around somewhere after getting transferred someplace? The voices of men and women reverberate through the silent sector. That was a good guess. Your friends are loitering around, just not in this world anymore! Exclamation mark. Who's there? Question mark. In response to my words, the invaders put themselves on guard. Isn't it rather rude to ask about the identity of the owner after willfully trespassing into another person's home? Shnaki was a person. Who knows? He's a demon king and a vampire, right? But wouldn't it sound bad to phrase it as willfully trespassing the home of a great demon king like me? If he had asked me, I'd have told him the perfect line for this situation. For idiots make fun of my words. Takaharu, consider your bike confiscated. You'll only be allowed to ride Subaru's special scooters. Subaru, you have my permission to drain Sarah and Cannon, but afterwards, you'll tag along with me to have a nice, special training session. Hey Shinaki. Shinsama, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shinsan, how can I get you to forgive me? Shinsama, I don't quite understand the latter part of your order. Noticing the gravity of their own situation, the 4 idiots tremble like newly born fawns. There won't be a second time. Hearing my remark, the 4 violently nod their heads over and over again. Hey, don't fuck with us. A human gets pissed off, swinging his word, after watching our behavior. Despite having failed to pull off an entrance befitting a demon king, we began mopping up the invaders. Chapter 242 Invasion of Non-Urgi City. The invaders in front of us can be classified into 8 vanguards and 4 rearguards, judging by their equipment and bearing. The leader-like guy, who's wearing mithril armor and carries a unique shield, and a rearguard woman who holds a unique wand could spell trouble. Takaharu, I leave that guy to you. I point at the leader guy. Oh, you're giving me that one? Nice. Takaharu happily cracks his knuckles. What about me? Who do I get? Satanta hops up and down like a spoiled child. Satanta, you're going to target that one upon my signal. I answer, pointing at one of the rearguards. Subaru, you'll join in on my signal as well. Rina, Kotetsu, Blue, you guys will take care of the vanguards with the assistance of Sarah and Cannon. Let's go. Takaharu, give us a howl. As soon as Takaharu's howl thunders across the vicinity, he transforms himself into a beast king. Satanta, Subaru, now using the opportunity of the invaders having their bodies paralyzed by Takaharu's howl, Satanta, Subaru and I start dashing for the humans in the rear. Crescent moon slash. I swing Bryonak down to the limit of my power at the woman in front of me. Receiving the blow, the woman is blown away alongside the shock wave. TSK. I didn't manage to kill her. You bastard. One of the invaders, who's unexpectedly circled into my back, brandishes his weapon. Giant swing. Spinning on the spot, I blow all the humans around me away. Shinsama. That's dangerous. Having been barely outside the range of my attack, Subaru protests after being hit by the wind pressure from my full swing. Subaru, finish that one. I ignore Subaru's whining, and look at the rearguard woman whom I failed to kill earlier. At your command, I shall become a gust that pierces through everything. Fast thrust. Subaru closes the distance to the woman with an instantaneous speed, leaving after images behind, and stabs his rapier into her left chest. Flash thrust. At the same time, I swiftly thrust out Bryonak against an archer who's been attacking Subaru. This decreases the number of rear guards to 2. What's going on? Why are such monsters here? One of the remaining rearguards goes mad, unable to come to terms with the sudden death of his comrades. The other rearguard, I was last, wasn't I? Seemingly vexed over having been beaten to the punch by Subaru and me, Satanta finishes off the healer woman in front of him while pouting. Okay, the next one is. Satanta directs an innocent smile at the last rearguard. Wait, Satanta. Okay. I restrained Satanta, who was about to jump at the enemy. Dark induction. The black mist released from my hand drives the man, who was on the verge of insanity, further down the path of madness. Satanta, Subaru. The next targets are those guys. I shift my eyes to the vanguards who are in battle with Rina, Kotetsu, and Blue. 10 minutes later. The hell? The power of these guys is cheating. You are dead. Everyone's dead. All of them dead. Dead, dead. Ha 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 ha. The leader guy bites the dust at the end of his battle against Takaharu, leaving only the nutcase behind. Hey, ah ha ha ha. Dead. Everyone's deader than dead. I've got some task left for this guy to accomplish, but is he possibly too broken already? As I'm wondering what I should do about him. Slap. Did you calm down? A cluster of water fired by cannon at low power drenches the mad guy. Hey, high. Probably because of Cannon's water spell. The man has recovered some of his sanity. Do you want to live? I asked the frightened guy. High. However, he only backs off in response. Shinsama, I feel like it would be better to ask him, dead or alive, with a low voice here. Fire lance! Exclamation mark WY. I shoot a fire lance at Subaru, who blabs some nonsense at my side. Do you want to end up like that? I ask the guy once more while pointing at the well-done Subaru. The man furiously shakes his head at that. Rejoice. I'll allow you to go back alive. However, you must pass on a message from me to your friends in Toyama. Message? I always welcome invaders for some quick and easy experience points. Feel free to come at us anytime. You can come here as often as you want. Each time you guys will become our experience. High. Got it? If you can promise me to pass this message on, I'll promise you that I'll let you get away safely. But, you have to make sure that you repeat what I've told you just now word by word to your friends. Yes. Great. Then get lost. At ounce. The man runs away as fast as he can after I expose my bloodthirst at the end. It should be fine with this. If I ask them to stay away or some feeble pleading like that, the enemy will likely take the chance to invade full of joy. But, if we show them overwhelming might, on top of telling them to come at us whenever they want, the enemy will probably hesitate to jump in just like that. In the first place, my domain shouldn't scale that highly in the priority listing of the Toyama humans. Now then, let's go greet the other party of invaders. When I've become unable to see the figure of the man who ran away any longer, I head to the other party of invaders together with my subordinates. 3 hours later, we annihilated the other party, sparing just one person. Just like the previous survivor, I tasked this guy with the delivery of my message as well. This should stop the humans of Toyama from invading for a while. I went back to my room and started to prepare for tomorrow. Chapter 243 Invasion of Nonoji City. 23 hours after I'd advised the Kainzao Liberation Army to surrender. I've summoned Mrs. Tamura. Mrs. Tamura, did you find anyone fitting the conditions I told you about? Yes, several people match. What about people that answered in a way that benefits us? One person did. What's their name? The former chairman of Kainzawa's Board of Education and the present city councillor? Mr. Hasebe. Mr. Hasebe? Okay, got it. I repeat the name Mrs. Tamura told me. By the way, are there any people among the surrenderers who look like they'd stage a rebellion? Several among the younger ones. I guess you could call it a desire for heroic deeds. It's very saddening. Can you keep them in check? I shall bet my life on it. Mrs. Tamura unusually strongly reassures, Your life is too valuable to waste it on the suppression of revolt by children. Thank you very much. But, if you can't rein them in, I'll deal with them from my side. As you wish. However, I shall hold them back with my life. No, with all my power. I'll leave it in your hands. With Mrs. Tamura's efforts playing a big role, the majority of the surrenderers have settled down. As far as I can tell from her resolve, I think the probability of a revolt occurring is extremely low. Next up are the preparations for the invasion. I reckon we'll begin the invasion in 1 hour. All hands, get ready. I contact all my subordinates, passing on my order orally and through telepathy. The strategy this time will be as follows. Once we've started the invasion, we'll devote all our power for 3 hours. Don't hold back on anything, be it stamina or mana. Hit the enemy with everything you've got. Yee-ah! War cries of my subordinates thunder through my domain. The point of the upcoming attack is to demonstrate our sincerity. Meaning, we'll show them that we stick to our promises. When we invaded Suzu City, we chipped away the enemy's morale and stamina by stalling for time by giving them repeated time extensions, as if to torment the enemy. Since we're aiming for an invasion at an early stage in this case, we can't use the same strategy here. For this reason we're going to chip away the enemy's morale through another means. The promise I gave our enemy is a ceasefire of 24 hours while at the same time telling them, as for those who resist, I'll reply with armed might to bring them death. Therefore, we'll bring death by using overwhelming armed might to fulfill our promise. I won't use any witty tricks. From the very start, we'll exhibit terrifying armed might. Based on having declared war on them fair and square, I believe that this will become a preparatory move for my next actions. Using my smartphone, I check on Kaoru's forces as they continue their invasion, which consists of running through deserted fields. 1 hour later I marched towards Nonoichi City together with more than 10,000 subordinates. Section. After having arrived at a location that's around 500 meters away from the wall surrounding Nonoichi's City Hall, I take out my megaphone while standing at the head of my army. Humans of Nonoichi City, the promised time has come. We shall carry out what I declared yesterday. From now on, we shall answer your will to resist with armed might, and bring you death. The humans, who have secluded themselves in the city hall, remain silent behind the wall. Akira, it's time to use what we talked about. Upon raising my right hand, Akira and her dwarves move wooden weapons. Ballisti to the front line. We've prepared for Ballisti for this invasion. It's not the type that lets its projectiles fly as its shape would suggest, but a kind of slingshot that shoots its projectiles through the power of its gum. We've chosen a rather primitive slingshot type because it is a higher accuracy and range on top of a fairly simple structure, when used by my subordinates who possess inhuman strength. We're going to use huge rocks and Akira's special bombs as munition in this battle. Given that everything has been built without using any special abilities, they also work against man-made structures, according to our test runs. The ones operating the Ballisti will be the 4 powerhouses Red, Noir, Rouge, and Mason. Akira is truly great to be able to create a weapon that can be used by Red and the others, who could be called representatives of Team Stupid, aside from the dwarf Mason. Load. In response to Akira's quiet muttering, Red and Noir load rocks while Rouge and Mason load bombs into the Ballisti. Fire. I swing down my hand towards the gate of Nonoichi City's wall as a signal. The rocks and bombs draw an arc in the sky, and cause a fearsome explosion at the moment of their impact. Whoa, what amazing noise. Takaharu blocks one ear, lacking any kind of tension. Tamaya. Sarah cheerfully watches the explosions. I wonder what would happen to my body. If I got hit by those impacts, would I get insulted by Master with "What a filthy firework you are." Hibiki writhes while panting heavily. I look at the gate, using binoculars, but although I can see some damage on the gate, it hasn't been destroyed. Load the next charge. Roger. Load. Fire. A second time 2 rocks and 2 bombs draw an arc in the sky, impacting on the gate once more. The gate seems to warp, but it holds out. Quite the tough nut to crack. Load the next char. Just when I'm about to order the next round, Many fire arrows are shot from the top of the wall, aiming at the blisty. Sarah, a water shield. Sarah deploys a water barrier at once, blocking the incoming fire arrows. Immediately following, countless humans stream out of the opened gate, roaring battle cries. We didn't manage to destroy it, but I guess it served its purpose of kindly knocking on the door. It's the crucial moment for the combat engineer unit. Akira looks sullen. The combat engineers will be up after we've lowered the number of enemies a bit more. Can I count on you then? Leave it to me. Okay, Akira. Mason, pull back alongside the ballisty. Receiving my order, Akira silently begins the withdrawal of the ballisty. The rest of you guys, it's time for the main show. Give them hell. I shout towards the rows of subordinates. Yeek. Let's go, you lot. Go, go, go. Tackle Haru's core charges first, starting its onslaught of the humans. Gramps, we're going to be left behind by Takano. Hurry, hurry. Ho ho ho. Don't fret, Sita. Katetsu's core begins its advance as if urged on by Sitanta. Sklaven Shuin. It's time to serve. Head out. Bui. The mass of orcs begins to move with Hibiki donning an ecstatic expression. Don't dawdle. We are going to show the foolish, inferior worms our might. We shall bring death to all those bugs who refused Shinsama's kind benevolence. Chloe and Layla's core commence their advance, wrapped in an aura of fanaticism. Clang clang clang. Iron's core advances while bashing their shields. TSK. We're late to the show. You lazy bums. Teach them the dread of ogres. Red's core follows up. Everyone, follow my lead. Renation. Here I come. Rena's core charges as well. Nishishi, we're gonna back up all those simple-minded idiots. Come on, we're going to show our good parts to Shinsama. I'll come along. Sarah and Flora's core move up, accompanied by Cannon. That is a taboo box no one is allowed to touch. Hidden inside the box is Calamity. We shall grant the forbidden box to the humans who released it, alongside the finest requiem. Now play the music. Our requiem. Team J, depart to the front. The clowns with the grave mental sickness advance as well. And then Izaioi, let's go. At your command, my lord. Izaioi and I, two vampires, rush onto the battlefield that's wrapped up in the gloominess of a dark night. Chapter 244 Invasion of Nonoji City. Izaioi, I leave the left side to you. Please count on me. Izaioi and I charge at the front line, covering for each other's blind spots. Flash thrust. Instead of a greeting, I unleash a swift thrust at the throat of the human in front of me. WH? This guy is Shin. Demon King Shin is. Don't make so much noise. You're in front of my lord. Izaioi stabs his spear into the mouth of a human who was about to yell after discovering me. Izaioi. I call out to Izaioi, widely swinging my beloved spear. Bryonak crescent moon slash, and then I bisect the human in front of me with crescent moon slash, which packs a lot of power and at the same time leaves a big gap in my defense. Izaioi guesses my intent from my movements, and releases a series of high-speed stabs, early summer rain thrust, at a human who tried to use the gap in my defense to his advantage. Izaioi and I exterminate the humans while covering for each other as fellow spear wielders. Izaioi, match my timing. As I extend my left hand to the front and refine my mana, Izaioi imitates me. Dark Night Tempest. The intertwined storms of darkness sweep across the humans around us, blowing them away altogether. Ha ha ha. Nice. Truly nice. I'm assailed by an indescribable feeling of exaltation over my perfect combo attack with Izaioi. My name is Demon King Shin. Blasphemous scoundrels defying me, you may depart to the realm of the dead with my name as a souvenir. I plant Bryonak's pommel on the ground, making my declaration. The declaration turns into coercion, dropping the weak humans around me into a state of panic and strengthening the strong humans' hatred towards me. It's a great opportunity. Get them. My subordinates assault the panicking humans all at once. I'm the only one allowed to lick Master's feet, okay? Hibiki, alongside his orcs, blocks the path of the humans drawn towards me by their hatred, and announces, come on, You filthy pigs! Clang your shields! We shall carry out our duty. All the orcs make noise with their shields, and Hibiki adopts a pose giving a full view of his exposed body. Hibiki's actions are based on prioritizing my safety. As his lord, I feel happy over my subordinates' display of loyalty. But my heightened tension quickly begins to cool due to the swarm of orcs beating their shields while oinking, and a crimson tea-bag encroaching my visual field. I suppose I'll take a little break. Surrounded by orcs, I stab out my growth lance from behind them while keeping an eye on the situation around me. Section. What you scum have seen just now was an illusion. Subaru uses not only fast thrust to attack, but also to evade, leading the enemy around by the nose. His combat abilities sure have developed remarkably, though I think it'd be better if he used the openings to stab the enemy instead of spouting worthless blathering. Why, is a hero attacking us? I'm no hero. My name is Renoshin. Rene heartlessly cuts down the agitated humans. Compared to the time when she first squared off against humans in Demon King Alyssa's domain, her mental fortitude has visibly grown. Shansu Blue bustles around the crowded battlefield, precisely delivering finishing blows to weakened enemies. He might be the one finishing off the most enemies among my created leaders. Why aren't you on our side? Kotetsu silently puts the enemy in front of him to the sword. Takaharu and Satanta are freely rampaging as usual, and Sarah backs them up as they charge. Just as always, Red's core is devoted to becoming flesh bullets, completely relying on their physical prowess. Chloe and Layla's core calmly assist by attacking the gaps in the humans' defenses opened up by Red's subordinates. Things are proceeding at a good pace. Difference in individual strength or difference in morale. Various factors might be in play here, but no matter where I look on the battlefield, my subordinates are overpowering the enemy. Izoi, let's go. As you command, Master. I joined the front line once more, accompanied by Izoi. Section. 3 hours after the start of the battle. I think now's a good time. Sarah, unleash an extensive attack. A thunderstorm. A wind pregnant with raging, purple lightning strikes wraps up the humans. Izoi, Subaru. Match your timing with me. Dark Night Tempest. The tripled storm of darkness violently sweeps across the human crowd. Hibiki, Iron, have your core advance. Everyone else, retreat. Hibiki and Iron's forces push onto the front line, using the chaos among the humans thanks to the attacks. I'd say everything's in place now. I take out my megaphone, and slowly bring it up to my lips. Quiet down. I roar. Just moments ago, I received an appeal by your comrade who has joined our Asta Empire. The name of the petitioner is Mr. Hasebe. Mr. Hasebe pleaded to give you another chance in favor of avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. Originally, we'd have slaughtered you people with military might just as promised. But, only this once I'll heed to Mr. Hasebe's strong feelings of wanting to save his friends. I announce slowly while putting as many emotions as I can into my words. Mr. Hasab, the city councillor Hasab-sensei, it seems Mr. Hasab surrendered yesterday. Hasab-sensei of the moderates, huh? It sounds like Mr. Hasab is a fairly well-known man. Many of the humans clearly look shaken after having heard his name mentioned here. His petition contains his wish for me to give you people another chance to surrender. You're free to believe my words or not. The smart ones among you might have realized the difference between our and your combat forces through the battle just now. It's a trifling matter for us to kill you. However, I want to respond to Mr. Hasab's strong feelings about his comrades while at the same time honoring his will to surrender. The humans have lowered their weapons, hanging on my lips. I shall give you this one chance. As ruler of the Asta Empire, I shall tell you once more. We will show mercy and welcome everyone who wishes to surrender with open arms, and we will answer with death and the military might to all those resisting us. Listen, humans. Are you going to fight on or surrender? Decide the path you're going to take out of your own free will. I shall grant you another 24 hours to make up your mind. Those wishing to surrender are to discard their weapons and visit my domain. I recommend surrender to the humans for a second time. Chapter 245 Invasion of Nonoji City. We shall withdraw to our domain from now on. There might be some among you who wish to launch detestable attacks against us. However, bear in mind, any attack against us will result in return fire that will involve everyone around you. The choices I gave you are to either disregard my recommendation or to answer Mr. Hasab's passionate feelings of comradeship, my benevolence. Consider the meaning behind this. I hope that as many of you as possible pick the smart choice. I advise the humans, and leave the battlefield with my troops. They're not going to attack us from behind, are they? This time we've continued to fight at full force without sparing any thought to pacing. During the battle I felt no exhaustion, probably because of the adrenaline, but, now that it's come to a temporary break, my fatigue immediately catches up. However, we cannot afford to show the humans how exhausted we are. All hands, hold your heads high and retreat with firm strides. I force my subordinates, whose backs are bent with them panting heavily, to straighten their posture by order. Now then, I wonder how many humans are going to surrender this time around. We withdraw while experiencing the pleasant feeling of having invested all your power into a just cause. Section. Everyone, you fought for a great cause. I make a speech of appreciation to my subordinates as they line up in front of me. We'll move next in 3 days. I anticipate that the next battle will become violent and drawn out. Rest up properly and get all your preparations done. Dismissed. After ordering my subordinates to break up, I return to my own room. Shin-san, you said 3 days, and not 24 hours? Kanan throws that question at me after entering my room as if it's only natural for her to do so. Recently we had a series of battles. Exhaustion has built up among everyone, and the maintenance of the equipment can't keep up either. Ideally I'd want to give them a break of around 1 week, but, unfortunately that's not an option. After consulting with Akira, I judged 3 days to be the maximum. Maintaining the equipment is mostly the job of Akira and her dwarves. The unique items and sacred treasures my leaders and I use possess a high durability, but the same can't be said about the generic items. The quality of our equipment is one of the major advantages in interpersonal combat. I see, but won't it allow the humans, who are even weaker than us, to recover as well? Very likely, yes. Wouldn't it be better to finish them off in one go then? Kanan's view is justified. However, I also have another objective with this. Kanan, do you think that the other side is going to attack us? If you mean in the sense of the Kainzao Liberation Army invading our domain, I believe the possibility to be next to zero. In that case, the 3 days of rest will apply to both camps, ours and theirs. Certainly, that's how it's going to. Since our side excels in recovery speed. Are you aiming for us to recover twice as much as the humans? What plays a role for the quality of a recovery? Recovery medicine that somewhat forces a stamina regeneration. A part of the humans can apparently contort this medicine as well, but our stocks are far superior in quantity. Healing magic, which is peculiar to this broken world, exists. And what settles it? The possibility for us to replenish our combat forces with subordinate creation. If you define these 3 as key aspects influencing the quality of recovery, the Asta Empire clearly surpasses the Kainzao Liberation Army. Well, I guess you're close to the correct answer. That means, our side will use these 3 days meaningfully to get rid of our exhaustion, heal our wounds, and repair our items. Right. Do you believe that anyone within the Asta Empire holds any reservations towards fighting after 3 days? Oh, I got it. After hearing my hint that she was close to the correct answer, Kanan seems to have reached the proper answer by herself. Who? Then be my guest and explain it. In contrast to us, the Kainzao Liberation Army will be tormented by anxiety. On top of that, there's the suspicions towards the Saintess and Sage you've sown before, and humans who surrender in droves. Even though both our camps are going to get a 3-day break, the Kainzao Liberation Army's mental state, their morale, is going to plummet while our side will rest their body and mind. This is your aim, correct? Once we wrap up the battle against the Kainzao Liberation Army, the battle against Kaoru's forces is going to start. I've checked the state of Kaoru's invasion teams many times over, but They are strong. Kaoru might become the most formidable enemy ever since Alyssa, who had driven me into such a corner that I had to spend my saved BP. At present, Kaoru's side has suffered no damage. If I were Kaoru, I'd challenge myself to battle immediately after the war with the humans concludes. Therefore, the upcoming battle is going to become a drawn-out fight where we'll be forced into a series of engagements. Canon, if you aim to become a strategist, predict the future's developments, put together plans for our future movements after analyzing various components such as duration, troop contingents, and timing. Yes. Well, whatever. I'll go take a rest now. I've ended up spouting such a corny line after getting exhausted from commanding a huge number of subordinates. TSK, I guess I've got infected with a strange feeling of elation by the chain of large-scaled battles. I become embarrassed over the words I told Canon as they don't fit my character at all, and chase her out of my room after clicking my tongue. 3 hours after our retreat, a huge number of humans wishing to surrender has amassed in front of my domain. Their numbers easily exceed yesterday's 70,000. Even just confirming their disarmament will be quite the chore. The civilian residents spearheaded by Mrs. Tamura volunteer to take care of the surrenderers, but considering the worst-case scenarios, I turn their offer down. Having said that, only Bloodkin can understand human language. I don't really want to disturb the precious rest of my subordinates either. What should I do? I've come up with a solution, but it'll be harsh on my CP. Then again, looking at the long term, I think this method is going to be the best. Calling Akira with my phone, I check the state of affairs. What? Akira? How's the stock of materials to repair the equipment of the subordinates? Since we've picked up the equipment dropped by the humans on the earlier battlefield, we're okay. How shrewd. I'm superb. Okay, I'll leave the repairs to you then. It looks like it's been unnecessary for me to worry about the materials for the repairs. I get everything ready to implement the plan I thought of a little while ago. Chapter 246 Invasion of Nonoji City. Mrs. Tamura, come to me at once. It's urgent. I summoned Mrs. Tamura, who's going to be the key of the upcoming plan, to my room. You have called for me? 10 minutes later, Mrs. Tamura enters my room. Let me get straight to the point, Mrs. Tamura. I'm going to turn you into a bloodkin. Eh? Mrs. Tamura looks befuddled after hearing my words. Turning into a bloodkin. You understand the meaning of that, don't you? Huh? Yes. But it's an unusual view to see Mrs. Tamura, who's always so calm, to become flustered. Shinsama, with all due respect, but I'm a non-combatant. I know. I am well aware that even children, or old women like me, can acquire the power to fight in this world. But my aptitude for battle is. Aren't you misunderstanding something? Bloodkin are existences that can take a certain number of subordinates outside the domain, aren't they? I'd say that's one of the major roles of bloodkin, yes. In addition, I've heard that they can learn the language of humans, Japanese. But that's not really necessary for me, is it? Indeed, language is another important privilege of Bloodkin. What kind of other roles do Bloodkin have? A role like Yatoro, for example. If you bring up Yatoro-sama, it would be governor. I've assigned the duty of sector ruler to Yatoro through division. Governor. I don't know whether the term really fits here, but you're not wrong. Assuming we label that role as governor, do you know what a governor is capable of? Domain creation and ordering subordinates. It is. On top of that, a governor can monitor all sectors assigned to them. Monitor? Yes, monitor. They can check all their sectors visually and acoustically. They can also pass orders to all their subordinates. What kind of order are you going to give to me after making me a bloodkin, Shinsama? In the short term, I think I'll have you check all the humans who surrendered. It'll become unnecessary for you to personally meet them to confirm that they've disarmed themselves. You'll just need to order the subordinates on the field while confirming the situation with your smartphone. The number of humans who have been surrendering is huge, thus it's imperative to make sure that they carry no weapons in preparation for any unlikely events. But I can't use my precious bloodkin for such a task. I considered entrusting it to Yatoro. but he's already got too many tasks on hand. Giving him any more would be too demanding, I think. What should I do in such a case? I could arrange for subordinates dedicated to the confirmation that the surrenderers have disarmed themselves. But they'd be at least required to speak the human language to make the necessary checks. It'd also be an option to leave it to the residents, but I can't trust the residents, whom I don't really know, to such an extent, and thus I came up with the idea to increase the number of bloodkin with the same authorities as Yatoro by one more. I see. However, I have heard that you need to spend a tremendous amount of CP to turn someone into a bloodkin. I also consider the checks to be important, but is it worth it to spend so much CP? Turning you in a bloodkin just for the sake of the checks this time wouldn't be worth it. No, but entrusting you with the management of the residential areas in the future would compensate for it more than plenty. Managing the residential areas? Correct. For these reasons I'm going to turn you into a bloodkin. I won't accept any objections, but if there's anything else you want to know, feel free to ask. Okay. Many of the residents living in the residential areas are human, and I am human as well. Are you still okay with that? Is there any problem with that? Are you possibly planning to stage a rebellion? No. Something like that is. Then I see no issues. No, wait, I think there could be one problem. What might that be? Mrs. Tamura's facial color changes after hearing my remark. I'm going to leave the disarmament checks to you, but let's assume some humans plotting some foolish plans were to be found among the surrenderers. Okay. Would you be able to give the order to have these humans judged? Mrs. Tamura. Judge means? Can you tell the subordinates to kill them? I don't think that Mrs. Tamura schemes to stage a rebellion. But it's very possible that she'd sympathize with the enemy. I can. Even now I don't believe that it's right to solve everything with violence. However, it's also true that there exist situations where talks can't resolve anything. I swear that I will harden my heart if it's for the sake of protecting the children, and all the residents. Asta Empire, I'll take you up on that oath. Mrs. Tamura, drink all that's contained in this cup. I hold out the blood chalice I created to Mrs. Tamura. After accepting the chalice and taking a breath, Mrs. Tamura slowly pours the deep crimson liquid in the cup down her throat. Contract. A faint light wraps up Mrs. Tamura, and then slowly converges. Phi. This sensation streaming into me is proof that I have become your bloodkin. Isn't it, Shin-sama? How do you feel? Mrs. Tamura. Oh my? I'm not Tamura Masako anymore, you know? The one standing before you now is Masako-shin, a bloodkin who devotes her older Shin-sama for the sake of the Asta Empire? I totally forgot that the name gets changed after I turn someone into a bloodkin. Also, it's my first time to hear Mrs. Tamura's full name. Mrs. Tamura. I'm Masako-shin. Please call me by my first name, just like you do with the other bloodkin. Impossible. The difference in age between me and her is more than 40 years. I order you in the name of Demon King Shin. Masako-shin, you are to keep using the Tamura family name henceforth. That's your order? Yes. It's an order. I dodged the unforeseen situation by powering my way through with an order section. Afterwards, we succeeded in sheltering the surrenderers inside my domain without a hitch, with Mrs. Tamura playing a big role. Their numbers have exceeded 120,000, meaning the number of humans hiding in Nonoichi's city hall has dwindled down to a third merely 3 days after the beginning of the war. Chapter 247 Invasion of Nonoichi City. 24 hours after recommending surrender to the humans a second time. To all humans. Originally this should be the promised time now, but responding to Mr. Kaido's desperate plea after he surrendered yesterday, I shall extend the grace period by 24 hours. Those wishing to answer Mr. Kaido's strong feelings are to disarm themselves and visit my domain. Mr. Kaido is one of the moderates who's relatively famous among the humans. I had worried whether I should leave them alone for 3 days, but since I'd be troubled if the humans misunderstood that they can't surrender once 24 hours have passed, I adopted an appropriate measure. I'm planning to adopt the same measure by picking a suitable person among the surrenderers tomorrow as well. The time remaining for my scheduled resume of the war is now 48 hours. Most of the time is being used to repair the equipment and let my subordinates rest, but I'm also rooting quite some effort into gathering information. As a source for the information serve the humans who surrendered. The intelligence gathered under Mrs. Tamura's leadership is being successively sent my way. The number of humans secluded in Nonoichi's City Hall 3 days ago was approximately 360,000. They consisted of 180,000 combatants and 180,000 civilians. The total number of surrenderers yesterday and the day before that amounts to 204,768 people. The number of humans currently secluded in Nonoichi's City Hall is roughly 120,000, of which 80,000 are combatants and 40,000 civilians. The inner structures of the Kainzao Liberation Army have collapsed. There even exist extremists among them who are about to off the heads of Kainzawa's saintess and Kainzawa's sage to us as an appeal for appeasement. The core of the humans, who haven't surrendered, consists of a faction that will resist to the bitter end. Many of them had their families and loved ones killed by demon kings, or if you narrow it down even further, by those serving under me. Their leaders are Kainzawa's saintess and Kainzawa's sage. The strongest human within the Kainzao Liberation Army has a level of 54. 15 humans have levels above 50. All of them have lost family and friends to my subordinates, so they won't accept surrender. Kainzawa's saintess and Kainzawa's sage are both level 47. Both of them are specialized in support and rarely appear on the front line. Right now Mrs. Tamura plays a leading part in drawing up a register of the humans who surrendered. If the people who haven't surrendered yet have friends and family among my residents, we will have them work on persuading those humans by telephone. We succeeded in whittling down close to 70% of the enemy forces in 2 days. But, putting it another way, we can expect the remaining humans to oppose us with an unshakable determination. I can't predict how many people are going to surrender to us in the remaining 2 days, but all those staying behind will likely struggle to the death. Based on the specifications for rain, I must break the hearts of all humans in Nonoichi's City Hall or annihilate them altogether. I think it'll be hard to sway the hearts of people who've resolved themselves to a do-or-die resistance. In that case, the only option left is to eradicate them. The battle in 2 days will likely become a harsh battle. Preparing for that battle, I simulate all kinds of possibilities in my mind. 72 hours after recommending surrender to the humans a second time, in the end, the number of surrenderers has grown in total to 230,000 people. The number of humans left in Nonoichi's City Hall amounts to 80,000 combatants and 10,000 civilians. Just looking at the numbers, it's similar to the battle over Suzu's City Hall, but if you take into account that all of them hate me in person, and not just demon kings in general, it completely changes the situation. The battle with the 80,000 partisans started. Section. We're going to start our invasion of Nonoichi's City Hall from now on. I'm expecting this to become a drawn-out battle. It might turn into harsh fighting, but the ones winning in the end will be us. The Asta Empire. Get ready for further severe battles after this. Therefore, there's only one order from me. Don't die. Begin the advance. I start the march with my 12,000 subordinates. After arriving at a location 500 meters away from the wall surrounding the city hall, I take out my megaphone. To all humans, the grace period has expired. Now you'll regret the path you chose. Combat engineers, get the ballistae ready. In response to my order, 8 ballistae are moved to the forefront. Load. Bombs are loaded onto the ballistae upon my command. Fire. In concert with my swinging down my left hand, the bombs fly towards the wall's gate while drawing an arc in the air. Boom. As soon as the bombs impact on the gate, a thunderous blast roars across the land, making the ground tremble. Load. A second charge is loaded onto the ballistae. Just as I'm about to give the next firing signal after raising my left hand, countless fire arrows come flying our way from atop the wall. Flora Core. Protect the ballistae. Flora's core deploys magic barriers to shield the ballistae. Iron Core. Advance. And then Iron's core, who boast a sturdy defense, begins to march onward amidst the rain of arrows. Sarah core, Chloe core, move up while using Iron's core as cover, move into range, and respond to the enemy ranged attacks with your own. Sarah and Chloe's subordinates begin to move forward with Iron's core shielding them. As soon as they move up by around 200 meters, they fire arrows and spells at the humans atop the wall. At the moment the humans, who have been attacking with arrows and magic from atop the wall, shift their target to Sarah and Chloe's units. I swing my left hand down. Fire. The bombs fired from the now free ballistae make the wall of Nonoichi's city hall tremble. Are they wishing for a shootout? Even after this, countless spells and arrows keep fluttering through the air, impacting on both sides, and using the moments when the ballistae aren't targeted. Their bombs shake the wall. In this broken world where magic barriers exist, it's next to impossible for two forces to kill the other side with nothing but ranged attacks. Thousands of spells and arrows are repelled by magic barriers. However, the bombs definitely inflict damage on the gate, albeit by a little margin. The war progress is in our favor. We'll quickly destroy the gate, and charge. At the moment I decided upon that tactic. Fully equipped humans stream out of the gate after it was opened. Chapter 248 Invasion of Nonoichi City. All hands, take up formation. I order my subordinates to deploy to the center, right and left wing with the tank corps of Iron and Hibiki at the forefront. Sarah, Flora, and Chloe corps, get ready for ranged bombardment. Following my instruction, the three need their mana. Hibiki and Iron corps, draw the enemy's hate and make them converge in the center. The orcs and living males on the battlefield clang their shields. Takaharu, Kotetsu, Rina, and Red corps, charge upon my signal. Yea, the corps of Takaharu and Red, who consist of many hot-blooded folk, raise war cries and hit their gongs. I had Akira make those gongs to bolster the morale, but since their usability was kind and unclear, I've pushed them on Takaharu and Red's corps. It's become lively and the subordinates hitting the gongs look happy too, so everything's alright in the end. While taking in the atmosphere of the battleground with its mixture of all those sounds and noises, I focus on the humans approaching my position. The humans are being pulled in by the shield clanging. The distance. Not yet. Sarah and Chloe might be able to hit them at this range, but the enemy is still too far away. I fully concentrate, weighing the distance between the humans and us. Sarah core, ready earth javelins. Flora core, prepare fire arrows. And Chloe core, get ready for arrow rain. Now. Sarah core, fire. Here we go. Earth javelin. The ground rises as if to block the humans' charge. Many of them get stabbed by the earthly protrusions. Flora core, Chloe core, fire. Let's go. Fire arrows. Set. Release. Arrow rain. Having the momentum of their charge thwarted, a rain of countless arrows and fire arrows pours down on the routed humans. All hands, charge. My subordinates swarm towards the humans who are experiencing pandemonium right now. The curtain of the final, deadly struggle between the Aster Empire and the Kainzao Liberation Army has been raised. Section. Some of our ranks have fallen apart due to the hate control, but the whole army remains well organized as of yet. The humans fight by forming teams of 12 people and covering for each other. If they get injured, they pull back, and a new team joins the front line. As if having seen through our plan, the humans deploy to the left and right, trying to circumvent the living males who are clanging their shields at the front line. First we need to throw the enemy ranks into chaos, I guess. Izai, we're going to the front line. Yes, my lord. As you command. Takaharu. It's a great opportunity. The enemy is surging towards me. Annihilate the enemy as you please while protecting me with your life. Protect you with my life. How about using a slightly different wording? I'm going to protect you, though. Contrary to his words, Takaharu reveals a ferocious smile. Sarah, command your court to keep a close eye on my vicinity. Keep a close eye. Shinaki, you gonna start with that like Hibiki? Hibiki, become my shield. Master. With pleasure. My name is Shin. Disrespectful scum defying me, Depart to the netherworld with my name as your final gift. I plant Bryonak's butt end on the ground as I announce those words. That statement turns into coercion, resulting in the weak-minded humans around me to fall into a state of panic and the strong-minded humans to hate me even more. And then, after activating coercion, I take out my megaphone, a message to the two foolish leaders hiding themselves in the city hall while sending their comrades to their death. I am here. Kainzawa's sage, and Kainzawa's saintess. Are you too chicken to come out here yourself? Are you just going to watch how your comrades go back to the mud? That's not how I do things, you know. I protect those precious to me together with my comrades while betting my own life. I provoke the humans' leaders. Also, a message to brave yet pitiable humans. Are you people fine with that? Wasting your lives just because the orders of some 20-ish years old brats. Ha, it must be really awesome to be in there, Kainzao Liberation Army. At the end, I provoke the humans around me. Kill him. If we kill Demon King Shion, it's going to be our victory. Go, go, go. Take down Demon King Shion. That bastard. As long as we slaughter that bastard, we'll all be saved. The effect of my provocation coupled with the effect from coercion is out of this world. All the humans in sight of bloodshot eyes as they rushed towards me while hurling insults at me. What a big catch. You're going to protect me with your life, okay? Count on it. Let's go, you lazy bums. It's all you can slay. Butcher 'em. I shall protect you even in exchange for this lowly life, master. Bjorn. Pigs. It's time to serve your lord. Bjorn. Takaharu's core charges at the humans who are flooding towards me while Hibiki's core forms a defense perimeter around me. Rina. Hit the flank of the humans rushing towards me from the left side. Katetsu. Hit the flank of the humans rushing towards me from the right side. Rina and Katetsu's core take a big detour, and launch an attack against the charging humans as if to pinch them. Red, Chloe, and Layla core. Defend your location to the last. Tear apart all humans trying to cross the defense line. It's physically impossible for all humans on the battlefield to swarm at me, so I leave the humans, who are left behind, to Red and the others. Kill, kill, kill. Ha, I won't be dying. Izoi, let's go. At your command. While being confronted with the bloodlust of countless humans, I switched towards offense together with Izoi. Chapter 249 Invasion of Nonoji City. 6 hours after the battle has begun, I wonder, how many humans have I slain with my own hands? How many humans have been killed by my subordinates? At the end of the repeated battles to the death awaited me a level up. I'm happy about the quick leveling, but it's meaningless if I lost my subordinates, whom I've carefully raised. At the same time, just the combatants among the enemy already number 80,000, and if you add the civilians to that figure, it goes beyond 100,000 people. Bringing all of them down in one day is next to impossible. I check the number of killed subordinates and the condition of the adjutant my leaders decided upon. If I measure by the condition of my leaders, my other subordinates won't be able to keep up. The loss rate lies at 30%. As for the condition of the adjutants, the werewolf who's recklessly attacking to match Takaharu's pace, Noir and Rouge who are the adjutants of the combat maniac Red, and the orc adjutants following Hibiki are about to hit their limits, I reckon. On the other hand, Katetsu, Rina, and Sarah's course seems still good to go if compared to the other units. I think we should retreat for the moment. All hands, we're withdrawing. Iron Core is to act as rearguard. Begin to retreat with Sarah and Flora's core ranged attack as a signal. Nishishi, it's our turn. Let's go. Sandstorm. Fire at will. Firestorm. A squall that's accompanied by purple lightning and a burning wind sweep across the battlefield, expanding over a wide range. TSK. Out of time. I haven't had my fill yet. I wanna keep rampaging. We're already going back home? The battle maniacs, who are still raring to continue, voice out their dissatisfaction, but as they're unable to defy my order, they start to pull back. The other subordinates obediently follow my order, retreating. The enemy is retreating. We won, it's our victory. The humans break out in cheers as soon as they see us withdrawing. But, victory. Shout out our victory to all humans. We'll be back tomorrow. Enjoy the brief moment of reprieve. Using my megaphone, I pour cold water on the joy of the humans, and then retreat myself. Section 10 days later. We've been continuing our attack every day, but the resistance of the cornered humans is surprisingly intense. The days of both sides chipping away each other's combat forces as if in a war of attrition keep repeating themselves. As 2 of my sectors have been stolen by Kaoru in the meantime, my irritation just keeps growing. Hey, Shin, wouldn't it be fine to attack a bit more forcefully? Just when I thought that Takahara might be complaining here under the pretext of giving me a suggestion, Yatoro reports the losses to me in a very practical, businesslike manner. Shin, it appears that Demon King Kaoru has realized that we don't intend to defend the sectors. He has increased the invasion speed. I'm aware. I've expected that the annihilation of the Kainzao Liberation Army would take more than 10 days to begin with. At present, things aren't diverting overly much from my predictions. Having said that, repeating a war of attrition like this is galling as well. Although the daily combat is a war of attrition, our side hold the advantage because our side's morale has also been on the rise lately. It's impossible to pull back here. Why is it pissing me off so much? Even though we're overwhelming them, we're too spoiled? Cannon replies to my grumbling, which I've unintentionally blurted out. Too spoiled? Yes. So far we've never gone through a struggle that could be described as tough. Have we? Really? I think the battle against Alyssa was plenty tough though. True. Back then Silver-san and Hope-san, but the only former humans knowing about that time are Rina-san and me, you know? I search my memories due to Cannon's words. Even Yatoro, who I've been considering a veteran in my forces by now, has become my subordinate after the battle against Alyssa. If we're talking about tough battles since then, only the confrontation with Katetsu comes to mind. I see. Even my second eldest former Demon King, Yatoro, hasn't experienced it, huh? Yes. I've become your subordinate before Yatoro Dono. I feel like I've heard something, but Cannon continues speaking without so much as a care. Ever since then. No, even before that. Your plans, which might as well be called clairvoyant, have always succeeded, Shin-san. All of the subordinates, including me, who've become used to that, are irritated by the plain clash of military forces that doesn't follow any strategy except to wear the enemy down. I think. I see. That's why too spoiled, eh? Yes. Not knowing all my hardships, my subordinates sure are spoiled. That said, I think I should still come up with something. If it's difficult to raise the morale on our side, how about lowering the enemy's morale? What would be the best method to achieve that? Say, Takaharu, what action by the enemy would depress you the most? Huh? Of course getting defeated by him. No? Anything else? Wouldn't it be kind of a bummer if you died, for example? Don't misunderstand. If you're the sole person to have defeated me, died, it could also be counted as my loss, okay? That's the only reason. Look, if I die, the Aster Empire is history, you know? Huh? What do you mean? Cannon, you tell him. If Shin-san is killed by the humans, we'll all probably die as well. Huh? Seriously? Yes, seriously. By the way, if the other party is a Demon King, we'll be forcibly usurped by the enemy Demon King. Don't both options suck then? While assuming that it's impossible for Shinsama to die, I know a situation that will sadden everyone. Saburo wedges himself into the conversation that has completely digressed at this point. Huh? Enlighten us. It's my death. Huh? Why? Creepy. Like, totally impossible. I'll mourn you a bit. I'll avenge you, Ana-chan. Everyone immediately objects Saburo's statement, who's looking very smug. WHB but I'm the Aster Empire's secret weapon. I'm the commander of Team J, the strongest unit that takes care of the Aster Empire's dark side. Do you actually understand the meaning of dark side? Who's the strongest? Aren't you mistaking it as a shameful side by chance? Everyone looks scornfully at Saburo, who's frantically trying to explain himself. Still, Saburo's opinion just now is interesting. The morale will drop if the strongest unit is defeated. I've decided on the strategy for tomorrow. I chuckle after having come up with a certain plan. Chapter 250, Invasion of Non-Oji City. Oh? What evil scheme is it going to be this time? Evil scheme, just out of interest. Didn't you call yourself a self-edged strategist? So, what kind of plan are you going to use? Geez, if this girl is really aiming to become a strategist, now would be the perfect opportunity to show her mettle, wouldn't it? A one-on-one fight. Huh? A duel. You don't know what that means? Duels are the key attraction of any battlefield, you know. I recall a historic manga I enjoyed reading in the past. The commanders, who can rightly be called the representatives of the two opposing parties, duke it out in a one-on-one. If you win, great fame awaits you. If you lose, you suffer a terrible humiliation. If you lose, it's not just the commander's life that's forfeit. The winner's army gets a huge boost in morale while the morale on the loser's side plummets. What a very ordinary idea. Quite commonplace. Yeah. Shinaki. Never mind. Master, if you are tired, how about hitting me for stress relief? As expected, even you can't suddenly come up with a breakthrough solution under these circumstances. Key attraction of any battlefield? In other words, it's going to be my turn? Everyone nitpicks at my strategy. I see. How about you guys try coming up with a plan then? Just as a short reminder, you know what's going to happen to you if you come up with a boring, brainless idea, don't you? Ahaha. I think your plan is great. You idiots. A duel? Ain't that the best? Master pants heavily. What's going to happen to me? Pants heavily. Now then, I've got to go to adjust the defenses. I've agreed with your plan from the very start, Shinsama. My subordinates all at once change their opinion as soon as they feel my colder look on them. So, who's going to represent the Aster Empire in the duel? Is it fine to assume that the duel opponent is going to be the highest leveled human within the Kainzao Liberation Army? Unlike the idiot faction among my subordinates, Kotetsu and Rina, who had remained silent so far, asked me for further details. Rina-tan, you think they're not going to accept a duel? The Kainzao Liberation Army has 15 people above level 50. Since Kainzawa's sage, and Kainzawa's saintess, won't appear on the battlefield, they're doubtlessly the spiritual support of the Kainzao Liberation Army. I ordered Sabru to make them his priority targets since they'd kill many subordinates if left unchecked. But, as soon as they faced Saburu's Team J, they retreated to the rear, and once Team J stopped chasing them as they ran the risk of going too deep into the enemy lines, they'd reappear on the front line at some point, killing many of my subordinates. Rina, the answer to your question is yes. The opponent for the duel is going to be the highest leveled human of the Kainzao Liberation Army. Kotetsu, as for your question, I'll take them on. Ha? That's super dangerous. Isn't that too risky? Are you going to be alright? My subordinates are clearly surprised after hearing my reply. Just as Sabru said, they immediately retreat. If we send our main force at them, in that case, we have no option but to place the best bait in front of their eyes, do we? We're constantly overwhelming them in the war. Although it's going to take time, it's clear that we'll come out victorious in the end. The sole chance for the Kainzao Liberation Army to win is to kill me. If I remember correctly, the highest leveled human is a 30-years-old man called Mizoguchi according to the information gathered by Mrs. Tamura. He's level 54. By the way, Rina's level is 56. Kotetsu is at level 61. Going by what I've seen, Mizoguchi's skill falls behind these two as well. Are you confident that you'll be able to win? Rina asks me with a serious expression. Do you think I'd propose this plan if I weren't confident in it? After becoming a demon king, I've taken part in battle on many occasions. I might be inferior when compared to some of my leaders, but I don't feel like I'd lose to any run-of-the-mill human. If we limit it to nighttime, I'm superior when it comes to totals in stats. Our body values might be even, but I'm surpassing him by leaps and bounds in equipment quality. In short, you're saying you're going to challenge their strongest human to a duel, and lower the enemy's morale by defeating him, Shinsama? That's the idea. In that case, I'd like to make a suggestion. Kotetsu says after summarizing my plan. Suggestion? Let's hear it. I'd like to have a duel as a preliminary fight. How about it? You personally? Yep. I'll have a duel before you're having your duel, Shin-sama. I'll win and so will you. Don't you think that this would break the enemy's spirit even more? Kotetsu proposes while smiling like a good-natured old grandpa. I don't particularly mind, but do you believe the enemy is going to go along with this? I'd say it depends on how we phrase it. Then I leave it to you. Count on me. Just when I accepted Kotetsu's suggestion, wait a second there. Takaharu, an even worse battle maniac than Kotetsu, shouts out loudly. What is it? If we're gonna have preliminary fights, ain't it fine for me to join in too? I don't really mind, but won't the enemy refuse if they have to face you? Huh? It's going to work if we flaunt you as a bait. Bait. You do realize that I'm your lord, right? Of course. You're the boss here, didn't you say it yourself? The thing with, protect me. In short, that's why I'm gonna have a duel. Takaharu's words make absolutely no sense. Especially the reasoning at the second part of his statement is cryptic at most. Having said that, it'll be fine to take the overall victory if we're going to win anyway. Prevailing against the enemy's strongest combat forces is going to boost our side's morale, and lower the enemy's. Let me just ask for reference, but which of you two, Kotetsu and Takaharu, is stronger? Huh? What's with that obvious question? Kotetsu, answer honestly. Interrupting Takaharu's blathering, I direct the question at Kotetsu. If it's between me and Takaharu, I'm stronger. Hey. Takaharu interrupts Kotetsu with anger oozing out of his voice. Is what I'd have answered a month ago. Huh? Kotetsu continues speaking without minding Takaharu butting in. A month ago, huh? What about now? To be honest, I can't tell. I suspect that Takaharu would win 7 out of 10 times. Huh? Aren't you saying that I'm going to lose 3 times then? Calm down. Your winning percentage is 70%, you know? By the way, what about me as an opponent? Even assuming that I'd take you on with your power. The items you granted me, Shin-sama, those items are yours now, so don't ask the obvious. If we fought 10 times, I dare say that it's questionable whether you would be able to win a single time against me, Shin-sama. A winning percentage of less than 10%, eh? I smile wryly at my subordinate who clearly declares that he's much stronger than me, albeit very respectfully. Why did Kotetsu mention last month? That's because of Takaharu's growth. Takaharu has killed a lot of humans in the recent battles against the Kainzao Liberation Army and thus leveled up several times. As a result of that, name, Takaharu Shion. Race, Beast King. Rank, A. LP, 0, 3000. Body, A. Knowledge, E. Mana, E. Special abilities, Close Combat Sense. Unarmed Combat, A. Twin Fang. Destruction Fist. Body Finesse. Roundhouse Kick. Twin Dragon Kick. Swallow Kick. Beastification. Raw Breathing. Subordinates, Werewolf X300. Composition. He's become the only subordinate in the Aster Empire who's achieved rank 8. Takaharu has been a body-only fighter since his time as a Demon King, so I guess he's overwhelming Kotetsu's superior techniques with sheer power. Quite the reliable combat force, I gotta say. Okay, I guess I'll leave the preliminary fight to Takaharu then. Oh, nice. Count on me. Anything but a crushing victory won't be tolerated. Got it? Darn tootin'. With the strategy decided, I look forward to today's invasion when the general war progress is hopefully going to shift. Chapter 251 Invasion of Nonoichi City. 11th day after we've started the full-blown invasion of Nonoichi's City Hall. Once we've finished the march and battle formation which have already become a routine for us, the humans of the Kainzao Liberation Army flood out of the City Hall to defend their land. Usually we'd start with exchanging ranged attacks, before clashing against each other in close combat before long. Given that the Aster Empire is excelling in strength against the Kainzao Liberation Army, our side eventually winning is set in stone. But humans of the Kainzao Liberation Army, my name is Shion of the Aster Empire. We have now fought each other to the death over a period of 10 days. Either of our sides has lost precious friends, comrades, and family members. The smart ones among you must have already noticed. the foreseeable future as we repeat the same procedure every day, be it today, tomorrow, or the days after. I use my megaphone to address the humans. Don't screw with us. We won't yield. But I only earn myself the human scorn and abuse. I'm well aware of it. You guys won't follow my recommendation for surrender. Without minding the humans' insults, I continue spinning my words. The faint possibility of the Kainzao Liberation Army winning against our Asta Empire is less than 1 in 10,000. But do you have a method allowing you to win this? The answer is, yes, you do. You just need to kill me. Accordingly I'll offer you, who are so pitiful to have such trashy leaders that abandon their friends out of folly and cowardice, a single, big opportunity. The humans start to stir after hearing my words. How about we have a one-on-one fight? Your opponent is going to be me, Demon King Shion. What do you say? If you consider it logically from your inferior position, it's the best chance you'll get. My opponents are going to be Kainzawa's sage, or Kainzawa's saintess, is what I want to say. But they probably won't accept anyways. It's a huge chance to save all of your lives, but I'm sure they won't put their own lives at risk for you. Therefore, the true leader of the Kainzao Liberation Army, Hira Mizoguchi, I'd like to nominate you as my opponent in the duel. But are you going to accept a one-on-one between Mizoguchi-san and Demon King Shion? If Mizoguchi-san wins, it's going to be our victory. I think if anyone can win, it'd be Mizoguchi-san. Isn't that some kind of trap? Hope and anxiety spreads among the humans upon my suggestion. Hira Mizoguchi, can you hear me? What is it going to be? How are you going to answer? I'm sure Hiro Mizoguchi can't answer right away. He might be suspecting a trap behind the sudden chance to obtain an overall victory. Or maybe he's wrestling with his fear that he might possibly lose his life. I offered hope to the humans. If he hesitates here, Hiro Mizoguchi's reputation is going to take a heavy hit. What's wrong? This is a perfect chance for you guys, you know. Weighing the possibility of losing your own life against the possibility of losing the lives of many comrades. You're going to choose your own safety. Or do you have a plan on how to win this war by continuing as until now? Answer me. I empathetically raise my voice so as to force a reply. Shut up? ? This voice is, the reply to my suggestion doesn't come from Mizoguchi, but from the speakers installed on Nonoichi's City Hall. Mizoguchi-san won't run. He is our new hope. Demon King Shion, the words you prattled just now are no lie, are they? Kainzawa's sage, and Hidea asks me through the speaker. Hey, just a minute. Are you selling out your own comrade to save your own hide? Are you going for new heights as scum? Having said that, it's convenient for me. The words just now? You mean the one-on-one fight? Indeed. Can you bastard pledge that you're going to fight Mizoguchi-san yourself without anyone interfering? And to whom should I pledge? Your great saintess who discards her friends? Or to you, Mr. Sage, who sends his comrades to their death while sitting behind safe walls? Don't fuck with me. Rage fills Hidea's voice as he seems to not be overly pleased with my phrasing. It remains unknown to whom I should pledge, but unlike you, I keep my promises, is what I want to say. But since your answer has been way too slow, it looks like one of my subordinates feels the need to speak to you. I passed the megaphone to Takaharu, whom I had called over earlier. Come on, Kainzao Liberation Army worms. Aren't you bitches getting ahead of yourself by suddenly asking to take on our general? It's not us who's suggested a duel. Demon King Shion. Shut your trap. Your whiny bickering grates my nerves. If you wanna fight Shion, you gotta have a duel with me first. The rest follows after that. In short, you're saying Demon King Shion is going to participate in a duel after we defeat you? Who said anything like that? If we did it your way, you wouldn't get to have a duel with Shion for the rest of your lives. First, fight me. Afterwards, that hero or whatever can fight Shion. What's that about? And Hidea is confused by Takaharu's ridiculous demand. Let me apologize for my subordinate. In other words, he wants to have a preliminary. What do you say? Are you going to accept? If you accept it, I'll also agree to a one-on-one fight. Now listen. It was you who suggested a one-on-one fight in the first place. So shut up. It's your own fault for being so slow with your response. If you had answered me at once, I'd have happily held the duel. Blame your own ineptitude to make prompt decisions. My excuse is absurd. However, the humans have no chance for victory unless they go along with this suggestion. We'd like to have some time to consider. You have 5 minutes. With each passing 5 minutes, the number of preliminary battles is going to increase, and if you exceed 30 minutes, I'll regard it as you having refused my suggestion, and we'll launch a general offensive. Got it? Thus I yielded the choice to the enemy side. Section. I decided to call my leaders over to discuss the further progress with them. Things have significantly diverted from what I had assumed, but I doubt it's going to pose a problem. I'll get my fight, right? If the other side agrees to the duels, yes. Takaharu flashes a ferocious smile. So, who's going to fight next after 5 minutes pass, Shinsama? Kotetsu asks me as Takaharu gleefully begins to shadowbox. You understood. Hey, what about after that? Would it be fine for me to have a go? Please. Satanta jumps out from behind Kotetsu, who's bowed while confirming his assignment. The next is going to be Rina. Okay. But, leaving that aside, can I ask you something, Shin? What's up? Should we just silently watch even if, in the worst case, it looks like you're going to lose? No. Help me then. PFFT. Got it. Rina breaks into a wry smile when she hears me revoking my promise on the fly. Hey, what about after that? The one after Inuan. Me? It is to be me. Sorry for having kept you waiting, Demon King Shin. We've decided on our reply. We shall accept the duels, your suggestion. Satanta hops up and down like a spoiled brat, but, unfortunately for him, the Kainzao Liberation Army answers within 5 minutes, avoiding even Kotetsu's turn. Chapter 252 Invasion of Non-Oji City. Yahoo! Come on, who's going to be my opponent? Once Takaharu rushes out full of joy, a round, empty circle naturally forms around him. My name is Kazuka Kazunari, Beast King of Unoak. Let's have a fair duel. A masculine-looking man, who appears to be in the latter half of his 20s, squares off against Takaharu with his spear at the ready. Takaharu-shin. Made your last prayers? Don't get ahead of yourself. Kazuka snarls as Takaharu provokes him with a calm smile. Shin, can I get started already? He said to have a fair duel, so I'd say yes. Gotcha. Then, as soon as Takaharu replies listlessly while cracking his neck, he powerfully kicks off, charging at Kazuka like lightning. Die. Only a cloud of dust remains where he stood before. Closing the distance to Kazuka in an instant, Takaharu rips through Kazuka's neck with his sharp, fiendish claws. While unable to understand what has happened to him, Kazuka collapses with blood spraying out of his neck. Done already? Takaharu stares with a bored look down at Kazuka, who's lying in his own blood. I did tell him to get a perfect victory, but it's become a display of the overwhelming difference in strength. Takaharu, give us a shout of victory. Shout of victory? The purpose of these duels is to lower the enemy's morale while boosting our own. Thus I'm looking for a scene where we shout in victory at the end of the duel. But because of Takaharu's staggering dominance, our enemies and allies have both ended up flabbergasted. No choice then, winner, Asta Empire. Takaharu-shin. I break the silence around us by announcing Takaharu's victory. All hands, shout in victory. With a delay of 3 seconds after my announcement, my subordinates roar all at once and hit their gongs. How unsatisfying. If I knew it'd turn out like this, I might have as well used my growth knuckles. Takaharu, the winner, returns with a fed-up expression, accompanied by my subordinates celebrating his victory. Good work. Sure, I kept my promise. Takaharu comes close to me with a broad grin. I guess I'm up next then. Doubt you're going to lose anyway, but do your best. Leave it to me. I exchange a high five with Takaharu in passing, and step into the circle where Takaharu just won his match. Asta Kingdom's Shin. Kainzao Liberation Army, Mizoguchi. When I introduce myself while standing in the ring, a man shouldering a great sword shows up from within the humans. Mizoguchi, do you feel like surrendering? If it's now, I can still offer you a wonderful life, you know? Don't screw around with me, you shitty demon king. A peaceful life is awaiting me after your death. I take that as a breakdown in negotiations then. I shrug with a wry smile. I offered him to surrender since I had nothing to lose anyway, but he's clearly shown that he has no interest. Let's have a fair match then. Mizoguchi meets my eyes while readying his great sword. Fair, eh? You had the sage cast support magic on you, right? What about it? This is a battle to the death. Seeing Mizoguchi's entire body glow faintly, I point out the presence of buffs. But Mizoguchi charges at me without getting flustered, so there's no room to enjoy a little conversation. Huh? Dark Lance. I fire a lance of darkness at Mizoguchi. Ridiculous. But Mizoguchi cuts it apart with his sword. Looks like this wasn't enough to stop his charge. I calmly observe the movements of Mizoguchi as he's coming at me. According to Kotetsu, it's, in a one-on-one, you have to look at the opponent's dominant hand and their opposite leg. The more the opponent relies on the powers granted by the new rules of this world while being a novice otherwise, the easier it becomes to read their moves from their dominant hand and their opposite leg. He holds his sword with both hands because of its size, but going by the location of his hands, I think the right hand is the dominant one. With my kinetic vision as a demon king, it's possible to see my enemy's every move. 3 steps left until he enters the range of his great sword. I concentrate my focus on Mizoguchi's leg movements. Exclamation mark. He's widely stepping forward with his opposite foot, firmly planting it on the ground. Power slash. Mizoguchi powerfully swings his sword down at me from an overhead position. Mist separation. Turning my whole body into mist, I invalidate the great sword's slash. He got him. He killed Demon King Shin. Seen from the gallery's point of view, it must have looked as though I got bisected by his sword. Jarring shouts of delight reach me from the humans. Flash thrust. I swiftly stab my spear out from behind Mizoguchi. Bryonak gouges out Mizoguchi's flank. Mizoguchi slashes his sword at me as he turns round while looking pained. Uh-oh. You're a lively one. I evade the slash by stepping backwards. Dark Lance. I fire another lance of darkness at Mizoguchi, but this time from close distance. Hit by the lance, Mizoguchi retreats while staggering and looking anguished. Early summer rain thrust. I shower Mizoguchi with a flurry of spear thrusts in pursuit. But, don't look down on me! Exclamation mark. Mizoguchi endures the rain of thrusts, and forces himself to mow his sword sideways. I won't be able to evade in time. Blocking it with my spear is also not an option. I block the great sword with my other hand. It hurts, but it's just a minor injury. Surprised? Contrary to their appearance, these clothes are sturdier than your armor, you know. I have all kinds of A-rank items on me. I flash a smile full of composure at him while bearing with the pain. No way. Using his moment of surprise, I grab Mizoguchi's face with an eagle grip. Absorb. Gayua. Mizoguchi's vitality streams through the hand holding him into me. It's your last chance. Do you feel like surrendering? Too bad, then die. Crescent moon slash. I swing down Bryonak to the limit of my power. Accompanied by a shock wave, Bryonak's blade bisects Mizoguchi. Aster Empire's Shin has defeated the hero of the Kainzao Liberation Army, Mizoguchi. I thrust my spear into the sky like a warring state's commander, and roar in triumph. Chapter 253 Invasion of Nonoji City. Shinsama. My subordinates loudly celebrate my victory. No way. Mizoguchi-san has someone as powerful as Kazuko-san. In an instant, they are this powerful. See, can we win this? The humans despair over Mizoguchi's loss. The stage is set. All hands begin general offensive. My subordinates launch their attacks against the crestfallen humans. Dark Night Tempest. Go, 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 go. I spur my subordinates on while attacking myself as well. Make noise. Come on. Clang your shields. Responding to my call, Iron and Hibiki's call clang their shields all at once. The humans, who have fallen into a state of panic, are drawn to those sounds like moths to the light. Subaru, take your unit and eliminate Mizoguchi's party members. At your command. Team J, time to sortie. Now that they're discouraged and off balance, we can finish them off. Subaru's unit assaults the high-ranking humans who watched Mizoguchi's battle full of worry. It immediately turns into a scene from hell, the air filled with agonizing screams. All I can hear are the screams of humans. The many humans who fall to the ground. We've harvested far more from the 2 duels than I anticipated. Section 1 hour after our victory in the duels. As a result of us pushing the attack, we lost many subordinates, but at the same time, we succeeded in killing a bigger number of humans. We've advanced the front line up to a distance of 100 meters from the gate leading into Nonoichi's city hall. I wanted to destroy that gate by today, but there's still lots of humans left. After casting a look at the wall protecting the city hall, I begin with the finishing touches. Rain. I close my eyes and chant in my mind while holding my right hand towards the ground. The ground trembles, and at the tip of my right hand forms a black vortex with a diameter of around 30 centimeters, as if swallowing the space around it. The usual array of messages streams down across the display on my smartphone. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range? Yes, no. Messages stream down across my phone's screen. I tap yes. What's reflected on my smartphone is 70,000 people in total by a rough estimate. The yellow dots amount to 10% of the whole. 20% are neutral, white dots, and the remaining 70% are red dots. For close to 70% to still remain hostile under these circumstances. Just how much do these people hate me? I feel a light dizziness assailing me due to the breakdown of hostility grades harbored by the humans. Having said that, I've got no intention to act like an honest fool and pass on this information to the enemy. I take out my megaphone. To all humans of the Kainzao Liberation Army, did you hear the rain alert? It's really amazing. I underestimated them. I truly underestimated the bonds between you. For sure I hadn't expected that only 40% of your entire force would lose heart and desire to surrender to our Asta Empire, even after being cornered into such a hopeless situation. I lie to the humans. Let me ask you, humans, has the heart of the comrade next to you already broken? Will you be able to support those of you who lost their will to fight? What kind of feelings are the 40% harboring about this battle as they're being forced to participate by the 60% who willfully chose death? I continue my speech while observing the reactions of the humans. You folks of the Kainzao Liberation Army are truly magnificent. Did you decide your current course of action to oppose me by majority vote? 60% versus 40%. It's somewhat disappointing that not all of you have banded together to challenge me as one, but those willing to resist are the majority. The majority even under these circumstances. Even if 40% of your comrades wish to live, it's just the opinion of a minority. I exaggeratedly gesture as if I'm closely listening to something. Your numbers are big. All of you belong to the majority under these circumstances. The number of those having lost their will to resist isn't all that great. Really? My smartphone is showing me that 40% of you are willing to surrender, though. Is it possibly seeing through what you truly desire deep down in your hearts without being aware of it yourself? The technology of that bastard of a mastermind, who created this broken world, is damn awesome. Now then, what's going to happen if they're under the impression that 40%, almost half of their comrades lost their will to fight on? They've been believing that everyone banded together to fight against us. And in reality, only 10% are willing to surrender. Peer pressure exists, but humans, and especially Japanese people, have a strong tendency to go with the majority opinion. It's not just me who thought that it'd be impossible. It's not just me who doesn't want to die. What if they imagine that almost half of their comrades are embracing such thoughts? I look down on my phone's screen once more. The number of yellow dots has increased to 30% of the whole. This is a weird phenomenon. I intended to praise you for putting up such a brave fight, and yet the number of those willing to surrender has grown. Their number has exceeded 50%. Why? Did you realize that you aren't the only one wishing to live on? I wonder which side would be the majority now if we took a vote. Kainzawa's sage, Kainzawa's saintess. Can you hear me? Half of your comrades wish to survive, to surrender to our Asta Empire, you know? What would happen if you made a vote at this very moment? Or are you going to drive them towards their death like you did earlier with your hero? I work on shaking up the humans with my words. I see. At this point it'll be a walk in the park to overrun you. But I'm a generous man and thus I'll give you one last chance. We won't attack for 48 hours from now on. Those wishing to live are to disarm themselves and visit my domain. Lastly, be aware that attacking us as we retreat will be equivalent to abandoning the lives of tens of thousands of your comrades. Well then, humans, I hope that you'll choose wisely. All hands, retreat. After I recommend surrender, I return to my domain together with my subordinates who've reached their limit by now. Chapter 254 Invasion of Nonoji City. 6 hours after we retreated, while replenishing my subordinates and their items, I ponder about the future plans. Shinsama, can you please spare me a moment? Mrs. Tamura shows up at my room. What's wrong? Did you run out of some materials? No. We have more than enough materials at hand. I would like to consult you about something else. Who? What is it? I happened to hear that Mrs. Tamura is troubled about me not calling her by her official name, Masako, but I can't imagine that she'd approach me about such an issue during busy times like these. Before we discuss the matter at hand, I would like to introduce you to a certain person, but would that be all right with you? Introduce a certain person? I don't mind. Who is it? I nod as I agree with Mrs. Tamura's request. Please come in, Mr. Hasebe. Once Mrs. Tamura calls for him, a well-dressed, white-haired elderly man enters the room. Hasebe. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, but who is he again? Shinsama, you have my deepest gratitude for being so kind as to allow me an audience with you. My name is Hasebe Kazaru. Mr. Hasebe introduces himself accompanied by a formal, refined bow. Mr. Hasebe is the chairman of Kainzawa's Board of Education and an active city council member. After listening to Mrs. Tamura's additional information, I remembered Mr. Hasebe. It's our first meeting, but I recall you helped us out at that time. Mr. Hasebe previously allowed us to use his name to recommend surrender to the Kainzawa Liberation Army. It would be the greatest delight for me if the number of casualties was lowered by even just one person through the usage of my name. Mr. Hasebe replies to me with a smile. Shinsama, as you are well aware, Mr. Hasebe belonged to the moderate faction within the Kainzawa Liberation Army. You mentioned something like that. Yeah, not long ago Mr. Hasebe was contacted by his friend in Nonoichi's City Hall. Friend in Nonoichi's City Hall means, correct, a member of the Kainzawa Liberation Army which is currently fighting against us. Mrs. Tamura answers by finishing my words. Are they asking for clemency? In that case, I intend to accept all those who wish to surrender, just like I told the Kainzawa Liberation Army earlier. Allow me to thank you for your kind-hearted mercy, Shinsama. However, we are here to talk about another matter. I see. So what is it? Is Mrs. Tamura going to ask me to turn Mr. Hasebe into a bloodkin as her brains or something like that? But it'd be boorish if I were to interrupt again with my unfounded predictions. I'll stay silent and listen to what they want to discuss with me. Okay, please go on, Mr. Hasebe. Mrs. Tamu, my name is Masako-san. Got it? Excuse me. Thank you, Masako-san. Seeing Mrs. Tamura's graceful smile, my body shivers. So, what is that you want from me? I ask for the details of their consultation, also in order to avoid the conversation shifting into a dangerous direction. A little while ago I was contacted by my friend. If I start with the conclusion of our talk, they want to surrender. I cock my head in puzzlement after Mr. Hasebe finishes. If they want to surrender, they just need to do so. We'll accept anyone except for Kainzawa's sage, Kainzawa's saintess. We are not talking about my friend alone here. He has approached me about the wish of the entire Kainzawa Liberation Army to surrender. I'm shocked by this unexpected statement. I don't mind that, but is all of the Kainzao Liberation Army on board with this? Since I've launched a reign earlier, I'm grasping the mental state of the Kainzao Liberation Army better than anyone else. 30% have lost their will to fight, and even when including the neutrals, it's just 50% who are unwilling to fight. Even if those numbers grew as an effect of my recommendation for surrender, there's still a long way to go for it to reach 100%. Above all, I can't believe that their leaders, Kainzawa's sage, Kainzawa's saintess, would accept a surrender. No, unfortunately the number of people openly vying for surrender is less than half of the total. Mr. Hayseeby shakes his head in disappointment. Isn't it impossible then? Yes, therefore I wanted to talk with you, Shinsama. About what? If you could give us your permission, after 3 days they will start an armed uprising when you resume your invasion. Is that going to work out? If you give us 3 days' time without invading during that period, it will show our friends in the Kainzao Liberation Army that you are going to accept their will to surrender, Shinsama. We will gather those of the same mind in the meantime. Are 3 days going to be enough? Yes. Currently the internal state of the Kainzao Liberation Army is in a mess. We will try to persuade the others quickly without wasting time. How high are the chances for success? I think the chances are high that we will manage. Many people within the Kainzao Liberation Army have raised complaints about the way how the sage and saintess interacted with Mr. Mizoguchi. I see. On another note, you mentioned an armed uprising, but what exactly are you planning? After 3 days, we will throw the gate open upon your signal, Shinsama. I analyze Mr. Hayseeby's proposal in my mind. I understand. But, are you fine with that? What do you mean? Your friends who are going to pull off the armed uprising, will need to betray mankind. You know, if we can save even one life with that, we have resolved ourselves to get slandered for this. It's possible that it won't stop at slander, isn't it? Rather than continuing the battle just like this, I believe this method promises us a higher probability of survival. Indeed. I'll go along with your proposal. Please tell me if there's anything I can help you with. You have my gratitude for your kind offer. Mr. Hayseeby and Mrs. Tamura deeply bow their heads, and leave the room. An armed uprising, eh? If Mr. Hayseeby's idea works out, Nonoichi's city hall is likely going to fall after 3 days. A coup d'etat at the end of an internal collapse? Huh? I chuckle all by myself in my room in light of this unforeseen, great opportunity. Chapter 255 Invasion of Nonoichi City. On the appointed day for Mr. Hasab's suggestion to bear fruit, I had my subordinates surround Nonoichi's city hall. You think they're going to keep their promise? Who knows? Though, according to Masako-sensei, he seems to be someone who can be trusted. Even if we can trust Mr. Hasab, it's a completely different story when it comes to the credibility of the people trusted by Mr. Hasab. You've got a point. People do break their promises easily after all. As someone distrusting humans a lot more than I do, Canon agrees with a deep nod. Oh well, I suppose we should get ready for the gains we'll achieve if it succeeds. Okay, all hands. Let me do the final checks for the upcoming operation. Reno Corps, shelter the humans who surrender to us while hosting your red flags. As you command. Hibiki Corps, Iron Corps, deal with the humans pursuing them. Of course, Master. Affirmative. Chloe Corps, Layla Corps, clean up the humans in front of the gate while protecting me. I shall do so even in exchange for my life. I won't let those worms touch a single strand of your hair, Shinsama. All remaining Corps are to storm Nonoichi's city hall. We're going to settle this today. Yeah. With Takaharu and Red's Corps as core, the remaining subordinates raise war cries that make the earth tremble. Let me inform you of some points of note. You're forbidden to attack anyone who has no will to fight. Tell those who have lost their fighting spirit to sit down on the ground, and consider every other human as hostile. Yeah. Lastly, in case the proposed surrender proves to be false, we will overrun all humans. Teach the humans our true nature as chaos. The operation starts from now on. My name is Shin of the Asta Empire. In accordance with our pact, I have come to free our comrades and capture the foolish leaders Andu Hidea and Gyamasa Ori. Comrades, It's time for you to make your stand. Regain your freedom together with me. Using my megaphone, I urge the conspirators lurking within the city hall to start the armed uprising. Now then, I wonder how things are going to turn out. Are the humans going to answer my call? While embracing complex feelings of anticipation and anxiety, I look at the gate of the wall protecting the city hall. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. For a minute to feel so long. If I hadn't checked the time, I might have ordered a general attack against the humans out of disappointment. 3 minutes later. Cannon. Is this a dud? Let's wait a bit. Just when I impatiently ask Cannon, the gate, which has been firmly locked, is thrown open, and countless humans are rushing out. Which side is it? Is their objective to intercept us or to surrender? The human leading the charge is carrying a weapon. So it failed, huh? All hands, begin there. Just as I'm about to give the signal for a full attack, I see, human behind the first furiously waving a white flag, shouting something at the weapon holder. Why you people? What's the idea here? We're abiding Hasab Sensei's call to surrender to the Asta Empire. We can't leave our lives in the hands of those brats. Wait. Are you sane? The enemy is our nemesis, Demon King Shin. Shut up. I'm just fine with a Demon King. He's at least much kinder than Kanezawa's sage. No, Kanezawa's clown. See, calm down. Don't get deceived by the enemy's propaganda. The area in front of the gate has become very chaotic because of the humans of different alignments arguing amongst each other. All hands, begin the operation. I tell my subordinates to start. Dear comrades of Mr. Hasab, discard your weapons and converge with the military forces hoisting red banners. We will consider anyone carrying weapons as hostile and attack them. A message to our comrades who stayed behind in the city hall. Those wishing to surrender are to discard their weapons and sit down on the spot. We will consider anyone standing as hostile and attack them. Many humans swarmed towards the red banners. Rena's core waves in response to my speech. All hands, protect our comrades. We'll liberate our comrades who are still trapped in the city hall. As if to say that justice is on our side, I stress the words, comrades, and liberate. My subordinates advance on the city hall that is not transformed into pure chaos as different beliefs are clashing with each other among the humans. Section 3 hours later. More than 50,000 humans have expressed their will to surrender. All my subordinates, except for Rena, Chloe, and Layla's core, have invaded the city hall. Apparently caught unprepared by the betrayal of their fellow humans, the remaining defenders have been swept away and we succeeded in invading each floor while holding an overwhelming advantage over the enemies. I check the situation through Takaharu's eyes, who's running across the front line at full speed. The first floor is already under our control. Only the second and third floor are still being contested. Many humans are sitting on the floor, demonstrating their will to surrender. I guess it's about time, huh? Kotetsu, can you wrap this whole battle up within 3 hours? Yes, Kotetsu answers my direct telepathic message. I'll start rain from now on. You have 3 hours to gain total control of the entire area. Rain. I close my eyes and chant in my mind while holding my right hand towards the ground. The ground trembles, and at the tip of my right hand forms a black vortex with a diameter of around 30 centimeters, as if swallowing the space around it. The usual array of messages streams down across the display on my smartphone. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range? Yes, no. Messages stream down across my phone's screen. I've started a rain against the last humans remaining in Ishikawa Prefecture. Chapter 256 Invasion of Nonoichi City 21. 1 hour after I launched train. The cleanup of the enemy forces outside Nonoichi's city hall has been completed. We also gained total control of the second floor within the city hall, making the third floor the last contested area. Looking at my smartphone, it's filled with yellow dots, surrenderers. The number of red dots, hostile forces, has drastically fallen below 1,000. Sometimes we overcame the opponent with power. Other times we used clever strategies, but at the very end it's an internal fallout that wraps it all up. Huh? Hasn't the final act arrived awfully quickly? The powers within the Ishikawa prefecture I need to defeat for a complete unification have dwindled down to one more. Demon King Kaoru might require special means to be dealt with. As far as I can tell from what I've seen of his troops during the invasion of our sectors, their individual power is quite high. The enemy main force very likely consists of Baron-class subordinates. The same class as Izao among my subordinates, and insubordinated former demon kings. I couldn't confirm any former humans like Rina or Kotetsu, but the chance for him to have some isn't zero. If you take the difference of armament into account, Takaharu, Kotetsu, and Rina would likely win in a one-on-one. However, what about Chloe and Layla? If they fought Kaoru's main force, they'd most likely lose. A battle against Demon Kings greatly differs in style and type of interpersonal combat. Unlike a battle against humans which depends on numbers and strategy to achieve victory, a battle against Demon Kings depends on the strength of the individuals and teamwork within a platoon-sized team to achieve victory. The advantage of the defending side is really way too lopsided in a domain invasion. Contrary to the numbers limitation of the attacking side, the defending side can field as many troops as they want. This becomes an extremely big constraint. Invading while whittling down the enemy forces bit by bit and leveling at the same time is the best option, I think. As I'm repeatedly simulating scenarios of the coming battles in my head as I'm bored from merely holding up my hand during a rain. Do you have a moment? Rina, whom I've entrusted with the protection of the surrenderers, calls out to me. What's wrong? Did some kind of problem occur? I received a message from my grandfather. From Kotetsu. What's the issue? He's merely asking whether you're up to date on their situation. Question mark. If I'm asked whether I'm following what's going on the battlefield, I must admit I haven't done so. The war situation is already a lost cause for the humans, and troubles are unlikely as well. With this I've passed on my grandfather's message. Only saying this much, Rina returns to her former position. I decided to check Kotetsu's situation on my smartphone. I confirmed the circumstances around him through his eyes. My subordinates are surrounding more than 100 humans who have been driven close to a wall. Kotetsu, I've grasped the situation. What's up? Shinsama, can you hear me? Kotetsu talks to me as if holding a monologue. I hear you. How about their words? Kotetsu's eyes are directed at Kanezawa's sage and Kanezawa's saintess. Please spare them. I don't matter. Please just spare the lives of my comrades. Please save us. It's not like we fought because we wanted to fight. I can see the two frantically pleading for their lives. I see. Operating my smartphone, I switch to the rain display. They're yellow. Huh? Despite having boasted their will to fight so assertively, both have now completely submitted. On the other hand, I can see several red dots among the humans with Kanezawa's sage and Kanezawa's saintess. Kotetsu is asking me how to proceed with Kanezawa's sage and Kanezawa's saintess. If I leave them alone, they'll become my subordinates. The arrival of a long-awaited healer and buffer. They'd be valuable assets for the Asta Empire, which will soon head into a war against Kaoru. But they abandoned Rina. I could tie them down with orders if they become my subordinates, so I wouldn't need to worry about them betraying us. I could limit their freedom through orders as well. However, if you turn it around, I'd need to always watch their words and deeds, always restricting everything they do with orders. According to what I've heard from Rina, Kanezawa's sage still has some hope left. But Kanezawa's saintess is a lost case. Going by Rina, she's rotten to the core. She'd be a problem child on a completely different scale when compared to Takaharu, Sarah, Subaru, or Hibiki. No, she'd have the potential to become a calamity for me. What would Rina tell me if I asked her? Very likely she'd leave the decision to me. Can I domesticate Kanezawa's saintess? Nope. I'm already troubled by her existence this much at this point in time. Those troubles would likely only keep growing if I turned her into my subordinate. What is Kanezawa's sage going to think if I liquidate Kanezawa's saintess? Is he going to pledge his allegiance to me? To me, who slew his friend in cold blood in the first place, are the words of Kanazawa's sage, to only save his friends actually his true feelings? If he had such a strong backbone, he wouldn't have pushed Mizoguchi to his death, I'm sure. In other words, it's an act. And even without all that, I've announced to the Kanazawa Liberation Army that I wouldn't acknowledge the surrender of Kanazawa's sage and Kanazawa's saintess. Hence, I've got to keep my promises as a leader. Neither of them is personnel I desire to the extent of hurting my own credibility. Kill Kanazawa's sage and Kanazawa's saintess. Are you certain? Kotetsu confirms my order. I have declared that I wouldn't allow those two to surrender. As you command. Wait. I stop Kotetsu, who's drawn his katana. Slay them after passing on my words. Roger. I take out the megaphone. A message to Kanazawa's sage, Andu Haidia and Kanazawa's saintess, Gyamasa Ori. I shall grant your final wish. Ah, really? That's great to hear. The two are relieved after hearing my words. Just as you desire. I shall acknowledge the surrender of the remaining humans in exchange for your lives. That's wrong. I haven't said anything like that. Hearing my declaration, their expressions change from relief to despair. Kotetsu, Takaharu, kill the two. Please wait. I can be of us. Wait. Only Aishu. Affirmative. Sure thing. Kanazawa's sage, and Kanazawa's saintess, are killed while pleading for their lives in despair. A message to the Kanazawa Liberation Army. Discard your weapons and surrender within 10 seconds. A message to all my subordinates. Kill all armed humans after 10 seconds have passed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do it. Alongside the end of the countdown, tolling their death, the last remaining red dots vanish all at once. 3 hours after launching rain, all humans have disappeared from the soil of Ishikawa Prefecture. Chapter 257 Invasion of Nonoichi City. Conclusion. The reign of the sole remaining human land in Ishikawa Prefecture has finished. After reassigning troops to Akira and ordering her to loot all the notable goods, as well as leaving the management of the surrenderers in Mrs. Tamura's capable hands, I quickly returned to my room in my domain. The battle against the Kanazawa Liberation Army lasted for a long time. We required more than half a month to take Nonoichi's City Hall, which was the final bastion for the Kanazawa Liberation Army. In the meantime, Kaoru stole 4 sectors from me. I guess complicating the inner structure of the sectors and connecting several sectors through transfer arrays was a failure. This method succeeded in slowing down the invaders for the first sector, but the connection through transfer arrays then backfired with the second and following sectors. And when I launched my reign on Nonoichi's City Hall, Kaoru's troops swiftly pulled out. Even though I'd have been able to crush them with my main force if only they had been nice enough to stay. Things never go completely as planned, I guess. Staring at the map spread out in front of me, I decide to sort the current situation in my mind. The hostile forces adjacent to the Asta Empire are the humans of the Toyama Prefecture in the eastern direction, and Kaoru in the southern direction. The west and north are enclosed by the sea, making them safe for the time being. Next, in contrast to Kaoru's 71 sectors, the Asta Empire consists of 232 sectors. The difference in the number of sectors directly correlates to a difference in national power through total CP. If we challenge each other in a round-robin event, our Asta Empire will obviously win, but victory and defeat between Demon Kings aren't decided so easily. Even in the worst case, I don't think that we'd lose, but winning won't be easy either. How should I proceed here? Kaoru's current level is 18, his race is Devil, his estimated stats are Body C, Mana B, Knowledge, Creation B, and Alchemy B. Assuming that his body and knowledge are at the initial rank of E, he'd have 37 BP stowed away, or 47 BP if he obtained their special service, like Canon and I did, but I don't know of any other Demon King who got that bonus. If I follow the worst case scenario, Kaoru will be able to raise Mana, Creation, or Alchemy to rank A after one more level up. The probability is rather low for that to be the case, but Never say never. If one more level would allow him to raise creation or alchemy to A, I want to give him as little opportunity to gather experience as possible, or in short, it becomes necessary to take down Kaoru, without letting him defeat any of my subordinates. No, that's impossible, isn't it? If Kaoru could anticipate a huge boost in combat power through his next level up, he'd likely ignore me and go gathering experience points. I think I should reassess my strategy to adhere to a slightly more realistic approach. Kaoru's level is 18 and he possesses 71 sectors. In other words, Kaoru's maximum CP is 8,900 without deducting the number of Baron class subordinates x 1,000 CP. When he invaded my sectors, his troops included 4 Baron class subordinates. Of course it's possible that he's got more of them, but let's assume that he's got a maximum CP of 4,900 for now. In that case, his CP recovers at a rate of 490 CP per hour. Archdemons are the main monster type of a Devil Demon King. According to canon, they cost 150 CP to be created. The very generic demons cost 50 CP, meaning, killing more than 4 archdemons or 10 demons per hour will effectively reduce Kaoru's forces. It's easy to kill such numbers within an hour, but it becomes tough once you've got to keep it up for 24 hours. Having said that, if I push my subordinates too much, it'll only raise the risk of them getting killed after having accumulated too much exhaustion. What should I do? I guess I'll try to ask my self-edged strategist for a change of pace. So, now that you've heard the situation, do you have some kind of ingenious plan, self-alleged strategist? Let's see. As an accredited strategist of the Aster Empire, I propose to invade several sectors simultaneously, thus whittling down the enemy forces, and to shave off the enemy's total CP by usurping weakly defended sectors. I have no clue who has accredited you, but it's not bad as a plan, I'd say. Hee. My experience as a strategist is growing by the day. Canon throws out her chest while pointing her nose upwards. Let me give you advice, self-alleged strategist. The most important point when forming a strategy is to predict the opponent's movements. When playing a strategy game, reading the enemy movements decides over victory or defeat. If you misread what the enemy is going to do, it'll lead to a tragic end. I see. So you're basically telling me to estimate Kaoru's movements? No. Predict how Kaoru is going to move in response to our movements. Shin-san, are you seriously trying to nurture me as a strategist? If you don't take it serious, I can always treat you as Google-chan. No. That wasn't my intention. In response to my reproachful glare, Canon waves her hands in panic, correcting herself. There won't be a second time, got it? Back to the earlier conversation. Assuming Kaoru would launch the strategy you mentioned against us, how would you deal with it? You mean what I'd do if Kaoru had his troops invade several sectors at once, is that correct? Yes. First I'd confirm the military strength of all units attacking us. If I found a weak unit, I'd deploy living males as defense against it. As for strong enemy units, I'd go counter them with suitably military forces from our side. Something like that? What if all enemy units had the same power level? For example, what if 5 equally powerful units were to attack all at once? I assume you mean strength that can't be stopped by living males, right? Yes. If it's 5 enemy units, I'd assign Takaharu-san, Katetsu-san, Rina-san, Hibiki-san, and Saburo as defense leaders, and split up everyone else from our leaders among those teams. Would that really be all? I look Canon directly into the eyes as I make sure. Please give me a moment. With my eyes resting on her, Canon reconsiders in a fluster. I have to revise that. What I said moments ago was just a test for a plan invented by a mediocre strategist. You mean you were testing me? It's just a figure of speech. As usual, Canon can't restrain herself from saying too much. So, what is it that you're going to revise? I refined my plans against Kaoru while enjoying my conversation with Canon. Chapter 258 Side Story, 26th Calamity. On the next day, after all human land had disappeared in the Ishikawa prefecture, Shinsama's journey to supremacy is proceeding steadily. As the Commander-in-Chief of Team J, Aster Empire's strongest trump card, I must devote all my efforts into serving the Empire every day. More than a year has passed since I've become Shinsama's trusted retainer. At first I thought that he's a super sadistic demon king who's faithful to violence, who's forcing Kanon-chan to wait upon him. But, as I served him, I learned to appreciate Shinsama's greatness from various points of view. In my opinion, Shinsama's greatness is founded on an excellent intellect and his analytic powers. Kanon-chan also plays a big role as a strategist who emanates comfort to her surroundings while possessing a lot of knowledge, but I think the plans drawn up by Shinsama allowed the Aster Empire to become as big as it is today. In that case, I shall also analyze the recent battles retainer whom Shinsama trusts the most. Previously Shinsama had taught Kanon-chan about the cycle necessary for an analysis. If I remember correctly, it was a cycle called PDCA. What was this, PDCA? Again? Just like Shinsama has Kanon-chan with him, I have the first calamity with me. First calamity. Do you know about the cycle called PDCA? Of course. As a strategist of Team J, it's only natural for me to know about it. The first calamity, a former slime demon king, answers. Oh, nothing less of my strategist. So, what is that, PDCA? Tell me. As you wish. PDCA is originally PDCA. It's an acronym of 4 words. Who? PDCA, you say? Yes. P stands for passion, or in other words, passion. P passion? Has Shinsama, who always looks so calm, been hiding his passion? Next, D stands for dangerous. Dangerous, you say? I see. Knowing the dangers when analyzing is important. Next, C stands for chance. A good opportunity. So it's telling you to find opportunity within danger. And lastly, A stands for action. It's action. Action? The last one sounds kind of ordinary, doesn't it? In no way. In short, take action because chance awaits you if you leap into danger with passion. That is the underlying meaning. PDCA is really deep. I feel like I've managed to catch a glimpse of the secret behind Shinsama's strength. Then we should inherit the Shinism. If we drive passion into the members of Team J, Commander-in-Chief, excuse my impertinence, but it's completely wrong. The 10th calamity pours cold water on my spirit that's burning with passion. Completely wrong as in how? PDCA is an English acronym for the 4 words plan, do, check, action. Wow, doesn't that mean only first calamity's A for action was correct? Moreover, its meaning is different since the action meant here is improvement. First calamity, you deceived me. I thunder in rage at first calamity who's lied to me. I am no bad slime. Thereupon, first calamity telepathically speaks to me with broken words while wobbling his body across the ground. Shit. Even though he's just a pool of water at first glance, why must he look so adorable? I end up forgetting my anger because of first calamity's favorite trick, acting cute by playing innocent and helpless. Following Shinsama's example, I had assigned first calamity as my strategist because of his level of portability, but I might have made a mistake in my selection of personnel. Although he has a healing effect on his surroundings scatters that's completely different from Kanon's, but basically he's a dumb slime. If you allow me, Commander-in-Chief, shall I explain to you what PDCA means? GNNHH. Let's postpone PDCA for later. I'll go to that guy now. With my interest dampened, I left the base of Team J section. My destination is the 44th sector. It contains a prison personally built by Akira-chan. Hero Iaku, how do you feel? I'm visiting Iaku, the sole prisoner in the prison. Like shit. Hurry up and kill me. Iaku has been sulking within his cell. So how about it? Have you given the matter I mentioned a while ago a thought? Don't fuck with me. I'm a hero, the hope of humanity. Looks like his heart still hasn't broken, huh? I see. Mankind's hope, eh? Did you know that Nonoichi's city hall, the last human land in Ishikawa Prefecture, has fallen to the Aster Empire just the other day? T. That can't be true, but it is. No way. All hope died in the eyes of Iaku. Many humans, who had remained in the city hall, surrendered to the Aster Empire. You know, all of them are happy with their new life that's different from what they've imagined. If I told you that, would you believe me? I won't let you deceive me. Even with this, I show the screen of my smartphone with the live video of our residents to Iaku. This is not a recording, but a live video. How about it, Hero Iaku? Won't you lend us your strength to protect the humans? The humans who have become residents of the Aster Empire? Iaku keeps absent-mindedly staring at the residents shown on my smartphone without answering any of my questions. If it's now, I shall grant you the title of 01! Exclamation mark. Oh? He revealed a faint reaction towards that title. It seems this man fully understands the value of things. Won't you become a member of Team J? Aster Empire's strongest trump card, which secretly maneuvers in the shadows to protect the Empire? No, the safety of its residents, and fight for justice on our side. Justice? Fighting evil with evil is righteous. That's the very definition of justice. Righteous justice. Hero Iaku. How long are you going to rot in there? What is your justice? Is it your own pride that you ought to protect? Or is it the people that desire your protection? Answer. My persuasion has reached its climax. Justice. My justice. Ask yourself, what is your justice? Justice. My justice is the protection of people. I see. Then you should know what you must do next. Iaku deeply nods at my words. My sword exists for the sake of the people. I shall devote my sword to you in order to protect the people. To protect the smile of the Aster Empire's people. Well said. That's what I've expected from you, Hero Iaku. No. Hero who has fallen into darkness for the sake of those he ought to protect. 0. I've succeeded in persuading Iaku to strike the iron while it's still hot. I immediately headed over to Shinsama. Afterwards, Iaku was safely turned into a bloodkin, turning him into the 26th calamity. Chapter 259 Future Strategies? We'll go for one sector at a time. Canon proudly announces her amended strategy. Who? Oh, I got you to say, who? This allows me to predict that I'm correct. This is no fixed question, so there's no correct answer. So, what's the reasoning behind it? There exist 2 reasons why I recommend taking the sectors one by one. With her nostrils expanded, Canon raises 2 fingers. First, it's going to limit the damage on our side. We'll have all leaders work on defending themselves together. Because of that, it limits the probability of all leaders getting killed to a minimum. If it lowered the probability of the leaders getting defeated, it'd be perfect, indeed. Hoyu. The second one, it'll definitely whittle down the enemy's combat force by reliably killing the irreplaceable kin, the enemy's leaders. That's all. Moreover, since the sectors of our Aster Empire have 20 floors, our sectors won't be stolen away even if we take the enemy's sectors one by one. That's all. I simulate the strategy proposed by Canon in my head. Not bad. So, what will happen if we return to your initial strategy, self-alleged, accredited strategist? Self-alleged, accredited strategist. Isn't my title getting sillier by the roll up your skirt? Kaiawa? Not understanding what it means to reflect, Canon rolls up her skirt while blushing. So, what will happen if we return to your initial strategy, self-alleged, accredited strategist? I repeat the earlier question. Didn't I refute my previous strategy by myself? But, assuming that there's no one as smart as you or me among the enemy, the lives of Rena and the others hinge on that assumption, you know? That's in response to my objection. A sheen of sweat forms on Canon's forehead and she becomes hesitant to go on. I look at the map spread out in front of me once more, pondering. The powers capable of invading my domain are humans of Toyama, humans of Gifu, demon kings of Gifu, and demon king Kaoru. The powers capable of invading Kurowa, humans of Fukui, demon kings of Fukui, humans of Gifu, demon kings of Gifu, and Aster Empire. The part of my domain facing the Gifu prefecture is limited to only some of those in Hokuzen City. Their combat prowess is unknown, but the current threat level is low. Ever since I've intercepted them with our full strength, the humans of Toyama have remained obedient, too. Depending on the viewpoint, you could also see Kaoru's domain as a breakwater protecting the Aster Empire. Therefore, it makes Kaoru a pressing enemy, but if Kaoru were to invade, we sure could round up his forces in one swoop with my previous strategy. Kanon mumbles to herself as I'm absorbed in my own thoughts. Do you think he's going to invade us? If Kaoru has an intellect at the level of Takaharu, it'd be possible, but even if we assume that to be the case, he hasn't tried to expand his domain to such an extent, right? True. So it'd be best to whittle down his combat forces little by little. But, in that case, it might kick off an endless loop. 1. Kanon's words trigger my thinking. Whittle down his combat forces little by little. Endless loop! Exclamation mark. Kanon. Why yes. Are there currently any hostile forces who could become a threat other than Kaoru? Currently would exclude the 13 evil stars, and similar, limiting it to the powers around us, correct? Yes. There's still some concern left when it comes to the part of the sectors in Hokkaido City which face the Gifu Prefecture, but isn't the threat level of anyone other than Kaoru rather low? Right. Fiddling with my smartphone, I launched the memo app where I've noted down my short-term, mid-term, and long-term objectives. Short-term objectives: annihilation of the Kainzao Liberation Army, done. Mid-term objectives: unification of Ishikawa Prefecture, enhancement of Asta Empire's domestic administration. Long-term objectives: building a nation powerful enough to prevent others from meddling. What was the reason for me to enhance the domestic administration after the unification of Ishikawa Prefecture? Because of convenience? Is it okay to go with such an ambiguous reason? I should consider the usefulness. What are the elements needed to achieve the long-term goal of building a mighty nation? Absolute power. What's power? The power of the Asta Empire. One is the number of sectors, or in other words, the total CP. Another is physical strength, also the strength of individuals. Thus, two options to raise my power exist. First, expand the domain. Second, leveling. The objective of defeating Kaoru is to expand my domain. But, depending on how you consider it, wouldn't it be more efficient to accumulate experience, aka level, in the current situation? The only power I need to be cautious of is Kaoru. If we repeatedly invade Kaoru's sectors, which are basically experience points on a silver platter, it'll be possible to gain quite a bit of it. Individual strength is the deciding factor in a battle between demon kings. Therefore it'd be a viable option to lift my individual strength before expanding towards another prefecture. Strangely, I feel like Kanon's previous mumbling about whittling down his combat forces little by little, and endless loops might be the ideal solution. Kanon, we'll implement your strategy. My strategy, you say? Which one? While casting a sidelong glance at the confused fairy next to me, I've finally figured out the path I ought to take. Chapter 260 Future Strategies? Whittling down his combat forces little by little and an endless loop, huh? In such a case, breaking down the current situation, what would that be? Defeating Demon King Kaoru and unifying the Ishikawa Prefecture. Kanon answers my question. I see. Kanon, what is my goal? You mean the goal of the Asta Empire? No, not that. I mean my goal. The foundation of the Asta Empire is, so to speak, a part of achieving my own goal. Your goal? The unification of Ishikawa Prefecture? The unification of Japan? Oh, the unification of the whole world. Kanon replies with a bright smile as if suddenly having realized it. No. Just when did I say that I want to unify the world? Conquest of the world then? It's not a question of how you phrase it. Your objective. Your objective. Kanon starts to worry, being at her wit's end. My goal is survival. Survival. It is? Correct. And if I had to add something, it'd be surviving gracefully. I'd say gracefully. The currently completely changed world is totally messed up. A single mistake can easily lead to death. True. If you hadn't accepted me back then, the result of my aptitude test placed me under chaos. Everyone other than my own subordinates is hostile. If you put it like that, chaos, the demon kings are pitiable, aren't they? Therefore I struggle in a desire to keep on living. Somehow, the way you phrased it just now sounds like Saber. Roll up your skirt. That just now was a verbal gaffe. I'm sorry. Noticing her own blunder while rolling up her skirt, Kanon apologizes. Kanon, how would you feel if I said that you resemble Subaru? I'd want to kill myself. Right? That's the meaning of what you told me just now. I'm terribly sorry. As long as you understand. I generously accept Kanon's apology. Getting back on topic. What would be the point in the resolution of the current situation you mentioned, the unification of Ishikawa Prefecture? That's if you purge all enemies within the prefecture, it'd feel nice, or rather, if this was a game, it would possibly include a bonus for regional conquest or such, or it might be a flag for some kind of event. But, how about it if it's the real world? Probably nothing. In other words, unifying the Ishikawa Prefecture would solely be for my own ego. That's quite the blunt way of phrasing it. Thus, the unification of the Ishikawa Prefecture has a relatively low priority. But, what are you going to do next then? Advance on the Toyama Prefecture? Did you listen to what I told you? I answered that at the very beginning. Didn't I? We'll whittle down Kaoru's combat forces little by little in an endless loop. This will be our strategy from now on. I repeat my initial strategy to Kanon. In that case, nothing is going to change. In the meantime, the forces of the other demon kings and humans will only keep growing stronger. Didn't you say just the same a while back, Shin-san? Nothing is going to change? Is that really the case? I mean, you said you're going to endlessly repeat the same. Endlessly repeating the same means that nothing will change no matter how much time passes. Or not? The situation might not change, but there's something else that'll change. What would that be? Experience. I told you that we'll whittle down Kaoru's combat forces little by little. Didn't I? Whittling down enemy forces means killing them. In other words, your strategy this time is to earn experience points? Besides gaining experience points, it's become necessary to proceed with the strengthening of our internal affairs since the number of our residents has grown dramatically. I got it. Strategist Kanon has fully understood your upcoming strategy now. At last, after having comprehended the idea behind my strategy, Kanon smiles at me. Section. Half a year after the annihilation of the Keinsao Liberation Army. As a result of having slowly whittled down Kaoru's combat forces, we have taken over all his sectors that existed in Hokkaido City, except for those facing the Fukui Prefecture. The enemy forces adjoining the Asta Empire are Kaoru, the demon kings of Toyama, the humans of Toyama, and the humans of Gifu. The humans of Gifu have their hands full with countering Demon King Hyade, one of the 13 evil stars, who's devastating the center of the Eiji Prefecture, and thus they show no signs of attacking us. A part of the sectors facing the Toyama Prefecture in the eastern part of the Asta Empire has been set up as farms, resulting in the humans of Toyama and Koki Demon King forces invading them every day. The sectors facing Kaoru in the south of the Asta Empire area are under constant attack by Kaoru while we're constantly attacking his adjoining sectors. The battles are raging every day. For a while Kaoru left 0 defenders in his sectors after realizing our aim. But since we used the chance to usurp the sectors, he's now defending his sectors properly. I haven't trusted Mrs. Tamura and Mr. Hasebe with the domestic affairs, and Yataro with the defense. The combination of domain creation and science is terrifying. Whenever I occasionally visit the residential quarters of my residents to take a look, I end up flabbergasted by their development, wondering whether these are truly part of my domain. As for my leaders, all of them have leveled up while gathering experience points as intended. The growth series I have distributed has been evolving at a decent pace, too. In addition, there have been many other changes and developments in the last half year, but the biggest gain probably was Kanon reaching Knowledge A. Chapter 261 Side Story, Subaru's Haggardness. Several days after exterminating the Keinsao Liberation Army, the leveling, or rather the mudslinging contests with Demon King Kaoru, has been proceeding smoothly. One fine day, after having finished my day's quota of leveling, I've been surfing the net in a relaxed manner. Ring. An unpleasant ringtone, one informing me of an incoming call, starts playing on the smartphone in my hand. Who could it be? While feeling irritated over the browser being automatically closed, I checked the caller. Subaru? The call logs of my smartphone are flooded with calls from Mrs. Tamura and Yataro. The runner-up would be Kanon, Rina, Takaharu, and Sarah often tell me what they want through mails. It's a digression. But Blue is the one who causes the sound of an incoming mail to play the most on my smartphone. Not being content with just emojis, he's recently started to heavily rely on net slang as well. And, the caller this time, Subaru, often uses mail to contact me as well. But Shin speaking. What's up? SSH Shin Sharma. It's terrible. I hear Subaru's panicked voice on the other side of the line. It's normal for Subaru's way of speaking to be weird, but it's unusual for him to lose his calm. What's wrong? What happened? Sita has. My younger baby brother has. Subaru frantically tried to form words with a trembling voice. What's the matter with Sita? Satanta? Sita has disappeared. Exclamation mark. Give me the details. Alright, could you please come to my location then? Satanta has disappeared. He means he died? If I remember correctly, Kotetsu said that he'd train with his disciples, so he entrusted Satanta to Izoi and Subaru for their defense duty. Kotetsu has informed me about this in advance. Those have been my latest news. Did hero-level humans invade my domain? Or maybe some demon king has personally come attacking? But, in such cases, Yatro should have informed me right away. Just what happened here? Right now every second counts. Transfer. Confused by the sudden news of Satanta's death, I use transfer to get to Subaru's location. Section. Subaru. What happened? What about the enemy? I run up to Subaru, who's kneeling on the ground with his head hanging. Shinsama. If you're looking for the enemy, you can find them over there. When I follow Subaru's finger with my eyes, I find 12 human corpses strewn on the ground, and Kazuki, the favorite subordinate of Izoi and Subaru, looking down on them. On top of that, I spot an unfamiliar, handsome man with a spear I'm used to. Who's that guy? A newcomer in Team J. So you defeated the enemy? Yes. Satanta is the only casualty. Casualty? Certainly. You might call it like that if you stretch it. For a moment Subaru looks puzzled when hearing my question, but then he shakes his head while looking back down. Is something strange about what I said? Subaru's characteristic way of beating around the bush currently pisses me off more than usual. Izoi. What happened? Explain it to me. I give up on hoping for an explanation from Subaru, and order Izoi to take his place. Of course, my lord. A while ago, foolish humans invaded my lord's land. Upon receiving instructions from Yataro Dono, I headed over to intercept with Subaru and Sita, and we easily killed the foolish invaders. I carefully listened to Izoi's concise and precise rundown of the events. Easily killed the foolish invaders, you say? Yes. Sita killed 5 people, I killed 4, and Subaru finished off 3. What do you mean? The reason why Sita, the most inexperienced one among us, killed the most invaders lies. No, not that. What I want to hear is why Satanta has vanished. Izoi seems completely puzzled by my question. How weird. Satantu is an irreplaceable, precious subordinate who's been created through random creation while equipped with proper abilities from the get-go. That's why I had to urgently come here to grasp the situation. But Izoi, did Satanta vanish? No, he has not. I silently direct my bloodlust at Subaru. That's wrong. Sita, my little brother Sita, who loved me dearly as a Nana-chan, has vanished. Tears have welled up in Subaru's eyes, and he's repeatedly drumming his hands against the ground. What does that mean? I ask Izoi about the truth. Sita has evolved over the course of this defense mission. I become dumbfounded by the truth coming out of Izoi's mouth. Sita, it's a bother, so explain things to Shinsana yourself. Of course, teacher, as you wish. Thereupon, the handsome man standing next to Izoi bows with Gaebelg in his hand. Master, Shinsama, allow me, Satanta, to reintroduce myself. My name is Kuchilane. I shall continue devoting my spear to you, using my utmost abilities from now on as well. Please treat me well. The handsome man, Kuchilane, respectfully lowers his head, introducing himself. In other words, this guy is Satanta? Yes, Satanta is my childhood name. Please call me Kuchulain henceforth, Shinsama. So SSR subordinates transform to such an extent through evolution? Absolutely not. I won't accept you bastard to be Satanta. Elder brother, I have been telling you that I am Satanta. I clearly remember the days I have spent with you and teacher, and above all, the days I wielded my spear for master. Shut up. Sata has never called me elder brother. He's been calling me, Ana-chan. On top of that, Satu is a lot more adorable and innocent. A little devil who would knock on my new door too. Fire lance. You shut up. I sent a fire lance towards Sabru who was about to say something disturbing. Satanta. No, Kuchulain. I'm your master, but do you know whom to call your direct superior? Of course, master. It is Kotetsu-sama. My fatherly master. All right, we're going to head over to Kotetsu now. He'd likely get surprised if you suddenly went to him yourself. After all, you have my deepest gratitude for your kind consideration. While at it, I guess I'll check out the strength of Kuchulain, the evolved Satanta. Sata. Ana-chan won't approve of him as a little brother. Fire lance. I shoot another fire lance at Sabru who keeps blathering nonsense. For good measure, before leaving the place with Kuchulain. Chapter 262 Side Story, Yataro's Delight. Several days after exterminating the Kanzao Liberation Army. Shinsama, I have come at the promised time. Yataro visits my room while wearing a decorated hakama. What's with that outfit? It's only courtesy to challenge the holy ceremony about to happen in a formal dress. You call it a holy ceremony, but it's just a random creation. No, indeed. It is the day when you offer your everything to the goddess of fortune, Shinsama. Me offering my everything. Well, it's not wrong since I'm going to spend all my CP, but that way of phrasing is, if I remember correctly, the last time was a goblin. One not worthy of our prayers. And before that, a slime. It sure is troublesome how whimsical the goddess of fortune can be at times. Say, with the number of residents having grown nowadays, it's become a time of big expenses. Don't you think we could refrain from doing this for a bit? Absolutely not. This geezer spending more than 20,000 CP for just a single goblin? You know that I could create countless goblins with that amount of CP if I spent it normally. Shinsama, you're still young. Might you know the saying, luck accumulates? I don't, but going by the sound of it, it probably means that good luck is going to visit you sooner or later if you continue having bad luck, right? Quite so. The last time and the time before that are what you'd call a charging of your luck. Therefore, today for sure we'll get a SSR. No. An herb. I predict. Don't you remember what you told me last time when I created Satanta? You were saying that luck comes in waves and that we must ride this big wave. Then you've been pestering me about random creation every day for a long time, haven't you? Who knows? Come on, now's not the time for questions and answers. We must perform gacha. The holy ceremony. This geezer clearly called it gacha just now. Damn it. By the way, do we have enough personnel on defense duty? We have more than enough. Their equipment is in perfect order as well. How about the life circumstances of the residents? Not a single problem. Yataro fervently answers my questions. It's a promise. So I guess I've got no choice. Losing out to Yataro's passion, I begin the preparations for random creation. There's still a little more than 2 hours left until my CP fully recovers. A little more? How many minutes exactly? It's 2 hours and 18 minutes. Will it be fine with this? I inform Yataro about the accurate timing after calculating the time needed for my CP to get back to max. MMH. I understand. Wasting CP is definitely wrong. Yep. Yataro. You're the only person from who I don't want to hear that. I sigh deeply because of the strong feeling of lethargy assailing me. Come to think of it, how's Kuchulain doing? His evaluation has been halved, I'd say. Isn't he more useful than before? If we're speaking of his combat abilities, he's at the same level as the former Demon King leaders. Why would his evaluation get halved then? Don't tell me he's got a problem with his character. I feel like Kuchulain's character is close to that of Izayoi. He's polite and honors his loyalty towards me. However, whenever he gets too heated with his loyalty, It creates friction with the other subordinates. No, Ku is obedient. Maybe because he has become an adult, his cooperativeness has drastically increased. If he's strong and cooperative, isn't that the best? He possesses a reliable combat prowess as commander, and in reality Kotetsu Dono values Ku highly. That's even better then. I doubt there'll be any problem if his direct superior, Kotetsu, is pleased with him. Indeed, Ku has become an adult. It'd be no exaggeration to say that he has evolved from an SSR to an heir in regards to his strength and discernment. Is ultra rare, above SSR, special super rare? As someone unaccustomed with gacha terminology, I don't really get Yataro's criteria. However, Satanta lost something precious through his evolution into Kuchilane. What would that be? His loveliness. Satoboy might have certainly been a willful kid, but he was also a gentle boy who cared about his grandpa. I wonder what the geezer in front of me is prattling about. Ku is a superb subordinate. However, I have nostalgic memories of Satoboy who had been calling me Gramps Yata. Gramps Yata. Still, I'll give Ku the same love as I've given Satoboy. The pitiful one here seems to be Subaru. After all, Subaru had doted on Satoboy the most. In short, you're saying Subaru is sad about Satanta having evolved into an adult, right? In other words, no problem whatsoever. Afterwards I continued a light chat with Yataro while waiting for my CP to recover fully. Section 2 hours and 18 minutes later. I kept you waiting. I have also finished giving my prayers to the goddess. Yataro's face is 5 times as imposing as usual. You ready? I'm going to push it, okay? I finished my preparations to start random creation by tapping around on my smartphone. All I have to do now is press the tab with random creation written on it. I don't really get what kind of preparations Yataro has to carry out, but this exchange between us has turned into a habit. After deeply breathing in and out several times, Yataro yells, "It's coming." This sensation is Shin. Now, pour your own soul into the tip of your finger. Sure thing. Last time we had the same exchange, and it resulted in a goblin. Having said that, it's my entire CP that goes down the drain. I pour my strength into my finger, even while knowing that it's pointless. I'm going to press it, okay? Yeah. Reach my feelings. With the room being as silent as death, I press my index finger on my smartphone's display. A shining pentagram appears on the ground, and a small figure shows up from within the light. This silhouette, it's not a goblin, is it? Once the light converges, a childish girl with a pair of wings on her back remains behind. Master, nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to working for you. The girl smiles sweetly, and greets me while bowing very deeply. Can you understand my words? Yep. I understand Master's words. Her understanding of my words, Japanese, means she's a high-ranking subordinate, huh? I check my smartphone to confirm the information of the girl in front of me. Name, race, angel, rank, D. Body, E. Mana, D. Special abilities. Light attribute enhancement, light magic, D. Light arrow, heal. Archery, D. Angel. It's a type of subordinate I see for the first time. Her rank is D since it's the same as a kobold. It's fairly low. Is Angel the initial subordinate of Demon King, Fallen Angel? One of the unknown races? This is. My prayers have reached the goddess. Yataro is trembling all over with his expression being ecstatic. No, that can't be. Going by its rank, it's D. Right? I decided to call over Canon in order to find out more about the details of angels. Canon, do you know angel as a race? Angel, you say? I know the term, but I don't know a race of angel among the monsters of this world. Looks like Canon's knowledge doesn't hold any information about angel. Isn't it an initial subordinate of Demon King, Fallen Angel? The initial subordinate of Demon King, Fallen Angel, is a devil species-like monster called Yukobark. That makes the girl over there a unique subordinate then? I'd think so. The rank of the girl in front of me is low, but she seems to be a unique. If she's a unique subordinate, it'd be best to nurture her with great care, wouldn't it? Yataro. What is it? Yatoro comes to his senses after I call out to him for a second time. This girl's race is Angel. She's a unique subordinate like Sitanta. Bring her up with great care. Right now she's weak, but depending on her growth, I'll assign her to invasion teams. Leave it to me. I shall even bet my life on it. No, don't bet your life. I must. This girl is a nurse sent to me by the goddess. She has more than enough value for me to stake my life on her. Accordingly, I have a single request, Shion. What is it? If it's equipment, I'll prepare the best for her, okay? I think that's only natural. Can't you turn her into your bloodkin? Yatoro appeals to me with a serious look. Sitanta still has the name of his race attached to him, but this girl's race is Angel. I think we should give her another name. So you're telling me to make her bloodkin just because of her name? Indeed, it's necessary to use my maximum CP to turn someone into a bloodkin. Since Angel can use Japanese, I feel like it's nonsense to use all that CP for the sake of a name change. It'd also work to give her a name normally without expressly turning her into a bloodkin, wouldn't it? Shion. My lord, you're a genius. I'm no genius. It's just that Yatoro has become senile. So, how are you going to name her? Her name will influence her entire life. I can't decide on one right away. Okay, then tell me once you've decided. Very well, I shall do so. This is how I obtained a new unique subordinate. Chapter 263 Side Story, Sibling Bonds. Several days after the annihilation of the Kainzao Liberation Army. Shion. It's terrible. Yatoro rushes into my room with a pale face as I'm relaxing. What's wrong? Heroes. The heroes of Gifu have invaded. The heroes of Gifu? Don't the people of Gifu have their hands full with the 13 Evil Stars member of Nagoya? They should, but I use my smartphone to confirm the situation of the sector that got invaded by Gifu's heroes. The number of invaders is 12, following theory. Their equipment partially consists of B-rank unique items. Currently they're in the middle of battle against a swarm of ghouls. But I see, they're definitely strong. Their teamwork and individual strength excels the invaders so far. What are we going to do? If we're willing to take some losses, it's possible to repel them. But Yatoro asks for my instructions. The losses mentioned by Yatoro point to the items and subordinates I can mass produce. If they were strong enough to put my leaders at risk, he would have phrased it differently. The problem might be him saying that it's possible to repel them. If he'd said that it's possible to intercept them, it'd be no problem. But repelling them means we'd hand experience points and items to the invaders as presents. If we allow the invaders to think that we're a great target, my domain is going to be looked down upon, resulting in even more invaders feeling motivated to attack it. Moreover, it'd suck since those invaders would be the people of Gifu. That's probably why Yatoro has come to ask me for instructions. I'll arrange the members of an interception team from my side. All right, I'll leave it to you then. It's still too early to take an aggressive stance towards the people of Gifu. I think it'd be best to carve the meaning of fear into their minds for now. Using my phone, I check what my leaders are currently up to. Rina, Takaharu, Sarah, Hibiki, Chloe, Layla, Flora. All my leaders are out to earn experience points in Kaoru's domain. The only ones on standby are Kotetsu, Ion, and Sabaru's team. Should I call back my leaders? I brood while checking out the invaders visible on my smartphone. I think it'll be plenty if I go with Kotetsu, Sabaru's team, and Izaioi. I summoned the members of the interception team to my room section. So, just as I've explained moments ago, we're going to intercept the Gifu party. For you to not only send out my corps, but also borrow Izaioi Dono and Sabaru's corps. Those humans must be quite skilled. I shall become the spear of the vanguard, annihilating all enemies. Shinsama, Team J's preparations are in perfect order. Shinsama, normally I am assigned to defense. I am terribly sorry for having allowed things to develop this far. Kotetsu, whom I'm assigning to defense for the very first time, smiles at me like a good-natured old man. Next to him, Kakulane leans forward, burning with fighting spirit. Subaru has adopted some cryptic pose together with his team J, and Izao bows at me apologetically. Our objective this time is an overwhelming victory. Yes, make the might of the Asta Empire known to the people of Gifu. Roger. Team J is going to let them experience the abyss of darkness. Very well. All for the sake of our Lord, Shinsama. Transfer B. I teleported together with my subordinates, whose morale had reached its climax, to intercept the humans section. After 10 minutes of waiting at the transfer destination, we can hear the invaders talking as they're audibly getting closer. I've been on my toes since he's called a 13 evil star like Hi8, but he's no big deal. The small fry is strong compared to normal domains, but not to the extent of making it impossible to defeat them. As expected of you, leader, deliberately targeting Shin of the northwestern region was spot on. Don't get too elated. We haven't defeated a kin yet. Even if a kin shows up, I'll get rid of them with a breeze. I'm telling you to not get killed. Dark Lance. My carefully aimed lance of darkness penetrates the torso of the cocky invader. You mad? You okay? Fuck. Surprise attacks are unfair. It's alright. I can still save him. Heal. The invaders ready their weapons, cautiously scanning their vicinity. Oh, he's still alive, huh? Izao. He seems to be eager to kill you with a breeze, you know? What are you going to do? With all due respect, a worm like him is no opponent of mine. I shall get rid of him. Defeat him with a breeze, okay? With a breeze. I order Izao to kill the invader who made fun of us earlier. As you command, my lord. Subaru, how many of them can you defeat with your team? If you order so, we shall consign all of them to oblivion. If you do that, Kotetsu and I would have nothing to do. Right? Defeat the 9 rear guards in the center. I instruct Subaru, and thus his team J. Of course. Kotetsu, can you take on the remaining opponent? Let's see. I guess it'd be a breeze. Can you do it? If that is your order, fatherly teacher. 1. Kotetsu reveals a ferocious smile while looking into Kakulane's eyes. This time the interception team consists of Izao, Kotetsu, Kakulane, Subaru, 8 elites of Team J, and me. If each kills one, I'm left over according to calculation. I take out my growth gun, and decide to remain a spectator while leveling my growth gun. Obliterate them. My subordinates swoop down on the invaders. Shit. Everyone, get ready. We'll defeat Demon King Shin, one of the 13 evil stars with our own hands. Tao, as if I'd let you. I shoot my growth gun, aiming for the middle forehead of the guy who seems to be the leader while he's trying to control the aggro by clanking his shield. Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. I'll take you on. Skyblade. Kotetsu's vacuum blade flicks away the leader's shield. I shall have you 5 up your life with a breeze as ordered by Shinsama. Izao faithfully repeats my order, brandishing the spear at the human assigned to him. Disaster 0. Hero who's fallen into darkness, display your strength to Shinsama. This sword is my power to protect the smiles of everyone, for the sake of protecting the lives of the residents. My comrades, I, Disaster 0, shall take to the front. So that's the former Subaru wanted to have, huh? I suppose I'll have him show me what he got. While cooperating with his teammates, Subaru steadily gets rid of one annoying rearguard after the other. 10 minutes after the battle has started, 6 invaders still remain. The enemy leader still prevailing against Kotetsu stems from him being surprisingly tenacious, but the outcome is pretty clear. Now then, I wonder who I'm going to let survive. It's simple to annihilate all of them, but it's necessary to let one return alive so as to spread what happened in my domain. Which of them seems to have a high pride and a loose tongue so that he'd be good as an influencer? Breeze-kun was an outstanding talent with great potential to become an influencer, but he's already been changed into a mute corpse by Izao's spear. That leader appears to be the vengeful type who would come back here while screaming something about revenge. As I was worrying about this problem, an invader approached Kakulane, who had charged without checking his surroundings, from behind while brandishing his axe. Shit, I ready my growth gun in a hurry, but I couldn't fire it since Kakulane was standing in the line of fire. Damn it, he might look like an adult, but his bad habit of charging ahead too far is still the same as when he was a child. Fast thrust. He might not die, but, just when I'm watching Cuchulain with a feeling of wanting to pray, Subaru turns into a gust of wind, and thrusts his rapier at the invader swinging his axe. Sita. Cuchulain, there's not just one enemy around. Don't get careless with your surroundings. Having gallantly rescued Cuchulain from his predicament, Subaru scolds Cuchulain. Oanacha. Elder brother, don't make me repeat myself. If you're going to act like a child who doesn't understand the rules of combat, stay away from the battlefield. Thousand thrust. Subaru unleashes a high-speed barrage of thrusts at the invader. Do you understand? I am terribly sorry. Cuchulain clearly feels depressed after getting overwhelmed by Subaru's drive. Afterwards, we mop up 11 invaders with Cuchulain, who seems to have become completely obedient, and Subaru also playing a major role. I allow the last survivor to return home after threatening him plentifully. My deepest apologies for earlier. Cuchulain apologizes to Subaru while looking dejected. Humphrey. You aren't my little brother anymore. Elder brother. You're now Kotetsu's subordinate, right? It is as you say. Cuchulain is obviously sad after having been thrust away by Subaru. Cuchulain, you have already graduated from me. Indeed, you have left my nest. Elder brother, my cute little brother Sita has become independent, and I got a new little sister called Lily Eel. Elder brother Sita, no. Cuchulain, you were a good little brother. An outstanding talent who might have opened a new door for me. But I have gone back to the starting point. Goodbye, little brother. And, hello little sister. With that said, Shinsama, when are you going to assign Lily Eel-chan to might? Fire lance. I fire a fire lance at Subaru who blathers about some nonsense, and leave him behind right there. End of Volume 6.